guy with two garbage bags was limping towards the branch of the 20th Bank of Guangming. That day, there was an unbearable downpour, so stepping into wet puddles over and over again, the young man's feet got wet through and through. A voice came from the boy's phone, which ironically mentioned a certain man who sold his house in order to invest everything in his business. The guy silently listened to the nervous indignation of the one who also added that the amount sold could provide an annual GDP. The wet young man, of course, reassured his preoccupied boyfriend over the pipe and promised him that he would definitely achieve success. However, the brother of the main character, Xu Zhenyan, did not even want to listen and said that he had never achieved anything anyway and was a complete loser. The dissatisfied brother indignantly hung up and loud, drawn-out beeps began to come into the phone, and the main character's face was overcome with melancholy. Zhenyang's hand weakened and the guy lowered his phone exhaustedly, thinking that perhaps his brother was right about something. Yu was bullied since childhood, so he himself reinforced the idea that he was worth nothing at all, just like his dreams. Even when the guy partially gave up and tried to skip useless classes at school, he was caught and taught that he was unscrupulous. In the end, the young man graduated from the school itself with disgusting grades, because of which college representatives did not even glance at him. Then Xu could only hope to get various jobs, but even there he was ignored and the contract was rejected. Obviously, after this, the main character became completely desperate, and even sold his house in the last hope of achieving something, at least in this way. The girl at the terminal called the guy to come to the window of number 3. So Xu pulled himself together, because now he was on the verge of poverty. But as soon as the guy got distracted for a second and thought about something else, his world was suddenly painted with a golden light, and a certain price devaluation system appeared above him. The system reported that the loading of the new world had completed, and that prices had been reduced 1,000,000 times, and the young man was perplexed. As soon as the system disappeared, the main character began to nervously look around, involuntarily thinking that he might be hallucinating. Deciding to sleep when he returned, Xu handed the bags of money to the girl at the terminal with a request to put them all into the account. The girl had a stern and dissatisfied expression on her face. She wanted to drop everything and go home as soon as possible, especially since it seemed to her that there wasn't that much money in the bags. However, as soon as she opened both bags, her jaw seemed to drop, because she clearly expected to meet some poor man without a single penny. Her hands shook, looking at the bags, which were stuffed full of banknotes of several $100s. The girl trembled and nervously asked how much she needed to invest, and Xu relaxedly replied that he only needed 8,000. She laughed nervously, because the amount was indeed very large, which is why she had to contact the main office. The cashier tried to keep a smile on her face, but in her head she continued to be surprised that the young man decided to invest 8,000 in change, also in plastic bags. Xu frowned slightly and said that any business must be conducted extremely carefully, and asked the girl not to say too much to the office. As if at the snap of a finger, several luxury cars rushed to the XX branch of Guangming Bank. The car doors opened and armed people in military uniforms began to come out in a crowd. Like bodyguards, guards with weapons surrounded Xu, and a tall man came out of a snow-white limousine and asked the young man to sit in the car. With each passing second, everything only became more confusing because Zhenyang certainly did not expect that his investment would attract so much attention. When the guy hesitantly sat down in one of the cars, a loud voice inside one of them ordered to move out and the engines of those cars roared again. The soldiers continued to surround the boy, who sat nervously in the corner of the car and involuntarily thought that he was in a dream. He couldn't understand at all what all the fuss was about, since he was just trying to deposit 8,000. Xu looked out the window where he saw one of the latest advertisements, which announced a promotion in the form of 10 packs of milk for the price of 1. There was a boy standing next to the advertisement who loudly told his mother on the phone that he would be given a bonus of 5 fen. Zhenyang began to nervously suspect that the price devaluation system was not an illusion at all, and the strange milk promotions and paltry bonuses were proof of this. The protagonist's thoughts were interrupted when he was approached by a tall businessman who enthusiastically introduced himself as Chen Haohai, an employee of the bank's head office in Santai. Xu clenched his teeth excitedly and lowered his eyebrows warily, as he did not very often experience such politeness from others. Flattery flowed from the main character when he looked at the man and praised his beautiful suit, which probably cost a lot of money to sew. To tell the truth, the young man was in real anticipation because, in addition to the fact that there was so much attention on him, a man of his status was probably going to help him. Chen laughed under his breath and said that his suit was not that expensive. and only cost 2 fen, which made Soy even more surprised. The guy grabbed his head in horror, realizing that prices had really dropped dramatically because the businessman's suit clearly had to cost more than 2 million. Zhenyang wondered how much the world had changed, so he opened one of his plastic bags and took out one banknote. The main character grabbed the currency with both hands and tried to lightly tug it on both sides, but it was much denser than the bills he was familiar with. With a little effort, Shu managed to tear the banknote in half, but there was nothing suspicious inside. The man grabbed his head in horror, and it turned out that such banknotes were issued in limited quantities and could only be held in the hands of people with a special status. Soon, they arrived at their destination and the luxury car stopped with a loud rattle. The businessman led Shu forward and introduced him to a tall building, which turned out to be the main building of the Guangming office. From the outside, the main office premises did not at all justify its status, and the waiting room did not stand out with special abundance. There the guy was met by a girl with golden eyes named Lin Yoi, who told him that she would be his personal consultant. Zhu became noticeably nervous and gave her both plastic bags with money, repeating that he wanted to invest 8,000. It was difficult for the young man to think about anything other than how beautiful his assistant turned out to be. The banknote counter began to actively count the money inside, actively patting thick bills on its surface. Thanks to her focused concentration, the girl worked incredibly quickly and was already writing the guy a check. Events developed so well and smoothly that to the young man, everything around him began to seem too suspicious to be true. Shu looked nervously at the smiling businessman, suspecting that he was trying to gain his trust and then kill him on the spot. The girl finished quite quickly and was already heading towards the guy with a cup of hot coffee. A voice sounded from the bank application on the young man's phone, saying that he had 600,000 yuan and 5 fen in his account. Hearing the amount in the main character's account, even the assistant let go of the coffee cup from her hands, causing the hot drink to spill onto the floor. Both Lin Yoi and Chen Haohai put an awkward smile on their faces and looked questioningly at Soy. The guy himself was not at all impressed and asked why there was so little money in his account. Those two were dumbfounded because even the richest man in China had 2 times less yuan, and the young man behaved as if the amount in his account was poor. The businessman and assistant leaned in front of Shu with their business cards, saying that they would definitely help him if he needed anything in the future. In fact, Zhenyang wanted to leave the stage as quickly as possible, so he hurriedly took both business cards and said goodbye to the headquarters representatives. As soon as the guy left the room, Lin Yoi and Chen Haohai sang in delight that they were able to help such a rich man. Zhu then decided to go to a more public place, the Yunhai gym, because he still suspected that he could be killed any moment. Zhenyang decided to put aside his doubts and practice a little, planning to take his friends out to dinner in the evening. Hearing loud disturbances nearby, the guy looked back and saw the figure of a familiar girl. The girl in the sports uniform and also his housemate, Cheng Baola, was preoccupied with something and nervously straightened her hair. Shu himself didn't notice how he stared at the athletic girl and admiringly put his thumb up, commenting on her form. Cheng Baola immediately became indignant and began kicking the young man, who laughed nervously and apologized for his inappropriate behavior. But even the girl herself had no particular desire to argue with anyone, so she simply exhaled exhaustedly with a worried expression on her face. Chung lowered her head and stared at the floor in despair, and the young man asked why she looked so unwell. She did not stand on ceremony with her answers and literally attacked with her fists, talking about the fact that the previous day they handed out advertisements with whips. Most of all, she was outraged by the price of those, which amounted to as much as 800 meo, which she considered a real ripoff of ordinary people. Of course, Xu Zhenyang himself had not achieved anything in life, but he decided to give the girl advice that she needed to be prepared for adult life so as not to be disappointed in her. The guy stopped Cheng's fist and offered to help her, because as long as he had some money in his account, he was capable of anything. The athletic girl snatched her hand and laughed loudly, saying that the young man was too poor to help her with anything. This was not the first time Shu had tried to start his own business, albeit at a much greater risk. At one time, Cheng saved the guy after his first enterprise suffered a resounding failure and he tried to throw himself off a bridge. Despite all her temper, the girl was actually incredibly kind and even gave her second room to the guy. After all, Zhenyang simply could not help but repay such a generous and good-natured person like Cheng. When they were walking home, the girl's legs themselves pulled her to the clothing store, as she wanted to buy a dress for an event. The saleswoman led the girl to the department of their most luxurious outfits and pointed out the dresses that might suit her best. The main character noted in his thoughts that the dresses looked quite expensive. which means his girlfriend's event was probably very important. But as soon as the girl looked at her options, she heard a familiar voice at the entrance to the store, playfully repeating her last name. There stood a girl with purple hair, Songjia, who hugged her husband, the fat man Song, who barely fit between the doors of the store. Viola lowered her eyes and recognized the girl in front of her, although it was clear from her that she did not at all share the joy of meeting her. Songjia looked at the fat man Song and introduced Chung to him as her former classmate, who foolishly abandoned the rich heir at one time. A malicious grin appeared on Fat Sun's face and he stared at Chung, telling himself that she was his new target. The rich girl grinned and continued that since Bala was going to Yaya's birthday party, she could go in a regular t-shirt. Chung was loudly indignant when Songjia ironically called her a beauty and warned her not to accidentally get a tag out of her stolen clothes. Yu stood up for his friend and snapped back, saying that Chung really was much more beautiful than some rich people. Songjia was angry and said that someone like Zhenyang belonged on the farm, asking Chung if he was her boyfriend. It was obvious from Baola's face that she was very angry, but she still tried to ignore her demeaning words. The girl with purple hair grinned and added that she came to buy a dress, not to borrow it, so she told those two to get lost. Fat Song laughed vulgarly and pushed his wife aside, saying that he was very amazed by her. The man showed his teeth ominously and said that they were rich and could lend Chung some money. Chung looked at the fat man with disbelief and took a step back when he mentioned that he could be trusted if she did not want to fall on her face. But Songjia did not agree with this option and grabbed her husband again, reminding him that he had promised to buy her an outfit, and he didn't even know the tastes of her former classmate. Chung and Shu were rather horrified by the love fight between the two, who were more like two spoiled children. The athletic girl exhaled heavily and sadly took the guy by the hand, saying that she was tired of enduring and they should just leave. However, Zhenyang was not going to give up so easily and grabbed her by the wrist with a decisive request to wait. Zhu approached the clothing saleswoman and asked if Songjia and Fat Man Song had bought their clothes, to which he received confirmation from her. This answer quite satisfied the young man, and he announced to the whole store that in this case he was going to buy up all the things in the store, and also asked not to sell anything to those two. The rich spouses stopped whispering their love speeches for a second and looked at the main character in surprise. However, soon Songjia grinned and ran her finger over her lips, surprised at the boy's naivety. The purple-haired girl laughed loudly and asked how brainless he was if he thought he could buy all the clothes. Zhenyang smiled self-confidently and, taking out a modest wallet, replied that he really had no idea of the price. He added that the price did not matter to him anyway, and began to pull out banknotes with huge amounts one by one. Fatty Song frowned in shock and nervously stared at the young man's wallet, not even knowing where he got so much money from. Zhu turned to the store manager and handed over several blue bills, asking if there were enough to buy the entire store. The saleswoman shook and nervously looked at the impressive amount of money, answering that the guy offered more than necessary. The couple were definitely made for each other, as at one moment they were haunted by the thought that Chung was incredibly lucky. Viola herself was shocked, but Zhu behaved quite calmly and calmly invited her to go have a snack. The young man's indifferent comment completely destroyed those two, and in despair they lost any connection with reality. But just as Chung and Shu were about to leave the store premises, they were stopped by a loud female voice nearby. Even the still nervous Songjia and Fatty Song stared at the fifth player who suddenly joined them. A girl came in and introduced herself as Tang Ying, the owner of a clothing store, and also added that she had just returned from Chen Haohai, so she did not expect to see Shu so early. The young man looked uncertainly at the woman in a business uniform, suspecting that the businessman had already decided to send someone after him. The dark-haired girl came forward and, in a business-like tone, invited those present to go upstairs and properly discuss the purchase of things in the store. To be honest, Shu didn't mind at all, but only because this way he could learn more about Chen Haohai. Tang Ying looked uncertainly at Songjia and Fat Sun, asking if the two were Mr. Zhenyang's friends. Fatty Song pretended to say that they were very close acquaintances of the young man, thinking that in this way he could become friends with Tang Ying and get the best clothes of the store. Songjia began to play along with her husband and hugged Chung, telling the head of Tang that she and Bala had been best friends since school. There was false sincerity in the rich girl's voice, but her eyes were full of manipulation, which she was going to use to once again appear above Chung. Tang Ying looked at the girls in surprise and asked in an uncertain voice if the two were classmates. The athletic girl tried to break free from Songjia's close embrace and object, but she did not let her go and feignedly asked her to stop being shy. Songjia smiled nervously and glanced at her so-called friend out of the corner of her eye, telling her to stop kicking and just pretend in response. The store owner nodded and asked her agents to prepare 5 Supreme cards at 30% off and 2 of her business cards. Tang Ying still looked at her husband with some suspicion, but she was going to deal with them only after she created a good relationship with Shu. Fatty Song was delighted that their little bluff could result in them having so many discounts on their hands. The purple-haired girl found it even harder to contain her sly smile in the knowledge that they had so easily won the shop owner's attention. Then Shu himself intervened in their business conversation, who said that Tang Ying could safely conduct business with the spouses, but he did not want to have anything to do with them. The guy grabbed his girlfriend's hand again and began to hurriedly leave the clothing store with her. Finally, the young man added that poor people like him and Chung had no place next to the bloated rich. Zhu hoped that the owner of the clothing store would not fall for the manipulations of those two, so he asked her to ask the employee about what happened. The saleswoman leaned over to the tense Tang Ying and began to whisper in her ear about everything that happened between Shu and the spouses, and her gaze sternly tensed. The dark-haired woman immediately ran up to the guy and began to loudly apologize to him for a small misunderstanding. The news made the store owner very angry, and she angrily asked her agents why the couple had not yet been thrown out into the street. A couple of rich men immediately began to be outraged and play innocent victims, and Song Jia screamed that her husband's family was in the cloth business. But they didn't even listen to those two, and in a matter of seconds they found themselves on the street, where they flew out in a spinning ball. Tang Ying turned to her manager and told her that she was breaking off cooperation with Fat Man's son and his fabrics. The owner's face relaxed slightly and she asked her guests to go upstairs to discuss everything properly in a calm atmosphere. Cheng Baola and Xu Zhenyang were slightly amazed by the woman's professional rigor, so they agreed with her. Upstairs, Tang Ying prepared several mugs of hot tea and decided to start the conversation more casually. The dark-haired woman said that the young man's girlfriend had an incredible figure and, having traveled all over the world, she had not seen such a unique appearance for a long time. Chung was slightly embarrassed and looked down, uninspiredly saying that the head flattered her very much and was probably exaggerating. Still, their goal remained the same, so the guy asked Tang Ying to choose the best outfit for Baola. The store owner immediately agreed and added with a smile on her face that she and her employee were true professionals in matters of fashion. Zhu tried to keep a straight face, suggesting that Tang Ying thought that she and Chung were a couple, which is why she tried to help in every possible way. Tang Ying still helped them, but the guy guessed that in this way, Chen Haohai was simply trying to lure him to him through her. But on the other hand, there was nothing wrong with the woman's approach, because in this way the young man was much closer to success, which he would not refuse. Tang Ying and her assistant lived up to their words about their professionalism, so they selected the best outfit for Chung until the night. The dark-haired woman thanked them for their generous visit and handed Shu their store membership card with 5 yuan, which he could even use in other stores. She finally decided to add that she really hopes to meet Zhenyang in the future in order to develop their business relationship. The assistant led Chung and Shu to the exit and politely said goodbye to them, wishing them a good trip, and Soy waved goodbye to her. Baola looked rather thoughtful the whole way to the house, so the guy stood in front of her and waved his hand in front of her face. When he mentioned that they had already arrived home, the girl suddenly woke up out of the blue and loudly asked whether the guy really had that much money. You could say that Chung was really furious because she thought that the young man was pretending to be poor all the time while she was even paying the bills for him. She attacked her friend with her fists and called him a fool, saying that she had wasted her whole life with him. Yu scratched his head nervously and said that he actually didn't have any money until recently. Qing was not satisfied with such excuses, and she continued to be indignant, saying that no amount of investment would force the owner of an entire store to indulge them. Their argument was mercifully interrupted by a loud buzzing sound in the girl's jeans pocket, causing them both to immediately fall silent. Baola pulled out her phone and answered the call, walking away in a hurry to the other direction. The girl didn't even put the call on speakerphone, but the alarmed voice of the man behind the phone was clearly audible even so. Chung's eyes opened in horror when she heard the news through the call that a certain Xiao Mei was in trouble at the Xinhua restaurant. Chung and Shu at the same moment called the nearest taxi, which they used to instantly get to the restaurant where the so-called disaster happened. Baola loudly slammed the car doors and rushed towards the entrance, and Soyu barely managed to catch up with her. Zhenyang knew that Xiaomei was Chung's best friend, but he was afraid that Chung might cause trouble for herself. Baola was the kind of person who cared very much about others, so she was always willing to do anything for her friends. But as soon as the girl tried to run inside, she was grabbed by two other girls who did not allow her to pass. Clearly recognizing the voices of those two, she immediately asked where Xiaomei was and why they were trying to stop her. The blonde and pink-haired girl giggled and asked why she needed her friend, and then insistently asked to follow them. The two led Viola inside the restaurant, where a table was already waiting for her, and another girl was behind it. The table was set with various expensive seafood and hot meats, and the girl was greeted by her classmate, Sun Li. Chung looked at her friends in confusion, once again asking about Xiaomei, but they simply avoided answering and said that they really missed Viola. Sun Li lowered her eyebrows and slowly, almost in anticipation, asked Chung if Shu standing behind her was her boyfriend. Viola blushed awkwardly and looked away, not knowing how to answer such mocking questions. Then Shu decided to play along a little with his friend and said that he really was Viola's boyfriend. The young man was trying to establish himself in the company of girls, so he asked to be allowed to sit with them. The table was indeed very tempting, but the guy still had suspicions that the girls did not have sincere feelings for him or his girlfriend. Sun Li faked a giggle and asked how a handsome man like Zhen Yang could achieve someone like Viola. The young man couldn't help but chuckle nervously when fellow student Chung suggested that he must have been very rich. He perfectly understood the tactics of cunning girls, so he invited Viola to move to another table. The trio immediately became nervous and said in one voice that they had just sat down at the table and had not yet eaten anything. Sun Li had a smile on her face, but there was nothing sincere in it, because she was only trying to get Chung to pay for their table. Chung looked at Shu and nodded, saying that she hadn't eaten anything anyway, so she wouldn't mind going somewhere else. The insidious trio began to laugh loudly and ask if the girl was going to at least have a bun or take a couple of bites. Then the young man decided to act more slipperily and snapped his fingers to call the waiter to come to them. Even though the guy asked to bring menus for everyone, he wasn't really going to eat anything, so he wouldn't have to pay later. The cunning girls immediately grinned, realizing that the guy had succumbed to their provocations and now the fun began for them. They giggled angrily because they knew that they had already ordered the most expensive dishes anyway, and it would not be them who would have to pay for them. Sun Li picked up her phone and pretended to answer the call, telling her non-existent brother that she was at the restaurant. She stood up and asked to wait for her at the table, while the other two girls also began to answer sudden calls and leave. The three of them stood up and told Chung and Shu not to be bored while they waited. Soon they returned, and drunken screams could be heard throughout the room that the restaurant menu was definitely not cheap. The young man took his wallet and asked Chung to wait at the table while he paid the bill for them. Sun Li playfully waved at the guy and grabbed Baolu by the shoulders, saying that she would look after his girlfriend so that she wouldn't go anywhere. Classmate Chung was a little afraid that Shu was going to leave his girlfriend and run away, so she was already planning to force Baola to wash all the dishes to pay the bill. The waiters looked with concern at the absurd bill of the third table, and assumed that a showdown would soon begin because of the huge amount. Then Shu approached them with a completely calm face and asked them to hand him a bill for payment. The business-like waiters hesitated nervously and began to count the exact amount, which in total was about 1 fen, 3 li, and 200 mao. The guy learned on the fly to convert local currency into money in his account, so he came to the conclusion that out of 600,000 in his bank, he only needed to pay 13,000. He also asked about the bill for all 15 tables, to which the waitress replied that the entire cost was about 4 fen. The waitress did not understand why the young man was asking about the whole room, since she could not imagine that he would pay a crazy amount even for his dinner. Yu unceremoniously picked up his bank card and swiped it over the cash register, saying that he would pay for the other tables. Zhen Yang also added that he was going to leave 5 fen as a tip for both waiters. The waiters suddenly fell silent and became numb as the payment instantly passed before their eyes. Even Shu himself felt a little awkward when the two began to bow deeply to him and thank him from the bottom of their hearts. Soon, a voice sounded throughout the restaurant, announcing that Mr. Zhenyan had paid for the tables for everyone present and ordered dessert for everyone. The restaurant guests were delighted, although they had not heard of a rich man with a similar surname, and Sun Li's jaw dropped, and she could only guess how much he paid. To put it mildly, the girl was angry and did not understand where her classmate was able to dig up a rich man like Shu. Zhen Yang hurriedly approached his nervous friend and began to play along, saying that they still had some things to do and needed to go. Chen tried to play her role, but she was still surprised at how mercilessly her friend squandered his money. Sun Li did not like the situation at all, and inside her heart was torn with anger and envy towards her classmate. Then the cunning girl put on a smile and asked one of the waiters to come up to her for a small matter. She clearly had a personal grudge against Chung, because she even invited her only so that she would spend her money on her and her friends. Sun Li grinned smugly and began to sing tales to the waiter that Shu was her brother and spent all her savings. So she asked for her money back. The waiter smiled at her and politely apologized, saying that their restaurant did not offer refunds. He looked thoughtfully at the book of complaints and added that the young man did not pay for Sun Li's table, and added a comment asking who allowed the girl to look down on others. Security guards appeared next to the waiter and he threatened that if the girl refused to pay, they would be forced to take action. Just a second ago, the waiter's relaxed eyes became fierce and he eerily clarified whether Sun Li was going to pay in cash or by card. Even though this was a sweet lesson for the cunning trio, Chung was a little excited and could already imagine how they would look at her in the future. Baola was still angry and perplexed, and since now there was nothing to distract them again, she could continue to swing at the guy because of his deep wallet. But at the same moment, the price devaluation system opened up again for Shu, giving him 5 points that he could exchange for additional money. The system also indicated one of the conditions, because the guy could activate the currency exchange only when he reached 10 points, which, in principle, did not seem so difficult. The panel was visible only to Shu, so he simply stared at Chung's eyes and avoided conversation. And she was actually very hungry. Chung smiled slyly and winked at the main character, saying that for several incidents today, he was obliged to pay her for food too. Shu lowered his eyebrows fervently and said that the girl could consider him the richest chef, although the latter was slightly skeptical about his words. On the way home, the call came to the young man, and looking at the phone, Shu saw that his acquaintance, Zhang Yu, was calling him. Zhang Yu and Shu had shared much of the same fate of poverty in the past, so he decided not to ignore his friend who might be in trouble. As soon as the guy picked up the phone, Zhang Yu's loud laughter sounded through the speakers and he announced that he had found a good way to get rich. Shu looked away and asked Cheng for forgiveness because of unexpected things happening on his nose. But the girl grinned and let him go, and Zhang Yu laughed into the phone and said that he would come pick him up. The white car did not take long to appear, and within a few seconds, Zhenyang entered the car of a close friend. Quickly buckling up and looking curiously at Zhang Yu, the main character inquired about one of Zhang Yu's projects. Zhang Yu maintained a slight intrigue and added that the project did not actually belong to him, but it was still a big matter and they should discuss it. Then the protagonist's friend started talking about Niu Chunsheng, a local internet celebrity who had recently skyrocketed in popularity. Since many considered Niu Chunsheng a real Qigong master, several guys were invited to one of the broadcasts who had to deliver fake blows for as much as 8 li. Shu was noticeably less than impressed with his friend's one-time plan, but he shrugged and replied that money is money. As soon as they drove for more than 5 minutes without any incident, the car stalled with a loud roar and shook, causing the guys to fall into confusion for a second. When Zhang Yu opened the doors, to his horror, a terrible picture appeared in front of him in the form of another red car from behind, which kissed the dented bumper of his car. At the same moment, the driver of the red car opened his doors. The woman was indignant and loudly knocked her heels in displeasure. The blonde with a pale face looked indignantly at Zhang Yu and loudly asked where he learned to drive so crookedly. The protagonist's friend was not interested in such statements, because it was the woman who crashed into him and also ran a red light. Zhang Yu looked in horror at the blonde's car. It was an expensive BMW, which meant he could say goodbye to both his car and his savings. The blonde didn't accept defeat and started calling both guys idiots who parked wherever they wanted. But he continued to tell her about the traffic light. The woman asked Zhang Yu to keep quiet and replied that she would not let him leave until the guy paid the crazy amount of 5 fen for the damage. Then, Zhenyang decided to intervene in the dispute between the two and call the police to the scene, since he completely shared his friend's point of view. The policemen soon arrived at their place, but the blonde was outraged and did not want anyone from the law to interfere with them. While breathing out, the woman began to explain to law enforcement agencies that she was just driving, and they took her and set her up in the middle of the road. When Zhang Yu tried to object again about the red light, the policeman calmed them both down, as he wanted to look at the situation with his own eyes. The officer looked at the two cars crumpled together and began to quickly analyze the situation in detail. The policeman quickly came to the conclusion that it was the nervous woman who crashed into the guys in the first place, so he asked for her driver's license. The blonde was indignant and tried to object, because the paint on her BMW was much more expensive and they were obliged to return the money to her. He continued to insist on a driver's license, and meanwhile the woman lowered her eyes and mumbled with a squeak that she didn't have a license. As it turned out, the blonde didn't have a passport either, so Shu and his friend could only watch how fate itself mocked her. Soon the policeman began to get tired of the woman's games, who was also driving in high heels. The officer exhaled heavily and turned away, intending to call the forensic scientist to the scene, and the woman tried in every possible way to dissuade him. She looked angrily at the two guys and tightly squeezed the expensive phone in her hands, saying that she was going to teach the scoundrels a lesson. Xu Zhenyan and Zhang Yu, meanwhile, were simply enjoying the picture and did not feel any threat at all from the indignant blonde. Usually telephone conversations should be personal, but the woman's voice resonated throughout the avenue, and she begged her husband to come to her. At the same moment, a call came to Xu's phone, and the guy suspected that it could be Chung. But as soon as he picked up his smartphone, the name of Chen Haohai appeared on the screen, who had tried to call him more than once since the first meeting. The young man picked up the phone and heard the voice of a businessman, who had already heard about the birthday party that Baola was going to go to. Even through the phone, you could hear the man chuckle when he mentioned that Tang Ying had prepared a gift for Xu's friend. He wanted to offer the boy something else, but for Zhen Yang, this was the last straw and he angrily refused. The young man had a lot of questions since he never gave the businessman his contacts. But Chen asked him not to be angry because he simply had connections. Then the guy decided to take his chance and asked if Chen could find out something for him. Hao Hai nodded and replied that he would gladly deal with whatever the young master required of him. The young man spoke quite loudly and told about the incident with the blonde, suggesting that Chen should deprive her of her driver's license. The woman got angry again and started yelling back, saying that the boy would not be helped by his friends from the village, and then promised that her boyfriend would break their legs. Zhang Yu was very nervous and did not want to get into any problems. But the main character calmed him down and asked him to wait a little. A few minutes later, another blue-blooded car drove up to the scene of the incident. The woman immediately blossomed and lit up, skipping up to her boyfriend's car. She looked out the glass and explained that two crazy guys crashed into her while she was just standing there. Fat Song jumped out of his car and angrily asked who dared to mock his girlfriend's car. Zhen Yang didn't turn around and remained intrigued as the fat man continued to prove that he was one of the biggest shots in the city. The guy grinned and said that he didn't expect to see so many familiar faces in one day. The young man turned to the fat man's son and with a self-confident smile asked if he considered their meeting equally fateful. Then the rich man immediately fell silent and froze in place, his mouth open and staring at the guy who had already ruined his day enough. Fatty Song hesitantly stepped forward and greeted the main character in a sluggish, hesitant voice. Zhu couldn't help but smile ridiculously, at least because they were meeting for the second time that day. And the fat man had already found a new girl. The fat man tried to calm the situation down and reduce everything to a very ridiculous misunderstanding, because after the incident in the store, he was afraid of antagonizing Xu. The blonde immediately noticed her husband's uncertainty and began to persuade him to quickly figure it out. Looking angrily at the woman, the fat man pretended that he did not understand at all what she was talking about. The woman's vocal cords tightened and she, stuttering, explained that the guys stopped right in front of her and she accidentally crashed into them. Fat Son was very stressed by the situation and in fact, he didn't care at all about the honor of his girlfriend. As soon as she once again said that she didn't do anything on purpose, Son raised his palm and hit it on the blonde's cheek with an unpleasant pop. Zhu and his friend stood silently, looking at how the couple were literally ready to rip each other's throats out because of the incident. Although the fat man was more worried about the price of repairing his car. The blonde began to sob, and the fat major looked at Xu with a little fear, since he could not imagine what connections he could have. Then the rich man decided to act in the style of any experienced diplomat and was ready to give both guys a generous bribe in exchange for keeping quiet about the incident. The major pulled an insincere smile from ear to ear onto his wide face and asked to take 1 fen as payment for his girlfriend's misdeed. In fact, this gesture was not so much for the sake of Xu's silence, but for the sake of his attention and possible cooperation. Thus, the fat man tried to shoot 2 birds with 1 stone, get away with it, and become an ally of the main character. However, after looking at the insignificant coin for a few seconds, Xu simply turned away and said that he had some business to attend to. The fat man was very surprised that his plan did not work, but he really wanted to establish a business relationship with Tang Ying. However, Song did not give up so easily and approached Zhen Yang and pretended to ask him to talk to the head of the clothing store because they had a very close relationship. For the young man, this was the last straw, but he himself did not suspect that the entire conversation was overheard by the Guangming headquarters. Chen Haohai crossed his legs in a businesslike manner and picked up the phone, asking if his agents had carefully checked all the information about Fatty Song. However, as soon as the businessman heard that the major had the audacity to threaten his Mr. Zhenyan, He jumped out of his seat and fell to the floor in anger. The man's angry voice sounded through the towering glass building, and he replied that he was going to find the fat man and teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, a smug smile spread across the rich man's face again when Shu asked him to wait a little to resolve the issue with Tang Ying. This was part of Zhen Yang's insidious multi-stage plan. So soon the fat man's phone received a call, and he answered it in an irritated voice. On the other side of the line was an angry Chen Haohai, to put it mildly, dissatisfied with the unprofessionalism of the fat man, whose BMW could ruin his shoe. As soon as the blonde heard the businessman's voice from the phone, she pressed her lips together tightly and looked at the fat man with irritation, while a fight was flaring up between the spouses, who were about to separate. Xu Zhenyan and Zhang Yu took advantage of the moment and jumped inside the car. As expected, Zhang Yu had a lot of questions and very few answers, especially about a certain Tang Ying and the fat man, who was unreasonably afraid of his friend like fire. Yu exhaled and said that he had worked with Chen in the past, and the fat man was constantly trying to negotiate and cooperate with him. Zhang Yu almost crashed into someone again when he heard that the main character was going to give him as much as 5 mao for repairs, since he didn't have change. Now, even Zhen Yang began to feel that his friend did not handle the steering wheel very well. But for that, the amount of money was simply cosmic. Zhang Yu couldn't help but think that his best friend must have spent all his savings on their unfortunate incident. Shu once again convincingly asked his friend to accept money from him, and also offered to implement the idea that he had put forward earlier. In fact, Zhen Yang gradually came to realize how good life was for the rich, who could throw money around left and right. Zhang Yu laughed and said that they would arrive very soon and would be able to get rich in a matter of seconds. Once again, the price devaluation system was unceremoniously opened in front of the young man with a new notification. The system reported that since the guy spent 5 Mayo, he was credited with as many as 50 points, and his balance was 55 in total. Shu's eyes glowed slightly with a blue glow as a floating menu opened up, allowing him to spend points to improve his physical attributes. The young man grew quite quickly, so he was able to open the improvement system in just half a day. A slight uncertainty was painted on Zhenyan's face, since he did not even know yet what characteristics could be his priority. The guy swiped his finger at the screen and began to actively press the plus sign more than 50 times. He decided to take advantage of all the points available and improve all his characteristics at once. The system around the guy turned blue and azure lights began to appear, connecting together. But despite the fact that the young man expected to feel some powerful spiritual force in his body, nothing happened. Shu did not feel any changes in himself at all and simply stared at the screen, which reported that he had simply improved in all his indicators. Zhang Yu noticed his friend's worried face, but the main character shook his head and nervously replied that everything was fine. Zhen Yang decided to change the subject and asked why Zhang Yu wanted to work for New Chongsheng, despite despising him in the past. But Zhang Yu replied that Shu simply did not know the full picture yet. An unemployed friend of the protagonist suggested that the young man stop nearby and discuss everything properly. But Zhu was skeptical. Still, the main character did not want to despair, and the next morning he went to the Yunhai gym. At the entrance, he was met by Yao Jingjing, the manager of the fitness room. She was also nicknamed Hot Pepper among her friends. In fact, the girl slightly disliked the guy, or maybe she was just afraid, because sometimes he reminded her of some kind of zombie. So she knew that Shu was not the most athletic guy, so she assumed that he came to Bala. But Zhen Yang asked how much the gym membership cost. The manager of the fitness room naturally loved money, although she knew that the young man was very poor, and their center was not cheap. Zhen Yang asked her not to worry about the size of his wallet, and the girl stuck out her tongue and dialed the coach's number. Very soon, a tall, muscular coach named Sun Lishao burst in and cheerfully asked who was going to take their membership. Shu put on a friendly smile on his face and waved to Sun Liao, who began to look puzzled. The jock began to look around and ask where the gentleman the manager told him about was. The girl irritably hit the table with her strong hands and asked the coach if he was blind. The bald trainer chuckled and asked how he could accept someone like Shu, the poor man who was hiding under Baola's skirt. Even the gym manager was starting to get annoyed by the coach's impudence, and she impatiently asked whether he was going to accept Zhen Yang or not. The coach lowered his eyebrows and thought, because he knew that Yao Jingjing liked to play by the rules, so he didn't want to seem like a rag in front of her. The jock shrugged his shoulders with a proud smile and added that he could not refuse Shu, although he was irritated by his dependence on Chung. The manager of the fitness room did not appreciate the trainer's impudent expressions and was about to ask him to be silent, but the main character stopped her. The young man approached Sun Lekao and said that no one forced him to accept him and that otherwise he would simply go to another center. The coach laughed vulgarly and waved his hand at the guy, saying that he didn't need such poor people in his elite gym. Yao Jingjing exhaled heavily and asked if the young man still needed a subscription to their center. Zhu asked her to tell her more about the available options, and the manager pointed out 2 types of cards, regular and platinum. The girl didn't even have time to start explaining all the advantages of the platinum card when Zhenyang immediately asked to give him 4 of them at once. The young man had to knock the woman out of a small trance when she suddenly froze, trying to analyze the guy's request in her head. At the same moment, Yao became furious and began to loudly scream that only a few people get a platinum card in a whole year. And here the guy was telling tales about 4 subscriptions at a time. Then Shu simply shrugged and swiped the virtual card on his phone over the touchscreen device, making a payment in 4 Mao. Jingjing's jaw almost dropped when the money passed into her account before her eyes, and her hands reached out for the 4 promised platinum cards. The gym manager heard that Zhenyang had sold his house, so she thought that the guy was just desperate and crazy. The girl bowed deeply and thanked the young man, and he waved his hand with 4 cards between his fingers and said that he would definitely visit them again. Zhu went to the men's locker room and planned to do some light training while Biola had his classes. A few minutes after paying for 4 platinum cards, the price devaluation system opened again in the face of the young man. Since the guy was able to spend another 4 Mao, he now had as many as 95 points in his account, which he could use to improve his characteristics. The main character decided to test his skills and went to a noisy training room. It was already quite loud inside, but due to his improved physical senses, everything seemed too surreal to Shu. He could look at the notes on the board, which were 2 meters away from him, while easily reading the text on them. At first, the guy did not feel any changes at all, but now the result was much more obvious. Of course, the abilities were incredibly useful, but because of them, the young man saw the rating of trainers, in which Baola took second to last place. Then a girl suddenly approached the guy, greeted him and asked if she could help him with anything. The girl with dark, wavy hair introduced herself as Lin Zuxian, the owner of the fitness center, and also said that she heard that the guy bought 4 platinum cards. She extended her hand to him and said that she would like to meet the generous guest personally. And Shu sweetly replied that he just wanted to take a few miserable classes. In fact, this was not the first time Zhenyang had heard the name of the owner of the fitness room and had great respect for her, as she had raised her business from scratch. The girl smiled brighter and asked the guy to come with her. She really acted like a professional. She led the boy inside her office, where they sat down by one of the windows that overlooked the huge city. The local accountant, Sun Zi, was very focused on her work and asked what activities the young man was interested in. The young man told Lin Zuxian that he knew Cheng Baola and would like to buy her classes for 5 wen. Such an amount made the owner of the gym shudder slightly, and she asked if the guy had considered trainers who were more worthy of such a price. Anyway, 5 wen was still too much to pay for several training sessions, so she was afraid that the guy might have evil intentions towards the girl. The main character immediately began to calm her down and say that he and Baola were just good friends, and he wanted to help her with finances. The girl with wavy hair exhaled with noticeable relief, as she could already imagine what rumors could spread throughout the fitness room. And yet, the owner of the center was quite surprised that some rich boy could afford to spend her average monthly income for the sake of a girlfriend. The guy lowered his eyes with a slightly sad expression on his face, saying that Cheng should not know about his action right away. It is better to tell her during the announcement of the performance results. The owner nodded in understanding and asked Shu to transfer the class fee to her personal account so that she could hide the truth from Baola. Meanwhile, rumors still spread throughout the fitness room, in particular between local trainers. Among them were trainer Jiang Lili and head trainer Chen Zhao, who were quietly keeping a little intrigue between themselves behind the scenes of the fitness center. The gossip was sold like hotcakes. Some were jealous of the lucky coach, and some guessed who could be so lucky. Even Chen Zhao himself couldn't help but wonder if Lily had some rich student. But this was the first time the girl had heard about the news. They only had a few girls among their trainers, so Lily simply couldn't believe that someone could pay as much as 5 wen to the beggar Cheng Baole. Due to the fact that he himself often glanced at Baola, Chen Zhao assumed that she was probably ready to do anything to be paid that much. Jiang Lili looked at the big man and clasped his arm, begging Chen to ensure that she got the rich client. Chenja grinned and asked her not to worry, as he was going to personally deal with Baola. Meanwhile, Cheng was finishing another sorting of exercise equipment, laying out dumbbells in a row. The girl responded to a rough male voice from behind. which continued to call her with a noticeable horse laugh. Chenja grinned devilishly and asked if she had seen the news that a rich client paid 5 yuan for a session with a female trainer. The muscleman came closer and insistently said that Lily should get the client, but he would change his mind if Chung went to dinner with him. The girl pulled away and rudely replied that if the client chose Jiang Lily, then she would not interfere and divide him in half. The tall, big man shouted that Chung was losing a lot and she needed to think a few times, but Baola didn't even want to not listen and indulge him. The jock noticeably frowned and muttered that since the girl wanted to fight so much, he would make her regret her behavior. Very soon there was a loud knock on the door of the fitness room accountant's office. Chen Chao unceremoniously rushed inside with his girlfriend and said that he had already heard about a rich client and was ready to propose to Lily. Accountant's son, Zay, adjusted her glasses and said in a stern voice that all the money had already been distributed. Those two did not give up after the accountant's leading answer and continued to insist that there was no one better than them. This was the last straw for the owner of the fitness room, so she loudly slammed her cup of hot tea on the table. Lin Zoxian's face twisted in disgust, mixed with confusion, and she glanced at the couple, rolling her eyes. The two were so engrossed in their humming of Sun Zi's sweet speeches that they didn't even notice that their boss was sitting on the other side of the office. Zhang Lily smiled awkwardly and slowly walked towards Lin Zuxian. Talking about a rich client, the red-haired girl began to become noticeably nervous because if her boss found out about her attempts to take away the rich man, she could be deprived of her job. The wavy-haired woman crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, asking what the client's name was since Lily was so sure he was hers. Lily immediately began to deny and say that she didn't remember the man's name, and the jock next to her nodded and absurdly supported her every word. She began to describe her non-existent client as a slightly overweight middle-aged man, since only such weirdos would ask for a female trainer. Lin Zuxian's description of the redhead only angered her more, and she loudly slammed the table, exclaiming that they had never had such clients even in their dreams. The coaches panicked when the woman said they were both fired and could get out. Chen Zhao clenched his teeth tightly and nervously hoped that her girlfriend would not be fired for nothing after all that she had done for the sake of the fitness room. But the boss was furious and immediately realized that the two knew she was handling performance reports, so they were just waiting for her to leave. The woman with wavy hair waved her hand and ordered them to leave, finally revealing that the client had chosen Baola as his trainer. The truth did not make the red-haired trainer feel any better, and she pressed her teeth together in anger, pronouncing Chung Baola's name through her anger. Without even listening to her boss, the girl immediately ran out of the office and ran to the ground floor. In the training room, Baola was already helping Shu train, stretching the muscles of his legs. Zhang Lily angrily swung at Chung Baolu, shouting at her that she did not deserve that kind of money. But as soon as the red-haired girl tried to hit Chung, the latter tightly grabbed her wrist. Baola looked at her colleague in surprise and asked why she tried to hit her and shouted at her. Lily's face twisted in disgust and she snatched her hand away, asking how she dared to touch her with her dirty hands. Shu assumed that the redhead had probably heard rumors that he was taking classes from Baola, so he decided to teach her a lesson for her behavior and grabbed her in return. The red-haired girl screamed again and began to insistently scream for him to at least try to hit her. However, the young man did not hesitate, and with one deft movement he moved the girl in flight and made her fall on her back with a loud crash. The main character shrugged his shoulders and said that he had never personally been asked to hit someone, and Chung forced out a laugh. Then boss Lin Zuxian entered the training hall and began making a loud announcement. The woman with wavy hair said indignantly that she had recently learned about the misconduct of two trainers, so she fired them. The boss extended her hand forward and further congratulated Chung Baolu that she now had a client for 5 yuan. Baola became numb and speechless, and the young man pretended that he had nothing to do with the sudden charity. The head's anger did not evaporate, and she once again turned to Chen Zhao, ordering him to take Zhang Lily with him. Chen Zhao picked up his girlfriend's exhausted body and accepted defeat, telling himself that they would have better luck in another club. The main character and Baola were slightly amazed at how calmly those two accepted their punishment. But Cheng's indignation was not long in coming, and she again began to be angry with the young man for literally giving her money for an entire estate. In fact, inside, the girl tried to calm herself down and already knew that in the future she would find a way to thank her friend. At the same moment, the guy's smartphone began to vibrate loudly, and a message appeared on the screen in the form of an incoming call from Tang Ying. The young man picked up the phone, and the girl continued to insist that no normal person would spend 5 yuan on a fitness club. The girl may have loved money, but she still planned to return it to the boy because it's simply impossible to waste money like that, even for dear people. The main character had already been staring at the incoming call from Tang Ying for several seconds, doubting whether he should have answered it. Still, he decided to pick up the phone and heard the familiar voice of Tang Ying, who told the young man that Chen Haohai and Dong Changming wanted to treat him to dinner at the Haicheng Hotel. Names that the guy had never even heard of before began to surface, but he agreed and said that he would come to the meeting. The Haicheng Hotel looked more like a huge office and looked like a high-rise building that rose to the clouds for a reason. The guy went inside, where 4 tall men were already waiting for him, whose silhouettes alone spoke of their terrifying status. Already known to us, Chen Haohai from the finance department ironically looked less threatening of them, but rather because everything is learned by comparison. On the other side stood another brutal man with golden eyes, real estate manager Dong Changming. The huge, blue-eyed, stern man was named Chai Jino, and he was a market leader in the automobile industry. The last one was Chen Chusheng from the entertainment industry, and together they created the so-called 4 heroes of Yunhai province. They clearly had serious intentions, but as soon as Shu stepped forward, a smiling, plump man ran up to him, who clearly recognized the main character. It was Li Hu, Shu Zhenyang's classmate from the university, whom he had not seen for several years, although he had not had warm feelings for him in the past. Yu smiled and asked if he really came to the hotel just to eat, and Li Hu laughed, clearly not being offended by Shu's joke one bit. The fat guy pointed to several people next to him and introduced them as the family of another classmate, playfully nicknamed Meng Meng, with whom he had an appointment. Among those people was a brunette in a white dress, a classmate of Chen Meng, or simply Meng Meng, who also recognized the guy and greeted him. Li Hu showed the guy to his aunt and uncle, saying that they both studied business at one time and were very unpopular. Auntie clapped her hands and whispered admiringly that the boys were indeed very ambitious young men. The fat guy laughed and said that in fact, Shu was a real celebrity at school, and Meng Meng herself was running after him. Li Hu must have gotten a little carried away, because he soon began making jokes to the whole room about how the young man had sold his house to cover all the interest. Zhenyang tried his best to smile, even though he was offended by the behavior of his former classmate, who was clearly building his reputation with humiliating jokes. Li Hu continued to laugh and ask what the guy was going to do without a home, but Zhu simply ignored his words. The main character looked interestedly at the brunette in a white dress, asking what she was doing in such a place. Chen Meng hesitantly withdrew her embarrassed gaze and looked to the side, stammering that she had come to negotiate and get out of business. The girl was also about to ask if the guy had come for dinner, but the aunt tightly grabbed her hand and squeezed it. The gray-haired woman looked at the girl with a menacing look and said that they still had a lot to do with the honored guests. To Li Hu, the picture seemed funnier every second, and it seemed to him that Shu had his eyes on Meng Meng in all seriousness. The fat man raised his eyebrows and squinted his eyes slightly in a funny expression, asking if he was going to work as a dishwasher now. The guy calmly reacted to his taunts and simply said that he had come to the hotel for dinner. The news unexpectedly made Chen Meng happy, and she invited the guy to join them, since they also had dinner on the 2nd floor. However, Zhenyang objected and replied that his table was on the 3rd floor, which caused frozen silence among the entire family. On Li Hu's face, tears came out of his eyes and he almost fell from laughter, because they even paid 5 fen for the 2nd floor. While he continued to die in tears of laughter, Meng Meng's parents once again insisted and asked their daughter not to hesitate. Meng Meng's parents were clearly annoyed by their daughter's behavior and stubbornness, but this was because their future could depend on today's meeting. Li Hu wiped away the last bitter tears of laughter and called Shu such a prankster. Then he grinned and looked at him with a cheeky look, giving the guy friendly advice to pack his things and get out. Zhenyang simply shrugged and turned in the other direction, answering that he also had advice for an old acquaintance. Shu looked at him over his shoulder and said that the fat man should have walked away. The plump guy was angered by the guy's insolence, and he heartbrokenly asked how he dared to talk to him like that. But Meng Meng asked Li Hu to watch his words. Then the fat man became furious with the brunette and asked in a rage what right she had to interfere after he had organized a very important meeting for her family. Meng Meng's parents began to condemn her protests in every possible way, and the main character waved his hand and said that he was not at all affected by the words of his former classmate. However, Li Hu did not even intend to leave the guy who allowed himself to so brazenly avoid the conversation. The fat man continued to order him to get away and not come back, but the young man simply caught all of his insults with his own back. However, Soon the hotel director himself responded to the loud screams of Li Hu, who came along with the guards and asked why such a noise was created. Barrel Guy angrily pointed at Shu, saying that the guards were obliged to kick the young man out for ruining his appetite and mood. The hotel director looked away and said in a stern tone that they had no right to kick someone out just like that. But the fat man could have disturbed others with his screams. Li Hu's patience ran out and he resorted to insults, telling the director that beggars like Zhen Yang had no place in luxury hotels. The fat man repeated himself and gave the guy 5 seconds to leave, but the main character indifferently replied that it would be more correct to throw him out into the street. The guy climbed the steps and added that his old friend could easily be thrown out into the street even in 3 seconds. Li Hu wanted to be indignant once again, but his gaze froze abruptly and his vocal cords shrank, not allowing him to utter a word. The most important people in the business, Tang Ying, Chen Haohai, and Chen Chusheng, lined up looming at the top. The fat man, scared to death, could barely stand on his feet when he saw the last of the trio. Chen Chusheng began to slowly approach Shu Zhenyang, as if he himself was feeling some intrigue in front of the guest. The stern man shook hands with the main character and introduced himself as the owner of the Haicheng Hotel, but at the same time also apologized for not meeting the guy in person. The hotel owner with a sharp tone asked to throw the fat man and his company out of the building, but Shu asked them not to hurt anyone. Meng Meng's parents began to involuntarily worry and fuss because they didn't think that one of her former classmates had such connections. The fat man lowered his head in annoyance and mumbled to Chen Meng's family that they needed to go to the second floor. Li Hu clenched his teeth tightly and began to rub them together, thinking that Chen Chusheng was completely crazy if he was ready to bend over backwards for a poor man like Shu. The main character, as planned, was taken to the 3rd floor of an elite hotel, and also to a VIP room with personal security. There, influential business representatives began to meet the young man one by one of whom was Dong Changming. Mr. Dong Changming's status was the head of all real estate, but he was also a man of honor, so he apologized to the guy for such a late meeting. Tang Ying moved a comfortable chair towards the boy, and Chen Chusheng asked him to sit down comfortably for a business conversation. The guy obeyed, and although he did not know anything about professional speech, for starters he decided to note that he had heard a lot and admired the outstanding 4 of the business. Chen laughed loudly and modestly replied that their legendary group was not that great. Of course, they also tried to properly win over the boy, especially after he revealed that he knew about them. Chen Chusheng noted that their reputation actually did not matter compared to the reputation of the richest person in China. Dong Changming could not help but think that the guy would have continued to remain in the shadows if his colleague Chen had not noticed him by chance. Tang Ying smiled and suggested that they first have a good meal and then drink 1 glass of sparkling wine. However, the main character interrupted the girl and asked her not to rush with such questions. At the moment, the young man still had some doubts about the true ambitions of those 4, so he did not want to dampen the atmosphere with alcohol. The guy looked forward confidently and said that now it was most important for him to have a business conversation with them. The friendly atmosphere in the room disappeared in an instant, and the faces of the people in suits tensed slightly with serious looks. Zhu tried to move them all towards the main topic of conversation, so he first wanted to discuss the reason why they were so interested in him. Feeling that he was being treated with some respect and caution, the guy pounded the table and asked his colleagues to speak directly. Tang Ying said judiciously that they could trust the young man, so she asked Dong Changming to start first. Dong Changming began to talk about how last year, a large land company was planning to enter Yunhai, which caused his Tanglong company to defend itself. However, the man's real estate business could not fight for its honor for long, so their income soon fell, and the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Dong Changming added that if they continue to lose their income like this and do not find the right investors, then sooner or later he and his colleagues will have problems. In general, what was said left much fewer questions in the guy's head, who became more clear why they were fighting so hard for his attention. For people who were deeply interested in business and clung to any opportunity to stay in it, the guy was a real savior. Dong Changming pointed out a way that they could change their miserable situation, but for it they would need to invest 10,000. The main character indifferently picked up a small teapot and poured a hot drink into his cup, saying that such money was small change for him. The guy lowered his eyes in disappointment and called the state of the 4's business a real mess. The young man's words were already quite encouraging, so Mr. Changman stood up in anticipation to listen to the conditions. However, Zhu had not yet finished citing the list of privileges and was about to offer something else. Zhenyang added that he was not just going to finance the four's plans, but also to take full control of their situation. None of them expected such generosity from the young man, so some even tried to object at first. Chen Haohai tensed because he suspected that the boy added such a condition for a reason. As they suspected, Shu was going to give them the required amount, but he assumed full power over Talong, and in such a way that no one knew about him. Such statements seemed somewhat fantastic to the crowd of businessmen, but due to their terrible state of business, they could not refuse such an opportunity. Dong Changming began to nervously tap on the table, thinking that the guy was ready not only to finance them, but also to take control of the situation. All four of them almost immediately realized that they were incredibly lucky, because as long as they cooperated with someone like Shu, they would be able to survive all the difficulties. The guy took out his phone and politely asked to give him the account number of their company. Within a few minutes, the transaction went through, and there was 100,000 yuan in the bank account in Guangming. The four stared in amazement at the phone screen, where thousands appeared before their very eyes in a matter of seconds. In fact, the main character did not intend to stand out with special generosity. He just urgently needed points for the money spent. At the same moment, the system appeared again, but not in the young man's face, but painfully hitting the back of his head. The price devaluation system had its own rules, so she suspected that the guy was deliberately accumulating points and gave him only 1,000 of them. This unexpected turn of events visibly angered the young man, because no one warned him about any fines or rules of the system. However, while Shu was going crazy in his thoughts, he completely ignored the words of his colleagues. The four stood in front of him with slightly uncertain expressions on their faces, as if they themselves did not know what to say to him. The businessmen took turns bowing to the guy and announced that from now on they became his subordinates. Zhenyang laughed awkwardly and said that such formalities were unnecessary, and now he would not mind having a snack. Still, they decided to postpone matters until later, and the table was already covered with various delicacies that only the third floor of the Haicheng Hotel could boast of. The guy decided to make a fairly broad prediction and noted that if everyone contributed to their business, they would even reach Qiandao Lake. The mere mention of the lake made businessmen freeze dreamily, since it was there that all the treasures of the country were located. The main character slowly sipped red wine and thought about what to do next with the 1,000 points he received. The young man opened the system and added another 1,000 points to improve his physical strength. But the difference turned out to be so significant that a shockwave went through the guy's body. Shu's body seemed to be hit at all points, causing him to miss the crystal glass, which fell to the floor and broke. Taoying noticed the guy's strange behavior and asked if he was okay, but he tried to hold on and ignore the effects of the improvement. However, no matter how hard he tried, even leaning on the table, he left huge cracks behind his palms, and as soon as the young man tried to let go of the table, a huge destructive wave swept across it, creating cracks on it. Yu stared for a few seconds at the destroyed table, which was made from the best wood on the market and could not break so easily. Obviously, not only the guy was amazed, but also the businessmen, who regarded the guy's gesture as a warning that it was better not to joke with him. At the same moment, the young man absurdly ran out of the VIP room to the nearest restroom, and the men were convinced that the guy was definitely not an ordinary person. Initially, the guy thought that he had spent 100,000 in vain, but even 1,000 points were beyond his usual understanding. All of his sensory organs increased once again, including physical strength, speed, and even hearing. Now he even had to concentrate to hear every little rustle in the room, be it the buzz of a fly or the whistle of the wind. He decided to listen to the conversation of the businessmen, who were still wondering why the guy decided to demonstrate his physical strength to them. But the young man was even more surprised by what he heard at a distance of several floors at once, and could overhear the dialogue on the second floor where Meng Meng was. The conversation did not turn out very sunny, and Chen Ming's parents actively argued with the big man, whom they called Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu was noticeably annoyed and angrily told the girl's mother not to even dare lie to him. Chen Meng intervened in the conversation and desperately replied that she did not hold a grudge against the master and did not mind drinking. But there was noticeable uncertainty in her voice. Li Hu tried to calm down Mr. Liu and quietly poured him red wine, while at the same time offering him to buy the girl's family's broilers at half price. Mr. Liu didn't even want to listen to the fat man and kicked him in disgust, causing Li Hu to fly to the other side of the room. The big man was angry and pointed at the fat beggar, telling him that they wasted his time and also came to sell him garbage. Mr. Liu looked away in disgust and said that he no longer wanted anything to do with the Chen Meng family. He chuckled and said that the best option would be to get rid of the entire family and sell Chen Meng to him personally. But as soon as he proposed his daring deal, his hand was immediately grabbed by Xu Zhenyang, who managed to head to the second floor in time. The main character looked disapprovingly at the big man and asked if he could have cheered him up instead of the desired girl. Mr. Liu immediately snatched his hand and became indignant, asking where Xu came from and who invited him to a private conversation. The fat man's face visibly contorted in irritation, and he asked his former classmate to get out of their room. The young man looked at Li Hu with his blue eyes and couldn't help but let go of the thought of how pathetic his old acquaintance was. Meng Meng approached the guy and hesitantly uttered his name, and he explained that he heard the argument between them through the walls. The main character asked the girl not to go with Mr. Liu and announced that from now on he would allow her family's chickens to be delivered to the Haicheng Hotel at double the price. Tears of happiness appeared in the girl's eyes, because she knew that her old friend from the university could be trusted. But now she was wondering how to thank him. Mr. Liu intervened in the boy's sweet speeches and said that he was strong only in words and the young man should have left before he personally killed him. The guy didn't expect Li Hu and Mr. Liu to be so angry, so he was a little amazed at their courage to challenge him. The big man started yelling loudly that he was going to kill anyone who contradicted him at his own table. However, at the same moment, Mr. Liu heard a rude voice nearby, which demanded to know who he was going to kill. Before his eyes, 4 big shots of China stood menacingly, destroying him with their fierce glances. They appeared completely unexpectedly, and the big man didn't even have time to realize when the hotel owner himself began to approach him sternly. Chen Chusheng swung his palm, which he quickly turned into a fist and aimed directly at Mr. Liu's face. The rich man flew back from the man's strong uppercut and staggered on his own heel. But it was one of many blows in a series that quickly turned into Mr. Liu being beaten in front of his guests. Li Hu began to shake in fear and wonder why the most important people were in the same room, and also together with someone like Xu. Soon, Xu got tired of watching the merciless reprisal against Mr. Liu, and he asked his colleagues to stop. In truth, those 4 were more like a professional mafia, tasked with brutally teaching their victim a lesson. The hotel owner tilted his head towards the guy, as he himself was perplexed about what actually happened in the room before his arrival. Li Hu's eyes froze in horror, and he could not believe that the terrible and cruel Chen Chusheng himself was communicating so politely with an ordinary guy. Mr. Liu, with bruises all over his face, was dumbfounded himself, and his body was shaking in fear at what Xu could instruct them to do next. The big man suspected that the guy was the son of someone influential and was afraid that he might have enough intentions and powers to simply kill him on the spot. Drops of cold sweat began to roll down the major's face, and he already regretted that he had spoken rudely to Xu. Chen Chusheng explained that he would do everything as Mr. Zhenyang asked, and they should not have any problems with chicken farms. The hotel owner approached Chen Meng and handed her his official business card for future cooperation. The man looked at the fat man and Mr. Liu out of the corner of his eye, asking Xu what they should have done with them. The young man decided to figure it out and talk to the big man one-on-one, approaching him with a threatening gait. Zhenyang smiled feigningly and said that if he decides to mock Chen Meng again, he will simply die. And the big man began to nervously nod and shout that he understood everything. Together with other big shots, the main character went to the exit and ordered the heroes of the occasion to be taken away. Meng Meng looked after her former classmate in fascination and was haunted by the thought that she needed to thank him with something. The girl wanted to offer the guy to walk him home, but Zhu refused and said that an acquaintance would give him a ride. Fortunately, Zhang Yu was already waiting for the boy on the street with his new car, immediately gushing about the new way of making money that he had come up with. The main character was slightly tired after a rather hard day and asked to talk about work a little later. Zhu invited his friend to stop somewhere for a bite to eat and sharply pulled the doors of his car. As it turned out, the young man's improved physical strength was more likely to cause harm because now Zhang Yu's new car no longer had doors. Zhang Yu immediately started screaming and crying, asking what he was doing to his rental car and whether he had any idea how much it would cost him to repair it. When Xu awkwardly suggested that he should just buy a new car, his best friend screamed, thinking that he was just making fun of him. The main character handed Zhang Yu a 1 yuan note, and the latter's squeals suddenly died down. For comparison, what was previously considered a million yuan in their world had now fallen to just 1, and Xu's pockets were completely filled with such bills. Moreover, with new connections, Xu now knew who to consult about a new car. So he called Zhen Haohai, who referred them to the best local expert. Inside, Shu and his friend were greeted by a girl named Zheng Xiaoyan, but the guy said that for now they were just planning to look at the cars. Jiang Yu still didn't believe that the guy was really going to buy him a car. The main character smiled and patted his friend on the shoulder, saying that he was obliged to repay his debt after damaging his car. Jiang Yu greatly appreciated his friend's kindness, but still felt slightly embarrassed that he was acting so noble. But Shu's friend also didn't refuse a new car, so he cheerfully announced that he was ready to buy himself a new cool engine. After persistently searching for the best car to suit Jiang Yu's taste, the assistant led the guys to the waiting room. Zheng Xiaoyan smiled at the guys and asked them to wait in the cozy seating area while she prepared the contract. Jiang Yu was happy like a child, because he never in his life thought that he would buy a car from the showroom itself. Zhen Yang laughed and jokingly said that he originally wanted to buy a car for himself. But in time, he remembered his beloved friend. However, they could not rejoice and relax for long, because very soon dissatisfied screams began to be heard from the other side of the cabin. A company of 2 girls and 1 man were unhappy and tried to break through out of turn. Zheng Xiaoyan was arguing with a certain girl named Ma Ling, who did not know etiquette at all and continued to rush forward. The assistant had to raise her voice, breaking her vocal cords, saying that her client had arrived first. The tall man, Mr. Lin, lowered his eyebrows angrily and asked if she knew how valuable his time was. But the girl next to him interrupted him. Ma Ling started yelling back at Che Jihai and saying that her clients were much more powerful and worthy of Dior R8. The assistant tried to object, but the next second she was interrupted by another girl's hand flying towards her face. The blonde in red said that she came first and then gave Zheng Xiaoyan a fierce slap in the face with all her strength. The girl in red began to be indignant and say that the assistant had no right to refuse them and ordered them not to interfere with choosing her car. The blonde laughed madly and said that otherwise Che might get into trouble. Tears appeared on the assistant's face, and she asked the administrator to show the girls the Dior they demanded to see. Then, the main character intervened in the conversation and clarified whether the impudent girls thought that the car was beyond his means. The man with the long nose spread his arms and confirmed the boy's words, laughingly saying that only a grocery cart would suit the young man's appearance. The blonde hugged the man and chuckled evilly, asking the main character if he realized that the head of the pharmaceutical company, Lin Zhenfeng, was standing in front of him. The guy shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said that he had heard about that company, since they did business not far from the salon. The man began to irritate Shu's insolence, so he began laughing nervously throughout the salon. Soon, Lin Zhenfeng could not stand it and approached the main character with claims, asking whether he was even a friend at all. The man raised his voice and began to tear his throat, saying that the boy had no right to talk to him so indifferently. Jiang Yu was also angry at the behavior of the rude guest, and he was going to stand up for his best friend. The main character's friend wanted to intervene only because he felt it was necessary to prove their point when they were trying to humiliate them. Seeing Jiang Yu's courage, a wide snake-like smile spread across Lin's face, and he snapped his fingers, causing the guards to run up to them. When a concerned security guard inquired about the situation, Ma Ling began to dramatically explain that her colleague was trying to steal her clients. The guard listened to the situation and began to explain to the young man that Mr. Lin was their VIP client, so he had special privileges. When they were once again told to humble themselves and leave, the main character frowned and replied that he would still have to intervene. The blonde was infuriated by the guy's insolence, and she asked loudly what a poor man like that could do to them. The girl swung with all her might for the second slap in the face, but the guy immediately grabbed her quick hand. The blonde was not stopped by Shu's movement, and even with one hand blocked, she was going to hit him with her free one. The main character himself slowly began to get angry at the stubbornness of the girl, who could not calm down. The main character decided to change his strategy, so he let go of the blonde's hand and swung his leg instead. The blonde flew to the other side of the room with a roar and almost hit the wall from the force of the blow. The girl in the red dress obviously hit herself rather unpleasantly. So for several seconds, there was complete confusion on her face. The owner of the pharmaceutical company screamed that he gave the guy just 5 seconds to kneel in front of him, so as not to regret that he was born. The guy asked Mr. Lin to come closer and find out for himself which of them would fly out of the cabin in 5 seconds. In fact, Shu himself did not expect that at the peak of his physical capabilities, he would be able to hit so hard. The man with the long nose wheezed and began to take out his phone, saying that he would teach the guy a lesson. And he jokingly noted that the pharmacist's boss probably had a busy schedule. Lin ignored the guy's comment, and Ma Ling, meanwhile, raised the blonde, who demanded that her uncle Qi Yunfei break the young man's spine, Zhang Yu tried to intervene again and quietly asked the guy if they should have left before the situation escalated too much. The main character replied that it would be quite easy to leave, but leaving Zheng Xiaoyan to her fate would also be wrong. The young man grinned and said that his uncle could not do anything to him, since he suspected that he was Chen Haohai's subordinate. Ma Ling desperately exclaimed that soon Shu would have no time for jokes, and that he should simply continue to rot in poverty and not interfere with the rich. The angry assistant pointed at her frightened colleague and noted that she would soon fly out of their job and pay for everything. The main character looked at his best friend unimportantly and said that they were not going to leave Che so easily, and in the meantime, he received a message. On the other side of the room, Mr. Lin was conducting his telephone conversation, who put on a benevolent grimace and asked his uncle not to rush. The head of the pharmaceutical company chuckled and said that no matter who those two were trying to call, his uncle was already on his way to execution. The guy hid the phone and generously laughed in response, saying that it was too early for them to die and he just wanted to wait for Mr. Qi to arrive. After just 5 minutes, car engines roared and tires squealed near the salon. The atmosphere in front of the store began to noticeably tense, and due to the growling of the machines, there was an unpleasant rumble. Car doors began to swing open in unison, as if by a click, and bald bodyguards immediately began jumping out. A tall man in a suit slowly and threateningly entered the room, asking Lin who had offended him. The pharmaceutical company owner pointed out Shu and his friend, and then asked his uncle to get rid of them. However, as soon as Mr. Qi saw the familiar face of the richest man on the local streets, he froze in confusion. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Qi Yunfei took aim with his sharp knee as hard as he could, but the master's blow did not reach the main character or his friend. But Lin Zhenfeng, who was hit right in the gut. A man with a long nose grabbed his stomach and said that his uncle had hit the wrong person, and it was not them who should have been hit, but the two guys. Mr. Qi didn't even listen and snapped his fingers, ordering the servants with steel batons to bring the blonde and Lin to their knees. The couple began to be unceremoniously beaten until they simply began begging for Mr. Qi to stop. Zhu fully expected that he would be able to dodge this time too. But Zhang Yu looked at the picture in horror, because they themselves almost ended up in the place of the couple. The preventative conversation was a success, and Lin literally asked in tears why he and his girlfriend got it if it wasn't even them who were at fault. Mr. Qi did not answer the guy's question and simply kicked him, saying that he didn't care at all whether he understood anything. The blonde stared in horror at the fallen body of the head of the pharmaceutical company, and loudly asked whether Mr. Qi was blind. The beating was not enough for the girl in red, and she indignantly asked why Uncle Qi did not help them, but vice versa. The blonde's comment angered the influential man even more, and he looked at her with scary, cold eyes. However, the man did not blame her, and simply entrusted the execution of her to his servants. Mr. Qi was still angry, so he grabbed Lin's head again and decided to repeat it. The man looked threateningly at the owner of the pharmaceutical, and in a slow voice began to say that he had provoked a very important person. While Mr. Qi was reading out the moral to Lin, the squeals of the blonde could be heard from the car, asking for forgiveness and begging to be let out, beaten half to death. Lin began to stutter when Mr. Qi noted that his fate depended on his further behavior. The pharmacist didn't even have a word when he and the blonde crashed onto the cold floor. Leaving the beaten couple behind, Mr. Qi began to slowly approach Shu and Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu nervously noted that Qi Yunfei looked very impressive, but Shu reassured him and said that the man had no intention of beating him either. The intimidating man stopped abruptly and began to take several successive wheezing breaths. Then Mr. Qi Yunfei bowed deeply to Shu and loudly asked him for forgiveness for the inconvenience caused. The man pointed at Ma Ling and her guard, asking what they should have done with those two. The young man noted that Ma Ling allowed herself too much, so it was worth dealing with her first. In front of the salon's security guard, two bodyguards with bats also took away the brunette, who made excuses as she walked. Zhang Yu whispered to his friend that his whole life had passed before his eyes in a few seconds. However, Zhang Yu was even more surprised when the young man mentioned that the most interesting thing was yet to come. And as soon as the main character uttered this one phrase, that same interesting surprise appeared in front of Zhang Yu. Che Zhihao himself was welcomed into the salon, who greeted Shu with a wide smile on his face. The security guard immediately panicked when he saw the local king of the auto industry himself so close. The huge man greeted Shu with a smile and apologized for keeping him waiting so long. Che Zhihao asked what business Mr. Zhenyang had come for and why it was so noisy in the salon. The assistant said hesitantly that Zhu and his friend came to buy a car, but a small incident happened. The big man listened to the story from the words of his assistant, but this was not enough for him, and he also clarified the details with the guy. Yu said he agreed with most of the things the girl mentioned, but thought she had toned down some details. So the young man pointed to the security guard who rudely ordered them to get lost when it came to the VIP client. The bespectacled guard tried to justify himself, but Che Jihao didn't even listen to him and ordered the bodyguards to take him away. The bald men unceremoniously threw the four heroes of the occasion out into the street, causing them to fall painfully to the ground. Mr. Chi began shouting towards them that if he saw them in the salon again, he would personally kill them. When one of the guards inquired about who Xu Zhenyang really was, Mr. Chi became furious again and ordered him not to say his name just like that. The second assistant, after all the horrors she had seen, asked in fear what they were going to do to her. Che Jihao calmed her down and ordered her to continue working as before. So the girl breathed a sigh of relief. A huge man approached Xu and offered his help in choosing a good car that would be better than the one they had chosen a little earlier. The young man smiled and nodded, apologizing for the worry and inconvenience they might have brought with them. They were shown several incredibly tempting options at once, but the choice was still up to Xu's friend. Still, the young man acted more as a mediator, and he simply carried on a business conversation with an important shot. While Zhang Yu watched in fascination, Che Jihao casually asked if Zhenyang had any plans for the evening, since he wanted to have a glass of wine with him. The young man was of course interested in seeing all sides of Che Jihao, but he decided to refuse and have a drink with him some other time. The man bowed slightly to the departing Xu and politely congratulated him on his successful purchase. In fact, Che Jihao was worried that he could not satisfy the guy and was afraid that this could have a bad impact on their cooperation in the future, so he was going to discuss the problem with his acquaintances. On the way back, Zhang Yu was still wondering how his best friend managed to rise so much from a pauper to a rich man with such connections. The main character grinned and made a joke about how he could become a feng shui master, just as he changed the fate of 4 business legends. Zhang Yu was delighted and even a little jealous, but warned the guy that with strong provocations he could be removed at any time. Now the guy's friend suggested that he took the money from 4 big shots with whom he managed to establish contact. Xu noted that he knew his limits and was not going to get into trouble, and then offered to earn a little extra money according to the scheme that Zhang Yu had previously mentioned. Their destination turned out to be a local club, which just today was hosting a concert of an idol group. Regular concerts have long ceased to interest the public, but when idols performed, they often attracted entire crowds of people who wanted to watch. The club itself wasn't very huge, but the show was pretty big even for such a low-key venue. The young man lowered his eyebrows warily and asked his friend how much money it could cost for such a show, but Zhang Yu replied that he only came for a part-time job and not to count. The main character had no doubt that the concert was probably very expensive, since female idols were simply adored on the internet. The strategy was extremely simple. Beautiful girls performed in public, and people themselves threw money at them. Zhang Yu himself noted that the girls were quite unique in their own way, but Xu joked and said that his future bride would not be happy if she found out about his words. The bald man approached the two and asked them to get ready, as they were about to go on stage soon. Then an elite car drove up to the club, which by its very appearance attracted the attention of a whole crowd outside. A tall old man, the Qigong master himself, also known as Niu Chongsheng, or the strongest Taiji practitioner, soon stepped out of the car. To the loud cheers of the enthusiastic crowd, he began to make his way along the club while his charges cleared away the people around him. The man walked onto the stage and cleared his throat hoarsely before speaking solemnly into the microphone in his old man's voice. The old man solemnly announced that today he was going to demonstrate his strength to the public, since someone on the internet dared to encroach on his authority. Xu was pleasantly surprised that the old man, despite his age, was still in his prime and was one of the 10,000 people in the world who practiced Tai Chi. The old man concluded the prelude by saying that he could not reveal the secret of his power, but he could show its true power. Several minutes had already passed since the start of the show, but Zhu and Zhang Yu's turn had not yet come, so they could only wait. They were numbers 7 and 8, but so far the old man had easily dealt with numbers 3 and 4, leveling them to the ground. The old man looked more like a child who wanted to show everyone around him that he could hit a sandbag very expertly. From the outside it looked very funny, so Zhang Yu and Xu simply quietly shook and laughed throughout the show. Then, both of them were finally called on stage together with several other acts to show the so-called professionalism. The young man began to slowly climb onto the stage, remembering the rules that everyone must attack at the same time. The guy grinned self-confidently and pointed his finger at the old man, asking him if he thought he could handle anyone. The old man immediately got into a fighting pose and replied that thanks to Qigong, he could repel any attack. Even if he had his eyes closed, the main character thought for a while and decided not to hold back. Since Niu Chongsheng was so confident in his superiority, the old man asked the guy to pretend that he had been hit and then start playing possessed. But Shu did not listen and simply flew at him with his fist outstretched. One targeted blow was enough to instantly paralyze the steel old man and make him stagger out of the blue. All the other participating actors were very surprised when Niu Chongsheng was easily defeated with one blow. Although Zhang Yu really liked this scenario and he suddenly burst into flames with some strange excitement, the guy's friend rolled up his sleeves in anticipation and said that he would now give the old man a good beating. He never liked him anyway. Zhang Yu jumped on the helpless old man and began to beat him mercilessly, loudly shouting to accept his blows and his strength. Perhaps he got too carried away and even Zhu told him to stop, since all the events were broadcast live. But then they heard a loud scream from the other side, indicating that the live broadcast had been stopped. The director indignantly pushed forward and began to angrily ask why they started to fight with the old man for real. The main character began to make excuses and lie that he didn't even touch the old man, saying that he fell on his own. And Zhang Yu noted that from the very beginning it was obvious that Niu Chongsheng was some kind of weakling. The director began to laugh nervously and say that the old man was just an experienced actor who was forced to maintain the image of a martial artist. He desperately pointed at the crowd and the wounded old man, saying that all of Niu Chongsheng's blows were just a game, and they just needed to increase the flow of spectators. The director angrily pointed at the two guys and called them brainless students who should be shaken out of some money and conscience. The main character quietly took out his expensive phone and said that he had to thank the director for his honesty. The angry guy did not understand what the young man was talking about and angrily pointed his finger at him, demanding an explanation. Xu grinned and told the director that he accidentally recorded his entire speech on video. Now, the young man's phone contained the director's entire monologue about how the famous Niu Chongsheng was actually an actor, and they just needed viewers. The producer looked dumbfounded at the evidence in the young man's phone, realizing that he had been preparing incriminating evidence against him all this time. The guy exhaled heavily and noted that although everyone wants to make money, trying to squeeze money out of the old man was too much. The director didn't want to listen to the guy's morals, so he said that it was pretty low for them to interfere in his show. The director snapped his fingers and called three big guys over to him, angrily saying that threatening him with some kind of video was even more offensive. The producer said displeasedly that initially he did not intend to harm the guys and just wanted to take money from them. But he realized that it would be more effective to get it out of them. He began to set conditions for the guys to come back into the club and begin to remove all the incriminating evidence. The young man did not expect that the director would have such a thick skin, so he did not know what was the right thing to do. Zhang Yu couldn't control his anger, so he unceremoniously jumped on one of the musclemen and tried to hit him with his limp fist. The protagonist's friend tried with all his might to hit one of the thugs, but he blocked every blow with his steel body. Soon, Shu simply got tired of watching his friend being bullied, so he performed one of his tricks and made two bald jocks fly up at once. In one deft movement, the guy rushed across the stage and approached the thug who towered over Zhang Yu. Then the young man gathered all the strength in his leg and swung as hard as he could, forcing the big man to do several somersaults in the air. Despite the fact that not a single muscle man even had time to say anything, Zhu angrily asked where they had the courage to threaten them so confidently. The main character grabbed his friend and tried to escape from the scene as quickly as possible, afraid of showing his superhuman strength to too many people. Still, Zhang Yu's eyes could not deceive him, and he asked how the guy had so much strength in his legs. The young man grinned and justified himself by saying that he just trained very hard and studied martial arts. Of course, Zhang Yu did not believe his friend and believed that the guy was hiding something from him, because not everyone can just learn such tricks. Meanwhile, on his luxurious bed, the old man screamed exhaustedly in anger, asking what he should do now that he had shamefully lost in front of the public. The old man's agent began to read that local media had already begun to analyze the old man's career and raise the issue of his fraud. Then the director entered their room, smilingly saying that they still had a chance to get out and gain new popularity. The producer chuckled ominously and said that only their talented old man could restore his reputation. Niu Chongsheng put forward his idea and proposed to make a statement that they were unexpectedly attacked and he accidentally fell into the trap of the scoundrels. The old man also added that the guys should have been punished, but the director awkwardly thought that it was better not to deal with them at all. In the director's office, Niu Chongsheng's agent was a little worried about what might happen if the unfortunate video went online. The producer put a self-confident smile on his face and replied that they had nothing to worry about and they would figure it out. In fact, the director had some connections with which they could keep silent about everything. In a simple room sat a girl in a white dress who was told that a certain guy had filmed the entire disclosure of the truth about Niu Chongsheng. It was clear from her voice that she was unhappy not only with the potential leak of information to the network, but also with the fact that the director told their secrets. The agent, in a panic, said that they were under very strong pressure and were in great confusion, so they could only turn to her. The girl stood up and replied that she could play with the guy, although she understood that he was not an ordinary person and should be careful with him. She approached her servant, ordering him to locate Xu Zhenyang within 3 minutes. Xu and Jiang Yu dined on local street food in the city center, with the former explaining to his friend that he didn't tell his friend about the recording, only to make him act realistic. Then a car suddenly drove up to them, from the window of which a stern female voice was heard addressing Xu by name. The woman in white coldly told him to get into the car to talk to him for a while. Jiang Yu was quite naive, so he stared in fascination at the expensive car and the beautiful girl inside, and notes of envy for his friend again appeared in his voice. Yu suspected that something was wrong, and he didn't want to make excuses to Biola again, so he refused to sit down and invited his friend to sit down instead. Jiang Yu said that he was too busy eating delicious food. But at the same moment, the car doors swung open and a tall man with glasses jumped out, angrily addressing the young man. Opening the car doors, the woman reassured her agent and noted that Zhenyang was quite right, and such matters should be resolved patiently, face to face. The girl in white got out of the car and crossed her arms. Her name was Zhao Xiaoman, and she was also authoritatively known as the Lady of the Zhao family. She came closer and decided to get straight to the point, saying that she was going to buy the incriminating video of him at a high price. The main character looked into her eyes and muttered that Niu Chongsheng had sent the rich representative of the third generation herself to deal with him. He knew he had to be careful since the Zhao family was one of the most powerful in Santai City, and its head, Zhao Huashan, worked in the entertainment industry. The girl smiled peacefully and said that since he knew her, their affairs should go quite smoothly. She handed him the check with her little finger and asked him to enter the amount, and the guy clarified how huge the amount he could indicate. Zhao Xiaoman slyly raised her eyebrows and added that the price could be anything, but she would take harsher methods if he refused to sell her the video. The young man smiled at her and pulled out a pen from his inner pocket, saying that he agreed to a deal with a free price. The girl was already excited, as she believed that such guys were quite easy to manipulate due to their naivety and poverty. The main character wrote the price he needed on the ticket and handed it back to Zhao Xiaoman. From time to time, the woman looked around nervously, realizing that if it weren't for the crowd of people around, she would have killed Xu a long time ago. The girl confidently raised the check with the amount and thus put an end to the conclusion of their deal. In her thoughts, she was already rejoicing and remembering other similar idiots who only knew how to set prices above the skies and beg for money. As soon as she looked at the piece of paper in all its details, she suddenly fell silent, and her face tensed nervously. The guy asked her for almost $1 million in return, sparing her only some unfortunate 10,000. The woman was loudly indignant throughout the street, and the young man just laughed under his breath and continued to enjoy his dinner. The guy grabbed the piece of paper with his chopsticks and pointedly asked if the amount was beyond their means. The main character solemnly stated that one of the most influential families in their province did not live up to his expectations at all. Then the young man suggested removing a couple of zeros from the contract and tore the check into small pieces of paper. The woman rose from her seat and almost overturned the table, angrily addressing him by his full name. Bodyguard Zhao Xiaoman swung at the guy in anger and asked if he wanted to die. Xu proudly grabbed the bodyguard's hand, and the thought flashed through his mind that it was time for him to show a little composure. Then, Zhenyang pressed the bodyguard's hand tightly to the table and swung a pair of blunt chopsticks. In just 1 second, he nailed the man's hand to the cracked surface of a wooden table that could barely stand on its battered stone legs. Zhao Xiaoman stepped back hesitantly, noting in slight fear that the boy was indeed very strong. The young man pulled out a bloody eating utensil and said that the Zhao family was brazenly trying to take for themselves something that did not belong to them. The bodyguard fell to the ground and grabbed his pierced hand, and Zhu confidently asked if the girl had brought her people to him because she herself had no money. The representative of a prominent family looked intensely at the guy with only one thought that she had underestimated him. Zhu Zhengyang and Zhang Yu were about to leave, but the girl was not finished yet and swore to herself that she would not easily let him leave after such offensive behavior. The friends chatted indifferently and ignored the leaving woman, who continued to curse him and promised that she would deal with him. Zhen Yang unprincipledly eliminated his problem and invited his friend to go to a restaurant where they always went when he was still poor. A few days later, news of Niu Chongsheng's amazing disgrace during the performance spread throughout the province. During that time, the old man managed to release several video apologies at once, where he made excuses and said that two intruders burst onto the stage out of nowhere and attacked him. Meanwhile, one of the younger representatives of the Zhao family was nervously looking at his phone, listening in anger to the old man's humiliating attempts to justify himself. The dark-haired guy threw his phone in anger, saying that some Shu Zhenyang dared to insult the honor of his family and the old man closely related to it. Niu Chongsheng had a special relationship with the family, but Zhao Yiming even cursed him for disgracing them with his fiasco. The dark-haired man angrily turned to the relaxed Zhao Xiaoman, asking why she could not complete such an easy task and simply get rid of the boy. The head of the clan, Zhao Huashan, answered Yiming's question with noticeable irritation in his voice, saying that if the guy had been sober that day, then his sister would not have had to suffer herself. The man clasped his hands together, and although his gaze was stern and cruel, he still considered anger a rather useless thing. Zhao Huashan added that if his son continues to behave like this, he will never gain the respect of his grandfather, and Xiaoman sincerely apologized to him. The head of the family took a long breath and said that he relied heavily on his children and expected the best fruits of their work. He stepped forward, loudly tapping his shoes on the floor and saying that they had better use their brains quickly and not get into trouble for not having them. Finally, the man added that if they don't want to try for him, then let them at least try for the honor of their grandfather. Even though the Zhao family actually did not lose anything from the Niu Chongsheng fiasco, its reputation still suffered considerable damage. The family itself treated the old man rather dismissively, at least the younger generation, so for them he was more like a thorn in the heel. Even Cheng Baola, with whom the young man was already heading to the very party for which he helped her buy clothes, had already reported to Shu Yu about the funny video apology. Moreover, Zhang Yu had long ago blabbed to her that it was because of them that the old man was humiliated in front of the public, which is why she slightly teased Shu. Shu asked not to be distracted while he was driving, but in fact he was more worried about the fact that Niu Chongsheng was gradually starting to restore his reputation. This seemed unfair to the guy, since his videos were the first to be condemned, even though he heard that thanks to him, one application for short videos entered the top 10. The young man was ready for anything since the inaction of the Jiang family bothered and stressed him somewhat, as if they were preparing for something. When they arrived at her friend's house, Cheng added that there was absolutely no need for the guy to accompany her. When the young man offered to pretend to be her boyfriend again, Baola laughed and refused, saying that today he was just her acquaintance. Su gave up and lowered his eyebrows in a relaxed expression. After all, he was very worried about his girlfriend. Inside, Cheng was greeted warmly by a tall girl with silver hair. It was her classmate Li Yizhu. On the surface, it seemed to the guy that the relationship between Li Yizhu and Baola was quite friendly, but something seemed strange to him. In particular, the guy noticed the looks of other girls who looked at Cheng with distrust, as if they did not perceive her at all. Then Baola heard a loud voice nearby, indignantly asking how she dared to come to the party. Sun Li, an acquaintance from earlier, began loudly asking Cheng if she was going to disgrace Li Yizhu again with her presence. Also at her party, Cheng tried to object and say that she was going too far with her expressions. But Sun Li did not listen and rudely asked her to be silent. The girl with brown hair was still angry at Baola for running away and not paying for their table, and the girls nearby began to whisper about Cheng after her words. The young man thought that Baola should not have contacted Sun Li and her friends, and did not even understand why she continued to communicate with them. But such statements also began to anger Cheng, and she said that from the very beginning, it was Sun Li who invited her and was going to make her pay. She said loudly that the brown-haired girl and her friends had eaten their fill a long time ago, and out of personal hostility they wanted to humiliate her, since she had a rich boyfriend. Sun Li pressed her lips together nervously, listening to the anger of the girl she envied with every corner of her soul. The young man looked at his friend proudly, as he was very glad that Baola was able to defend her position. Baola was breathing nervously and shaking with anger, but Li Yizhu gently extended her hand to her and asked her to calm down. The silver-haired girl was visibly annoyed herself, as she didn't want anyone yelling or getting angry at her birthday party. The birthday girl leaned over to Cheng and secretly told about one rich girl, Zhou Man, who could erase all problems with work if she leaned towards her. The hot-tempered Baola was indignant and boldly asked if Li Yizhu called her only to ask her to fall at the knees of the rich Zhou Man. The girl with silver hair exhaled heavily and whispered Cheng's name. She clearly did not speak out of resentment or evil motives. Li Yizhu lowered her eyes and replied that all people should assess their situation sensibly and not jump in over their heads. The birthday girl's face darkened and she pleadingly spoke about how much the rich girl's husband had helped her and her family. At the same moment, the crowd was filled with loud admiration because Zhou Man herself had just arrived at the party. The dark-haired Zhou Man entered first, followed by her large husband, Sun Feng, one of the most influential people in Santai City. Those two turned out to have all the attention of the crowd, as if they were some kind of celebrities who happened to be at an alumni meeting. Xu decided to ask Cheng if Zhou Man was some kind of rival, and Baola nodded and added that according to rumors, the dark-haired woman had risen significantly in less than a year. Zhou Man immediately noticed Cheng, since she was not standing in the crowd and looked like a white crow who did not fall right under her feet. The dark-haired woman slowly walked up to Baola with her husband and greeted him smugly, although from the latter it was clear that she had no desire to carry on a conversation. Zhou Man put on a pompous smile on her face and introduced her husband, saying that Sun Fei was from a family of garment factory owners in the city. A crowd of people began to whisper and idolize Zhou Man and her husband in every possible way, calling them a wonderful couple and saying that her husband was like an angel. In the midst of such noise, Xu could no longer hold back the chuckle that was escaping from his throat. His awkward giggle gradually grew into full-fledged laughter, and those present and guests did not understand why the guy suddenly began to laugh. Xu tried to apologize through his vulgar laughter, saying that he had never heard such nonsense in his life. The crowd looked at him like he was crazy. And meanwhile, Zhenyang decided to ask something else. He looked at them with a threatening expression on his face and asked why they were all pestering his girlfriend so much if they still wanted to live. This was not the first time Sun Li had heard that Xu was Baola's boyfriend, but last time it was a rather bad omen for her. Zhou Man and Sun Fei tensed and froze in place. Zhenyang's looming tone silenced them abruptly. But after a few awkward seconds, the entire room erupted in laughter from other girls, who rather found the guy's words hilarious. The dark-haired girl laughed and asked Baola what was wrong with her abnormal boyfriend. And Sun Li pulled herself up and asked why Xu allowed himself to talk down to Sun Fei so much. Zhou Man grinned and sweetly noted that Cheng's chosen one was a completely unhappy empty talker, with whom she would definitely not be happy. Xu wanted to object, but then Cheng stepped into her role, saying that her boyfriend was not the subject of the discussions and had nothing to do with them. The dark-haired woman threw up her hands and said dramatically that Baola couldn't even find a normal job, and the guy was like a parasite to her. Lowering her eyebrows arrogantly, Zhou Man added that at least her husband was not homeless. Sun Fei intervened and began to temptingly tell them that there was an opening for a manager in their sales department. Baola had already heard more than once that Sun Fei tried to place her in one of his enterprises, but she hesitated and did not know whether she should refuse. An ominous grin appeared on the fat man's face, and he asked if a salary of 5 li would suit her. The other girls began to look at each other in shock and whisper, because this was a lot of money. Sun Fei began to slowly approach Cheng and say that 5 li would be enough for housing and food, and maybe he would sometimes give her bonuses. He extended his pincer to the girl and said that if she wanted even more, first he would have to test some of her abilities. Xu managed to grab Cheng and take her away before Sun Fei had the opportunity to encroach on her. Zhenyang angrily responded that he earned hundreds of yuan a month and his girlfriend would never need the unfortunate 5 li in her life. The main character grabbed his so-called girlfriend by the hand and led him to the exit. And Zhou Man continued to insult those in the back and order them to return. The dark-haired woman with flying saliva ordered Cheng to kneel in front of her and call herself trash, who will always work for others. When Zhou Man also added that she would make Baola remain poor for the rest of her life, Xu looked at her with disgust in his eyes and asked her to stop talking nonsense. Sun Fei's face broke into a devilish smile, and he said through giggling that Zhu's girl could say anything. The filthy rich man became more like a wild beast when he mentioned that he would grant the wishes of any girl if she listened to him. This was the last straw for the guy, and he said that he hated trash like Sun Fei, so he decided to teach him a lesson. Picking up his phone, the young man finally added in a serious voice that he warned that his girlfriend should not be offended. The call came to Chen Haohai's office, who was ordered by the young man to clear all possible information about a girl named Zhou Man. The businessman gave his charges 5 minutes to analyze the unscrupulous woman who allowed Mr. Chengyang to be rude. The boy deliberately put the phone on speaker so that all the party guests could hear Chen's anger. Joe Man did not appreciate the young man's joke and loudly asked how he dared to threaten her with some unfortunate trinket, thinking that he had seen enough films. Sue noted that the girl's comment was funny, but warned that the real fun would soon begin and Joe would no longer be so funny. At the same time, through the phone speaker, an accurate calculation of the personal data of the girl and her husband began, including data that had not been relevant for years. The personal information also listed 52 men, ranging in age from 28 to 64, whom Joe Man had dated over the past few years. The crowd could only stand with their mouths open, listening that there were also cases where the girl dated several men at the same time. The guy grinned smugly and ironically commented that somehow she had too many suitors. Joe Man tried to refute the information and threatened the young man with court, but he interrupted her and said that he was not finished yet. The dark-haired woman's face contorted in horror when the information was mentioned that she had had 6 abortions over the past 3 years. The girl's vile husband was forced to listen to the fact that his wife rented 86 hotel rooms last year, and the last one was rented the day before the party. On a personal note, Shu added that one of her active guests at the hotel was named Sun Jian, and then mockingly asked if Sun Fei knew him. The rich man gritted his teeth in anger and said that a certain Sun Jin was his father. Such a turn of events made the audience exclaim in unison. The dark-haired woman began to desperately beg to stop, trying to shout over the humiliating information that was coming from Shu's phone. The girl ran towards him, but the guy dodged, and she tripped and fell painfully face down on the floor. Joe Man nervously looked at her angry husband and tried to justify herself through her own stuttering. The girl stood up and continued to squeeze out the words that in fact all this was not what it seemed. But her vile husband didn't even want to listen to her, and in anger asked what else he could hear about her that was new. Instead of peacefully breaking up with her, he decided to act more basely and hit the dark-haired girl on the cheek with his swollen palm. The audience froze in horror as they watched the drama unfold in front of them, where Sun Fei accused the girl of walking with several men at the Haicheng Hotel. Now the matter remained small, so Zhu hid his phone, ending his performance of humiliation. Sun Fei stood over the exhausted girl for a long time and loudly squeezed out insults towards her, her parents, and her parents' ancestors. Then the major turned to the guy and accused him of deliberately pissing him off, and then immediately added that their marriage with Zhou was fictitious and he never touched her. There was nothing benevolent in the bloody eyes of the rich man when he began to think that because of Shu, he could lose his reputation. The fat man's face contorted madly, and he added that he would deal with his ex later, but now he wanted to find a new wife. The bastard had already tried several times to tie Baola to his business, and now he had the perfect opportunity to take her for himself. A sharp smile spread across his lips, and he was already imagining how he would get rid of Zhenyang and take Cheng for himself. Zhu came closer and said with a cheeky smile on his face that he never thought that such an influential person would be so pathetic. Then, the fat man threatened to make one call and find out everything about the young man. And in the meantime, he did not object and even began to urge him on. Zhu was in anticipation, as Sun Fei did not yet know that he was closely connected with the 4 powerful rulers of the city. The major made a call and unceremoniously yelled out the window that he wanted to know everything about a certain guy named Zhu Zhengyang. The voice on the phone was uncertain, since there were many people with a similar name, but the man's patience was running out and he ordered to look through information about everyone. The disgusting fat man began urging the person on the phone to quickly find out all the information about Zhenyang. The young man saw the guy's desperation and suggested that he take his passport to make it easier, but he shuddered and cold sweat began to flow down his face. Sun Fei snatched the guy's passport with a crazy grin on his face and said that he would soon regret giving it to him. After several long, painful minutes, the search for information was finally completed, and the fat man confidently declared that now he would reveal all the secrets of the main character. The young man did not bother him and shook his head impatiently, supposedly giving him a chance to tell all the amazing information about him. The fat man chuckled smugly and answered the call, pointedly turning on the speakerphone so that everyone could hear everything. The major raised his phone a little higher in anticipation, ordering his agent to begin expounding the young man's secrets. However, he and the public were met with disappointment when the agent reported that they were not able to dig up any secret information about Shuya, since they were denied rights. Zhenyang ironically spread his hands and grinned, arrogantly asking if he liked his military secrets. In fact, despite all his self-confidence, Shu was slightly surprised that the leadership refused to give any information about him, which he suspected Chen Haohai of. The fat man was noticeably sick from the news, and the concerned birthday girl ran up to the man, saying that she would take him to a calm place. The girl with silver hair already realized that everything was over between the Major and Joe Man, so she wanted to quickly take the place of the scoundrel's new wife. Her sharp display of kindness was not without reason, and she was simply inflating her worth before becoming the best candidate for that bride. Li Yizhu looked at Baolu and Shu with feigned anger, saying that she kindly invited them to her birthday, and they ruined her holiday, so she ordered them to leave. Baola was loudly indignant and asked why she was kicking her out of the estate, but was going to leave the swindlers behind. The birthday girl shouted that Chung had insulted not only the Sun family, but also her entire family. So she announced that her family no longer wanted anything to do with the girl. Chung chuckled and in an offended tone asked Li Yizhu not to worry, since she had not considered her to be her friend for a long time. However, as soon as they were about to leave, someone unceremoniously appeared at the entrance to the estate. Everyone present stared at the unexpected guest who showed up at the party out of nowhere. Tang Ying stood at the entrance to the estate with a small box in her hands, saying that she was also invited to the party and she really hoped that she was not at the wrong address. Other guests could not believe that such an important person could join such an event. This was part of the plan, as Baola personally asked Tang Ying to present a gift to Li Yiru on her behalf to see her reaction. This was not supposed to happen in front of everyone, so Baola was slightly alarmed, but the main character asked her to continue to appear calm. The guy said in a whisper that soon everyone present would know everything, but Chung still didn't understand what he was talking about. Tang Ying slowly walked up to the birthday girl and greeted her with her polite and sophisticated voice. The businesswoman smiled and said that Li Yizhu was going to give a gift to an anonymous guest. Then, with intrigue, she began to open a small box, which partly resembled a wooden box. When the box opened, inside was a golden emblem depicting a soaring phoenix. Li Yizhu was visibly impressed and immediately asked who the mysterious anonymous person was who was ready to give her such an expensive trinket. The fat man stood up, not understanding who could give the girl such a precious gift, because even he could not afford this. The girl stared in fascination at the golden treasure in front of her and was already planning to find out who gave her the gift in order to be sure to make connections with him. She then began to reach for her golden artifact in anticipation, but someone abruptly addressed Tang Ying in a cold voice. Su intervened, ordering Tang Ying not to give the gift to the girl and confidently declaring that she did not deserve it. The young man's face contorted in disgust, and he louder repeated his request not to give anything to the birthday girl. Sun Li screamed in anger and called the guy a beggar, emotionally saying that he didn't even have the right to say Tang Ying's name. The silver-haired girl tensed her facial muscles and said through contempt that Baola had already ruined her birthday enough, and now she was interfering when Tang Ying herself came to her. The birthday girl said that she would not repeat it a third time, so once again politely but with a shout, she ordered the guy and girl to get out of her estate. Li Yizhu could already imagine how she was sitting on Tang Ying's luxurious chair and drinking expensive wine while the businesswoman picked out the best outfit for her. Just the thought made her soul feel very sweet, especially imagining that even Sun Feng would want to worship someone like her. The crowd of guests began to vehemently support the girl, and in unison told Shu and Biole to get out of their party. Tang Ying hesitantly approached the two and asked in confusion what was really going on with them. Li Yiru and Sun Li fell silent and looked dumbfounded at the quiet Tang Ying, who began to doubt whether she should have given the gift. The girl with silver hair worriedly ran up to the business girl and asked if she had any doubts about them, which she did not deny. Her answer caused Li Yizhu even greater panic, and she emotionally asked not to trust Shu and his girlfriend, even if she knew them. Tang Ying looked at the nervous girl in irritation and said that it was Baola who asked to give the phoenix to the birthday girl. Li Yiru became even more nervous and began to shake, asking if Tang Ying was trying to play an unfortunate, cruel joke on her. Yu said that there was no point in talking with those who kicked them out, to which the businesswoman agreed and immediately headed for the exit. The guy made a slight nod of approval towards his colleague, supposedly saying that they did it well. The businesswoman resolutely directed the tips of her eyebrows downwards and squeezed out a collected smile and nodded slightly in response. Then Tang Ying took off her stern mask and with a benevolent laugh asked Baolu not to worry. Li Yiru's heart sank when it turned out that Tang Ying and Chung were actually on good terms. The silver-haired girl couldn't believe that she had just missed out on a gift in the form of a golden phoenix that was meant for her personally. The birthday girl began to regret her words to Chung, so she ran towards her in her high heels to take her treasure back. The girl shouted to her former friend and asked her to wait, but Baola ignored her and simply left with Tang Ying and Shu. But the Silver Maiden did not have time to leave her mansion, as her entrance was blocked by two huge guards. But even with the doors locked, Lee Yiju continued to break ties and apologize to Baola, saying that they were best friends. Chin turned her head to her so-called friend, and tears appeared in her eyes as she said that Lee Yiju did not value her at all, even though she always helped her. Baola wanted to add something else, but the young man put his hand on her shoulder to calm her down. The guy's gesture only made things worse, and the girl started to get visibly angry as she was very annoyed and felt betrayed. Shu turned to Lee Yiju and said that he was giving her 2 hours to leave Santai without a trace. Otherwise, she and Sun Fei would be severely punished. The girl with silver hair fell to her knees in despair. Because escaping the city in 2 hours was simply an impossible task, she realized what a mistake she had made. Zhenyang patted his friend on the back and told her that it was finally over, and she could return to her lively temperament. And so it happened, because as soon as Baola had the opportunity, she again attacked the guy with her fists and began to get angry with him. When they arrived at the main office to clarify Tang Ying's situation in more detail, the main character said that he and Chen agreed to meet a little later. Of course, besides this, the guy had a lot more to do, so he was going to justify the unearthly balance of his card by saying that he had become a feng shui master. Tang Ying remembered her promise to help the boy, but when she prepared to fulfill her share, those two were no longer in her office. The young man and his girlfriend slowly walked out of the multi-story building, but there was an oppressive silence between them. Baola was the first to break the silence and thanked the guy almost in a whisper, but he sarcastically pretended that he had not heard anything because of the wind and asked him to repeat it louder. The girl did not appreciate the guy's jokes and began screaming in his ear, but she was already grateful. But because he lied too much and that Tang Ying was too patient with him, the guy smiled and reminded the girl and her dream of opening a healthy food restaurant, and since he now had money, they could organize such a business. Thus, the young man simply wanted to calm the girl down, but she called the young man's money dirty and said that she would never touch it. The guy smiled at her and said that Baola should not refuse the help of the richest man in the world. In the end, the girl gave up and still agreed with the guy's proposal, although she partly doubted that he could make her dream come true so easily. The next morning, they decided to go to the real estate agency, so Baola took it upon herself to look for a good place to open a business. The girl noted that since Shu advertised himself as an incredibly large investor, he should have justified himself and bought everything she wanted. Entering the agency, the young man was greeted at the entrance by a tall man with glasses who played the role of a real estate manager, and Zhenyang explained that he had come to rent the premises. The manager asked the girl with glasses, Xiaoya, to advise their guest, but the girl crossed her arms and said displeasedly that she only serves VIP clients. The disappointed guy was not prepared for this because he had never seen someone serve their clients so selectively. As it turned out, Xiaoya only accepted high-class women and even less often men, although she was extremely popular with them. The main character thoughtfully asked why she was so busy with clients when there was nothing difficult in her work. The girl narrowed her eyes suspiciously, telling herself that the young man was probably trying to attract his attention. While Shu was trying to come up with a plan, something cold pressed against his cheek, causing him to shiver slightly. Baola quickly coped with the search for soda and was already loudly offering the guy a choice of 2 cans. Other people in the room began to whisper and compare Chung to Xiaoya, who refused to accept a client with such a beautiful girl. The manager saw Xiaoya's unimportant expression and offered to work for someone else, calling the cheerful Kei Lei as their consultant. A few minutes later, Kei Lei led the two into a spacious room, saying that they had personally selected an area of about 500 square meters on 2 floors for them. The consultant smiled and noted that a room of this size was one of the best they could offer, and they could already conclude a contract. Baola looked down and began to noticeably doubt, already imagining the exorbitant price. But the young man threw up his hands and said that money was not a problem for them. Then the girl had to call the previous owner of the huge premises, who limped to join them. The muscular man had the surname Zhao, and said that he originally planned to use the place for his own purposes. But the plans did not work out as expected. The girl began to whisper in the guy's ear that Mr. Zhao's 2 children were very sick, so he had to spend huge sums on their treatment. Of course, the man seemed very sad to the main character, which is why he himself felt a little sorry for the thug, and as soon as the guy expressed his desire to buy the premises, Xiaoya came inside along with her red-haired client, saying that her master Peter had returned from the UK and wanted to rent the premises first. When she intervened in their business conversation, Mr. Zhao frowned and noted that first he needed to complete the matter with his first guests. Consultant Xiaoya wanted to object loudly, but the red-haired guy himself came forward and waved his hand, supposedly saying that he could figure it out himself. Mr. Peter pursed his lips arrogantly and extended his hand to Chung, saying that in 10 years in the UK he had never met such a beautiful lady. The red-haired boy adjusted his glasses. Noting how striking the figure and appearance of the girl in front of him was, he began to bring his palm closer because he wanted to kiss her hand, although he was afraid that she might get angry. But as soon as she touched the tips of her nails to his hand, Paola put on a smile and simply waved her hand as a greeting. The girl really didn't understand anything, so she leaned over to her friend and noted that for some reason Peter had frowned because of her, and the young man suggested that she think a little. Xiaoya grinned and declared to the whole room that the uncultured Chegg could at least show some respect to the guy who was going to give her a kiss. The main character grinned and said that their culture was quite different from the English one, especially since it was not customary for them to kiss busy ladies. Xiaoya's face twisted in disgust as he began to read out etiquette rules to her and tell her which things were actually rude. The red-haired guy waved his hand and said that the culture was nothing, since he was more interested in the fact that Paola was going to rent the premises. Peter laughed, adding that he also liked the spacious place, and he didn't want to look for a new one at all. He approached Chung again and said that since they came to buy the premises first, he would be forced to give in to them, since he did not want to quarrel with such a beautiful girl. And yet, he seemed too impudent to Paola and Shu, because the red-haired man completely ignored Mr. Zhao's words, and also made some generous concessions. Peter turned on his business-like voice and asked if the couple had already agreed on their rent, since he had one offer. Zhenyang and the girl looked in disbelief at the red-haired guy, who seemed to have a rather slimy face, as he was about to offer them something. The guy began to stutter and said that he could purchase an entire building and then rent it out to the couple. But Mr. Zhao was noticeably outraged by the proposal. Xiaoya began to sing that the red-haired guy's father owned several design companies at once, so he could afford such huge expenses. Mr. Zhao sadly turned to Shu and said that in his position he was obliged to take advantage of Mr. Peter's offer. Shu objected and said that he, too, had no intention of renting the premises from the very beginning. The man's eyes widened in shock because two potential clients came to him at once and were going to buy his place. The young man explained that when he first arrived, he was primarily going to buy the man's building and not rent it, and Paola in a whisper asked him not to show off too much. Mr. Zhao exhaled and said that in this case he was ready to give priority to Shu, but Xiaoya loudly intervened and demanded that the auction be held. The main character did not doubt for a second and agreed with the girl's proposal. He still had plenty of money in his pocket. Mr. Peter grinned, saying that he also did not mind taking part in small fairs on site. The red-haired guy put his hand forward and with a wide smile said that first, he wanted to know how much Zhao wanted to charge for the premises. Mr. Zhao nervously lowered his eyes and said that he was selling in a hurry, so he was ready to pay for 15 yuan. Even though at the usual price he would have sold for 17, everything was going incredibly well, and the red-haired guy was already imagining how easily the building would be in his possession. Thanks to this information, Peter already had a plan to increase the price to 18 yuan in order to win the man's attention. A self-confident smile spread across Peter's face, and he said that he was offering 15.5 yuan for the premises with a down payment of 50%. Thus, the red-haired guy wanted to buy the entire building and then pay extra for the rent of Paola, with whom he could then become close. Mr. Peter put his hand forward and said with an arrogant smile that it was now time for the main character to put forward his bet. The young man cleared his throat hesitantly and began to reason out loud, but Paola grabbed him by the shoulders and stopped him. Chung grabbed the guy tightly and loudly apologized to those present, saying that they needed to discuss something in private. The protagonist's girlfriend was furious, saying that he had no brains left because of the money and that it was absurd to participate in the auction for the sake of some restaurant. She looked at the young man indignantly, ordering him not to spend so much money on some unfortunate premises. The guy's head, of course, was full of self-confidence, so he began to tease Paola, who, as usual, opposed his ingenious schemes. The young man said sarcastically that the girl could easily rent a room from him and not worry about anything. Shu asked her if she still didn't understand what cunning idea the red-haired guy was trying to put forward. Zhenyang reassured the girl and added that he too was crazy in his own way, so soon the entire building would fully belong to her. The young man wanted to pay a higher price just to wipe his nose, so he offered to push and scare off his opponents. They soon returned and apologized for the wait, and the guy loudly announced that he had decided to continue bidding. Their opponents froze and fell silent for a second, as they did not expect anyone to argue with 15 yuan. Mr. Peter tensed, There was noticeable anger and irritation on his face, and it was as if fire began to boil in his eyes. Then, the red-haired guy grinned madly and asked how much they were willing to pay for the premises in that case. The young man smiled confidently, and with a little intrigue, revealed his bet of as much as 100 yuan. Both Mr. Zhou and consultant Keilei's jaws dropped at such a price. Even consultant Xiao Ya, who was not prepared for such absurd behavior from the young man, was dumbfounded. Mr. Peter squeezed out a condemning laugh and arrogantly addressed the main character through a cold exhalation. The red-haired guy grinned and asked not to joke with him, saying that the young man was trying too hard to be a hero. The Englishman walked around the room and began to sarcastically recall some Chinese proverb. Then Peter grinned and said in a cold voice that his rivals were just trying to pull dust in his eyes. Xiaoya giggled loudly, and with a wide smile on her face asked Shu and Biola not to disgrace their country with such ridiculous amounts. However, the young man laughed in response and said that one should not come to conclusions ahead of time. Taking out his wallet and starting to unceremoniously pull out banknote after banknote, the young man said that it was not he who was spoiling the face of the country. When the guy was getting out of his house, several hundred yuan bills fell out of one box at once, which just found a use. The young man handed a 100 yuan note forward and asked if it would be enough for him to buy Mr. Zhou's building. The owner of the premises looked in amazement at the banknote with a huge amount, opening his mouth wide and not believing his own eyes. Xiaoya looked at the young man with disbelief in her eyes, since she had never seen such bills and was burning with a great desire to check them. The man became numb, and his ligaments tightened, and he could not even squeeze out a squeak, not even realizing how rich the guy was, since he had several such bills in his wallet at once. Baola looked at the young man with suspicion and asked why they were silent. But the main character asked her to be a little more patient, and then quickly hid the money from her. The young man haughtily extended his hand and asked Mr. Peter why he did not bid in return, pointing out that he was quite rich and generous. The red-haired guy's face began to pour out in cold sweat, because he had never even dreamed of such money in his sweet dreams. The Englishman began to feel as if he was beginning to get wet through with his own excitement, realizing that if he offered a higher amount, he would simply bury himself. Then Mr. Peter simply began to clap his hands loudly and loudly, but noticeably nervously, say that Zhu, apparently, was not from the poor either. His face almost resembled a skull when he politely said that if the guy continues to spend money like this, sooner or later he will end up on the street. The red-haired guy bowed, saying that he was no longer going to raise the price and participate in the auction, appealing to the opinion of the landlord. In fact, even Zhenyang didn't expect that he could defeat someone like Peter so easily with just one bill. Shu hummed that 100 yuan was not such a huge amount, so there was no point in coming to conclusions ahead of time. Of course, such a statement made Peter and Xiaoya even more bewildered, especially when the guy added that it was not for them to talk about his family budget. The guy picked up his wallet again and pulled out one beautiful 100 yuan bill, which in his real world would be a completely insignificant amount. Yu shook the thug's hand and added that he gave his money not only for the sake of the premises, but also for the general good of the man. Now in the big man's right hand was a 100 yuan note, money that he could spend on treating his children. Kalo ran up to them and the guy said that 100 yuan should be enough to buy medicine for Mr. Zhou's sick children. Yu smiled and added that his bill was only a small part of what he could do for the man. Then tears appeared in Mr. Zhou's eyes and he fell to his weak knees in front of the guy with a desperate voice. The man leaned over to the young man and began to thank him heartily in tears, although the guy was at first alarmed by his sharp emotional outburst. Then the price devaluation system again appeared over the young man's face, but again with a fine, which is why Shu was indignant, because he had done a good deed. Mr. Peter cleared his throat and intervened in Mr. Zhou's moment of joy, saying that he hoped the man could thank him properly as well. The red-haired guy did not want all the praise to go to the young man, so he began to rant out of his nerves about the fact that Shu put forward 100 yuan only because of him. Zhu lowered his eyes in disgust, saying that Peter had fallen too low, saying that he had made the greatest contribution to the treatment of the man's children. The young man began to approach the Englishman threateningly, saying that, unlike him, he would not even think of squeezing out more than 15 yuan. Mr. Peter stared in fear at the boy's intimidating gait and began to step back with a nervous look on his face. He couldn't figure out who was towering over him, since even his distinguished family couldn't spend 100 yuan just like that. So he decided not to get involved with the guy at all. Within a second, he flew out of the store like a bullet along with Xiao Ya, who was still trying to catch up with her potential client. Zhu turned to consultant Keilei and asked her to fill out all the documents, since he had already completed the contribution. But for a long time, the satisfied cries of Joe could be heard throughout the building. On the way from the agency, Chung admitted that she was actually pleased with the purchase, although she asked how much the rent would cost in general. The young man decided not to tell the girl anything yet, so he simply boldly asked how much she was willing to pay. Paola began to insist and demand to tell her the exact amount in order to start saving money, but the guy evaded and said that he would take on the entire payment. As usually happens, Chung became furious again and ordered Shu to stop lying and not tell her stories about some kind of feng shui. Yang tried to say something to her while she continued to beat him, but the girl now didn't even want to listen. But after looking away for just a second, the main character suddenly froze and stared into the distance with his blue eyes. A tall girl with long red hair and a blue dress was walking in the other direction. The guy didn't understand why, but his gaze seemed to be drawn to the stranger who was simply passing by. For some reason, his eyes themselves continued to look at the red-haired girl. Even when Paola screamed right in his face, Chung soon noticed that the guy was ignoring her, so she clarified what was wrong with him, because it was not like him at all. The boy clenched his teeth tightly, as if something had begun to make him incredibly angry and he could lose his temper at any moment. Unceremoniously, the guy rushed forward down the street, shouting to Paola that he had some important business to attend to. Shu didn't remember the last time he ran at the same speed, but the red-haired girl couldn't just run away from him, because he had believed that she was dead a long time ago. She seemed to stop on purpose, but did not look back towards the young man, who continued to run in her direction. He approached the red-haired girl and loudly ordered her to stop, because he simply did not believe that this could not be the one he was thinking about. Tears began to appear in the guy's eyes when he recognized the long red hair of his mother, who had left him and died a long time ago. The woman heard his exclamations perfectly well, but simply smiled and did not answer, continuing to head in her direction. But unexpectedly for him, the red-haired woman put her hands back and sharply increased her speed, accelerating suspiciously well in her heels. The woman was quite fast, and she even managed to overtake the young man, who was almost on his last legs trying to catch up with her. Shu already had 1,600 speed points in his score, but even that was not enough to catch up with his mother. The guy began to inadvertently doubt that he had met someone completely different, because the woman behaved very strangely. One way or another, Yang was helped by the fact that the red-haired woman stopped at one moment, as she found herself at the dead end of one of the narrow alleys. The guy decided to take his chance and began to carefully approach the girl, ordering her to turn to him and let him see her face. But as soon as he got closer to her, her hair shook and the girl quickly jumped up. The building was tall, but she took advantage of the narrow space between the walls and jumped up to the top. The guy had never seen such techniques in real life, so he could just stare as she ran away. Not only was he unable to even catch up with her, but now it turned out that his so-called mother could also jump on walls like a professional killer. The young man looked up with a serious look, in which one could read both sadness and noticeable dissatisfaction. But the guy acted decisively, so within a few seconds he slammed several expensive bills onto the security guard's table. Zhu knocked on the table and loudly demanded a compilation of their CCTV footage. He left as quickly as he came, so he finally asked to make him a copy of all the notes. The man in the suit waited for the main character to leave, staring at him with a slightly tense gaze. The guard reached into his inside pocket for his phone. The man was very noticeably nervous. A man in a suit called a certain director and said that a person had come to him who might be of interest to him, so he would immediately send his notes. However, soon, camera footage of a strange red-haired girl was also broadcast in the Zhao family estate. Zhao Xiaoman noted that her subordinates reported to her that Zhu had visited the guards to order copies of the camera footage. Family head. Zhao clasped his hands together and asked if his daughter knew the red-haired woman in the video. Zhao Xiaoman handed over a document file and said that she had previously investigated a secret organization out of personal interest. The daughter of the family suggested that the mysterious woman was one of some defenders. But the name seemed alien to the head. The girl explained that the organization was quite ancient, and its members acted as bodyguards, although nothing was known about the woman or the group. Zhao Xiaoman put forward a theory that Xu Zhenyang could be the patron of the red-haired girl, since there was no information about both of them. Iman grinned and suggested connecting even more people and other connections in order to get at least something about those two. Zhao Xiaoman agreed, but warned, saying that you should act carefully, and even better, set someone up against Xu Zhenyang yourself. The head of the Zhao family listened to his daughter's reasoning and decided to pick up one of his thick cigars. The man brought it to his lips and said that they needed to maintain their mystery since they did not need problems from the defenders. Chao Huashan added that the price on Xu Zhenyang's head could increase if the truth was revealed that he was associated with the protectors. Meanwhile, Xu took his car and decided to go to his hometown while talking to Baola on the phone. The young man could roughly imagine how angry Baola was, probably with him for leaving so unceremoniously and leaving her. The secretary personally assigned by Chen Haohai, Yu Ruan, grabbed the steering wheel with both hands and asked where they were heading when leaving the city itself. The young man, with a slight sadness in his voice, looked out the window and said that they were heading to his house, and pictures of nostalgia began to pop up in his head. As soon as the guy moved to a huge metropolis, he completely forgot about his village, which, despite its status, was popular with many tourists. He was interested in watching the development of the village, but at the same time, he knew that first of all he came there for his mother, so he did not intend to stay long. But as soon as they arrived at the very entrance to the village, they were met by a barrier and several incomprehensible old men behind it. The fat, red-haired woman came to the car window and demanded 5 li for the ride, so the guy was forced to give her the required amount. The woman grinned smugly and allowed them to pass, playing with the golden toy on her fingers. Yes, it was really suspiciously easy to make money from tourists in such a village. So in the future, the young man was already planning to put them in their place. The driver noted that such siphoning of money was not entirely legal, but Zhu asked her not to worry. Then, the blue eyes of the protagonist tensed again, because they had not yet driven even a kilometer when they were stopped again. Now their path was blocked by several people with clubs and hammers, clearly not offering their guests a warm welcome. Yuren looked at the guy puzzled and asked in a serious voice what they should have done, and Shu grinned and asked her to turn off the engine. The guy sarcastically commented that they probably thought he had a huge wallet, so he was going to chat with them. An old woman slowly began to approach the car, giggling under her breath and asking if they wanted to pass. She, conspiratorially, leaned out the window and said in an angry voice that any travel in their village had to be paid, only 8 li. Yuren was loudly indignant at the sky-high price, and the young man replied that he had not come to travel around their village. The fat old woman began to loudly complain through the window and shout that they had very colorful landscapes, so she once again demanded to give her the money. She soon began knocking not only on the window but also on the car, and each blow was quite strong, and her nails left barely noticeable scratches on it. Then Shu got out of the car and said that they would still be able to get through, since there were a lot of people around. The old lady laughed ominously and pointed to the huge bloody trail on the road, saying that the boy was not the first to refuse to cooperate. The fat woman threatened to call half the village and kill the guy along with his car, and one of the men with a metal bat came forward. The fat man swung his club and shouted that rule breakers should be punished accordingly. The guy objected and said that he hadn't even had time to really do anything to be punished. Zhu quickly extended his hand forward to the big man and pressed it firmly against the man's face, causing the fat man to jump back and drop his bat. Zhenyang did not let go of his face and said that money had completely blinded them. Idiots who thought that they could do whatever they wanted. The young man added that he would not obey someone like them and swung his leg, turning the fat man's shin bone into small crumbs with one blow. The big man fell exhausted to the ground and the old woman screamed throughout the street, calling the guy a murderer and shouting at others to attack. Other old men and angry villagers began attacking the young man with their pitchforks and shovels, asking who dared to enter their territory. The guy easily repelled their attacks and sent them flying, forcing several men to turn over in the air. The angry villagers took turns landing their faces on the ground with a loud crash. Entire groups and detachments of angry peasants ran towards the young man, clutching at any tools and devices as weapons. One of the men with a sickle ran up to him and ordered the others to take the guy's money and car, and then throw him into a ravine. Zhu turned to them in anger and asked how they could call such an attitude human. Yuren saw what was happening, so she had already picked up her phone and started calling Chen Haohai, planning to tell him about the problem. But soon the safe and sound guy returned to the car, and the girl looked at him in surprise and asked if he was okay. The bodies of beaten people were scattered everywhere around the car, and Shu noted that he only broke a couple of bones. The old woman blocked the path of the car with her body and shouted in anger that the guy had not paid the fare and had also beaten all the residents. Yuren wanted to ask what they should do first, and Shu answered her to just drive forward and not think about the consequences. The driver agreed to the guy's request, so she pressed her foot on the gas pedal and ran into the old woman, immediately knocking her off her feet. The old woman was barely able to avoid the crazy car, retreating exhaustedly to the side after it ran over her leg. She screamed again, but this time in pain, screaming that they almost crushed her with their insolence. The old woman fell onto the road and grabbed her leg, swaying on the ground from side to side as the car drove away from her. Soon they were stopped again by a company of old men, threatening to kill them because they began to knock down the villagers. Then Shu got out of the car again and asked in a threatening voice what the old men wanted from him. The old guys sang the same song, saying that they had to pay for their beautiful scenery, and the guy had to give them at least 1 mao if he didn't want them to call the police. Zhenyang let out a ridiculously trembling exhale at the amount, because if he had known about such a scam, he would not have thought of giving them money in the past. The young man indignantly stated that there were 10 times more old people, so they also tried to rob him directly from his pockets, adding that he would rather spend the money on charity. The armed villagers looked at the boy with anger when he said that he would mutilate them and then put them on trial. Yu extended his hand forward and made a challenge, ordering them to take a step in his direction if they wanted to finish the game with him. One of the men shouted that he had never seen such an idiot before, and then ordered the others to attack the young man and kill him. However, at the same moment, a wooden bat flew at great speed towards the man on the other side. The wooden weapon hit the old man's face painfully, causing him to open his mouth wide and his eyes to bulge in horror. On the other side, a whole group of tall men in suits appeared, whose gray-haired leader indignantly asked what was happening with them. The stern leader tensed his facial muscles and clarified why the residents allowed themselves to be in charge and thought that they could get away with everything. A bald guy ran up to the gray-haired man, addressing him as Brother Lee with alarm in his voice, and the former, meanwhile, motioned to one of the servants to give him another bat. The blunt tip of the wooden bat met the man's bald head, and Mr. Lee asked who allowed the man to open his mouth in front of him. The gray-haired man with a quick but gallant gait approached the young man, who stood with a little bewilderment on his face. Mr. Lee bowed to Shu Zhenyang and apologized for his incompetence, saying that the Qi Company had come to his aid. The main character had heard about the Qi Company led by Qi Yunfei and assumed that it was them who were called by Yu Ruin as guards. The guy nodded his head and approached the car with a request to check how much the fare in their region actually cost, and then return the stolen money to everyone. The young man added that the villagers should stop rioting and they need to get better, and Mr. Lee obeyed the order. The car engine was quite loud, but even through it and the walls of the car, one could hear the screams of exhausted old people and other trespassers from the village. On the way forward, Yu Ruin noted that they were very lucky that Qi's company arrived on time, and the young man agreed, saying that he could hardly cope with the number of those on his own. The main character looked at the driver and suggested that they could have been stopped in the first place, because she looked very rich. Yu Run laughed awkwardly and noted that the guy should stop joking like that, and he laughed back and said that he was just trying to dispel the atmosphere. Soon they arrived. At the foot of the mountain stood a small gray house, which seemed as if it could fall apart at any moment. Yu Ren saw the guy's slightly tense face and asked how he felt. But the young man noted that he just remembered one problem, and so the so-called problem could be a pumped-up man in a chair, whom even Shu Zhenyang was afraid of, saying that he was very dangerous. The guy got out of the car and loudly greeted his brother, without even warning him about his unexpected arrival. His brother was always against the development of his business and even stopped communicating with him because of this. But Shu, of course, hoped that he would at least not kick him out of his house. The guy's older brother, Shu Likyu, hesitantly approached Zhenyang, who gave him several gifts for him and his fiancée. Shu Lik took the boxes and shouted loudly at the young man, saying that he himself could provide things for his family and he should better pay attention to the needs of his girlfriend. Yu Run raised her eyebrows and said with an awkward smile that Shu Likyu had understood everything wrong, and she was just the guy's business partner. The protagonist's brother loudly called his girlfriend, telling her to go out to meet the prodigal son. It seemed to the young man that in fact his brother was not angry at all, which means he could calmly find out from him about his mother. Shu Likyu's wife, Chen Bixia, with short brown hair, ran out of the house, very happy about Shu Zhenyang's unexpected arrival. His wife leaned over curiously, telling the guy that he should have warned her because she was not at all ready for the show at such a time. Yu Run exhaled exhaustedly again and said that it was all a misunderstanding and she was not the guy's girlfriend. Bixia didn't want to listen to her and immediately invited her inside, saying that it was inappropriate for such respectful guests to stand outside, and the men in the house could deal with things. Likyu partly understood that his brother couldn't just come, so he immediately asked why he came back, and Zhenyang smiled and asked him not to look down on him. The main character's face darkened and he said in a serious voice that he actually wanted to tell his older brother something. After a short moment of understanding, the younger Shu said that he saw their mother in the city some time ago. The elder brother widened his eyes and asked in a cold, slow voice what he was talking about. The guy explained that he even had videos from surveillance cameras, but he could not find out the exact identity of the girl who looked suspiciously like their mother. Liu Yu silently listened to the young man's suspicions that he might be hiding something from him about the identity of their parents. Elder brother exhaled heavily and turned the other way, telling Zhenyang to wait there. The main character carefully analyzed his brother's face, noting that he was clearly not telling him something. Soon Li Qiu returned and Zhenyang really hoped that his brother would give him some clue to give him hope about his mother. Then, the elder brother handed the young man a golden wedding ring, causing the cold treasure to fall into his palm. The young man looked around the ring but noted that he had seen it for the first time. And Li Qiu added that he had found it in his mother's jewelry box. There was a long dagger on the gold ring, and the elder brother said that it was time to tell Zhenyang something. As the brother of the main character said, the cremation of their mother was actually carried out by a man who confidently called himself their friend. Li Qiu noted that he did not know the exact details of the man's appearance, but he definitely remembered the scar on his eyebrow. Zhenyang decided to intervene and said that he had not yet told his elder brother everything about that strange meeting. The guy added that he saw with his own eyes how their mother jumped to a height of 4 to 5 meters, like a ghost or a martial artist. With every second, the situation became more and more confusing, and the older brother refused to believe the fantastic words of him. The main character smiled relaxedly and hid the ring, noting that Li Qiu didn't have to worry because he would sort everything out himself. The guy's self-confidence did not inspire confidence in Li Qiu, and in a rude voice he asked how he was going to track down their mother, being homeless. The younger Shu hugged him by the shoulder and said that he perfectly understood his brother's concerns, but in fact he had a lot of money that he would soon share with him. Litsu didn't believe his brother's words at all and said that he was actually afraid that he would end up on the street and sit on his neck. But within a second, as much as 500 yuan appeared on the elder Shu's account, and the muscular guy suddenly fell silent, glaring at the screen. The next day, in front of the older brother's house, there was a new car, which Zhenyang decided to give to him so that he would not drive his old wreck. Still stunned by the luxurious gift, the elder brother returned with Zhenyang after his weekly shopping at the store. Bixia approached the guy and thanked him heartily for all the gifts for them, adding that now they would definitely help him, offering to stay with them for a while. Zhenyang was clearly worried about something in his soul, as he could not squeeze out a word as he watched his older brother and his wife go inside. The guy looked at Yu Ruan and clarified why his daughter-in-law looked unwell. And the secretary explained that Bisa's relatives called with the news that the future of the family depended on her. And those same relatives did not have to wait long, because within a few minutes the solemn exclamations of those at the entrance to the house were heard. The dark-skinned woman laughed loudly, asking if this was Xu Zhenyang himself, who opened a company in the city and returned to pick up his brother. The guy clearly recognized the strange woman who was acting too comfortable on the territory of someone else's house. She waved her hand and said in a playful voice that she wanted to say hello to Bixia and discuss something with him and his older brother. Following the woman was a guy with blonde hair and a sweatshirt, who was staring at Yu Ruan with an unhealthy look. Yu Ruan frowned suspiciously, and Zhenyang replied that in front of them was Bixi's brother's wife and her son, calling them incredibly obsessive weirdos. The young man said that Bixi's father died early, so his older brother took his property from those two. So they were silent for some time. As it turned out, the son, Chen Guy, was a lazy and ill-mannered brat, also addicted to gambling. But now they have returned again and loudly began to demand that Li Qiu and Bixia help financially because of their problems in the family. Zhenyang decided to intervene with them, commenting with a chuckle that he thought they only wanted to see their relatives. The dark woman giggled awkwardly and put on a smile, saying that they were visiting relatives and at the same time asking for money, and the young man could also help them. The younger brother decided to give her a chance to explain herself and asked what kind of help she was asking for. She began to explain that a few days ago, Aunt Wang introduced her daughter to her son, but her son was unemployed and had neither money nor a car. A malicious smile appeared on Zhenyang's face, and he simply commented that the situation was quite unpleasant. The woman hurriedly stood up and, almost stuttering, began to say that the Shu family could do them a great service. She added that they still lived very well and could afford to give a small part of their money to someone so unfortunate. She smiled slyly and almost in a pleading voice squeezed out that 2 mao would be enough for them. Without even allowing her to calmly finish, Bixia interrupted her, loudly asking how she even dared to ask for something like that so brazenly. The bride was very angry because those two had already borrowed money from them before. and still hadn't returned a penny because their son was wasting it all on gambling. The dark woman opened her eyes wide and said that Beast should not have forgotten that the family should do what others should do. The younger Shu noted that 2 mao would be quite enough to organize a wedding, but for a banquet you need at least 3, or even as many as 5 for other entertainment. The young man put his hand forward and announced that he was going to give those 2 4.5 mao, which they would have to return within 5 years. The 2 jumped in surprise and stared at the guy with greedy eyes, asking if he would really go to such lengths for their sake. Auntie cleared her throat awkwardly and pretended that she was not at all impressed by the amount, despite her initial reaction. Her eyes literally lit up, and she asked why he was counting everything down to the last penny if his business was the largest in the city. Hearing her comment, the young man objected and replied that he had so much money that he could never count it. The guy sat down in a businesslike pose and said that the aunt shouldn't have worried, although in fact he was just carrying out part of his plan. The woman stuttered and involuntarily asked why she needed to return the money to him if he already had enough of it. She pointed to her dependent son and suggested that Zhenyang take him as financial director, because relatives were worth trusting. It seemed to Zhenyang that he was being mocked, because Chen Gai looked like he couldn't even count to 100. Chen Gai's face broke into an insidious smile, and he said that he could learn everything he needed, even though he was already forming a plan in his head to quietly steal a few yuan. It was as if the guy had been let loose, and he spoke for the first time in his entire life, asking if Zhenyang's secretary could teach him everything. Chen Gai could already imagine the taste of the money he could pocket for himself if Yu Ruang and Xu Zhenyang fell for his trick. However, the boy, addicted to gambling, could not dream for long, because the young man grabbed his shaking hand. Zhenyang, with anger in his voice, asked what right he had to call him a relative, even if their surnames were completely different. The guy rudely tossed Chen Gai aside and said that he earned thousands of yuan a month, and his company could not accommodate such ignorance. The aunt in despair ran up to her fallen son and asked if her son was really that bad, and could he then arrange for his older brother. Her face contorted, and she said in anger that the guy probably had entire temples made of money, which means he could easily forgive the 4 mao he gave. Then the younger Shu simply revealed that he had already changed his mind about giving them their money, because they had done something wrong and did not deserve it. Chen Gai snapped at him and shouted and asked what he was trying to tell them with his sharp refusal. The guy looked at those 2 menacingly, answering that they should get out if they didn't want him to break their legs. The aunt clenched her teeth tightly and stared brutally at the young man, saying through her fangs that he had made his choice to become their enemy. The woman flew out of the house and shouted after the whole family that she would watch them sing next time. Falling to her knees with a slight roar, she began to tear her throat and scream that a real monster had settled in the house and was not giving money to her relatives. The woman's screams were so loud that they were heard by farmers from a settlement that was located in a completely different direction. The young man grinned and asked his aunt to finish his performance, because he could not forgive her for such attempts to humiliate him. Soon they were all surrounded by a whole crowd of people discussing the woman and her son, but most of them did not believe her and took Zhenyang's side. After some time, an unknown white car quietly approached the crowd of people, parking right in front of them. A dark-skinned man in a gray suit emerged from there, whom the crowd immediately recognized as Chief Zhao. Mr. Zhao approached the young man and shook his hand, solemnly welcoming him to his homeland and noting that remembering his home is very important for any entrepreneur. The aunt was indignant at the respect the head showed for the boy, accusing him of not even being able to support the family that accepted him into their home. The woman's face once again contorted into an insane expression, and she asked Mr. Zhao if he was not obliged to protect the interests of his citizens. Bisha intervened and asked her to stop yelling because they always let her borrow money, but she never paid them back anything. The aunt was furious and mindlessly ran towards her daughter-in-law, intending to strangle her before she found out where all their money had gone. For the young man, this was the last straw. So he rushed at the woman in response and, with a deft movement of his hand, pressed her body to the ground. There was a noticeable crater left on the asphalt from his impact, and the guy asked why she was in such a hurry. Because everyone would soon find out the truth. Chen Gai grabbed a stone nearby and swung it at Shu, loudly asking how he dared to raise his hand against his mother. Then Zhenyang charged his leg and swung it with all his strength at the addicted guy, causing him to fly several meters back. Chen Gai fell to the ground next to his exhausted mother and lost consciousness there. When the atmosphere between them became quiet, the young man looked at Bisha and asked her to continue, since now no one could interrupt them. Suddenly, a deathly silence fell next to the house, which managed to become a whole anomaly after the wild screams of the greedy aunt. Bisha gathered her will into a fist and began to be angry at the woman under her at the top of her voice, remembering how she tried to get her lazy son a prestigious job. In disgust, she reminded her aunt how she had once deprived her of her home after the death of her father. And as soon as she got married, she already began to demand another ransom. It seemed that in a fit of anger, Bisha could break loose in a second and start beating her. But Senior Shu stopped and calmed her down. Zhenyang apologized to Mr. Zhao for having to see their unhappy picture. But since he had already arrived, he wanted to discuss something with him. The main character took out his wallet, describing that although he was born in the Lotus District, the place was clearly in a poor condition and needed repairs to schools and various businesses. The young man smiled sincerely and made it clear that he and his brother would like to allocate 100 wen for the repairs as their gratitude. Initially, Chief Zhao heard rumors that someone had dealt with the closed roads, but he could not even think that Zhu Zhenyang was the only one behind it all. Mr. Zhao loudly announced to the crowd that he was going to direct the money in the right direction, and the accounts would be transparent. People began to rejoice and thank the Shu brothers for their unexpectedly generous help. The aunt looked worriedly at her beaten son, asking if he was okay. Chen Gai's eye began to twitch nervously. In his thoughts, he was already cursing Zhenyang and demanding that he give him his money and his secretary. A day had passed since the awkward exchange, and meanwhile, the young man was having a telephone conversation with Chen Haohai, who had heard some rumors. Yu Ruan entered the guy's room, reporting that Bixia had prepared dinner and was already waiting for everyone at the table. But Zhenyang replied that he wanted to deal with one matter first. Then, at the entrance to the house, a rude bass sounded, asking where the rich guy had hidden. Chen Gai stood outside the door, and with him several huge men armed with bats, one of whom asked whether Shu had completely lost his fear after becoming rich. Without waiting for the guy inside to answer, the crowd of bandits knocked down the doors of the house with all their might, causing the walls to shake from the impact. Chen Gai pointed at Zhenyang and yelled that he was the owner of a large company, but he refused to give him money and beat him up. Junior Shu looked warily at the guy who allowed himself too much and ordered him to take the money from him along with the secretary. The elder brother of the main character came out to them, with a bat in his hand, irritably asking who dared to offend his beloved brother. Bisha began screaming in anger at the uneducated boy, asking where he got so much courage from. The tall man looked at the boy in confusion and asked if he had not begged them to deal only with Zhenyang. Even the bandit glanced at Chen Gai, who was ignoring him, and from the outside looked more like a brutal wild boar. The criminals were about to begin their reprisal, but Chen Gai was impatient and decided to start first, grabbing one of their steel bats. The boy ran forward with a heavy weapon, saying through his drool that no one would know about anything. Then Shu Zhenyang made his move, swinging back, saying that the whole farce was of no use to them. The main character managed to grab him by the hand and said in a hovering, slow voice that Chen Gai could clearly see how nervous he was. Then the young man swung his second leg, reminding him of his words not to appear in his house again if he wanted to remain with intact bones. The guy's steel leg flew through the air and was slammed between Chen Gai's legs with hydraulic pressure. The boy's face twisted in pain, and he could have sworn he heard a cracking sound under his belt. It was painful for the bandits to even look at the picture, so they simply grabbed the weak spot and nervously stepped back. The men immediately began to run out of the house and try to escape to safety from the rich monster. But they were surrounded. Mr. Li was furious, saying that no one dares to attempt the life of Shu Zhenyang, and today they will meet their end. The heroes of the occasion were thrown into the trailer one by one, where, under sharpened knives, they were prepared for reprisals for their misdeeds. Mr. Li had rather harsh methods, so he suggested that Zhenyang send those to the next world, or beat them to such an extent that they would take years to recover. The guy replied that such cruelty was useless against such pathetic losers. And after all, one of them was the nephew of his brother's wife. Chen Gai began to agree with all of Shu's words and, through tears, begged him to have mercy on them and just disperse. The main character towered over the boy under him and noted that he had a good physique, and only laziness got in the way. So corrective labor would not have prevented him. This punishment was enough for Mr. Li, but his jaw completely dropped when he reduced everything to correctional labor. The young man leaned over to Chen Gai and patted him on the face, saying that he would take part in rebuilding the village, and for every manifestation of laziness, he would be beaten. Chen Gai died inside when the guy began to include gambling or smoking on the list of violations, and then asked him to be sent to the next one after a 10-year correction. One way or another, everyone was happy, except for the intruders. At least now the whole family could sleep peacefully. The young man turned away and said goodbye to the boy, and the latter began to somersault in the hands of the guards, and apologized to Jen-young as he walked. Then Mr. Lee still had some questions and asked what they should have done with the other bandits. The guy looked sternly at them and with a heavy exhalation asked to send them for re-education. And if all else fails, then simply get rid of them. The big men began to bang their heads on the ground and hastily said that they would definitely change and would no longer bother the young man. The guy turned away from them and ordered them to get away. And the robbers took advantage of the moment and ran away as quickly as possible. Jen-young walked up to his friends and said with a relaxed look that it was finally all over. A few days later, the guy already had to return to the city. But he was pleased with his trip and even wanted to take Yu Ruan to work with him permanently. Yu Ren appreciated the guy's honesty and was not at all opposed to becoming his personal secretary if such a chance arose. In fact, the girl was very glad that she was finally able to win the guy's trust, so she was ready to work for their common success in the future. She was so lost in her dreams that she didn't even see a motorcycle flying in front of them, with a man in a helmet and shorts on horseback. Without having time to stop, the girl crashed into a motorcycle with a roar, forcing him and the man on it to fly along the road. Yu Ren turned off the car at the wrong time, because their hit client had already been lying unconscious on the road for several seconds. After a bit of awkward silence, Zhu decided to ask if they had accidentally run over the legendary racer, Will-o'-the-Wisp. The guy grabbed his head and, with slight irritation, asked the girl to stop and pick up the poor fellow. They were lucky that they had almost reached the city, so they quickly rushed the downed motorcyclist to the nearest orthopedic hospital. Naturally, it could not have happened without the police, so the young man had to conduct business with them, talking about how everything really happened. Zhu looked at Yu Ruan and reassured her, saying that no one died and the guy who was hit only broke his right leg. The secretary's face took on a more determined look and, much to the policeman's surprise, she asked if she could see the victim. The main character connected to the girl and also added that they were really very worried about the man. That's why they asked to let them through. For some reason, Yu Ruan felt very pleased that Shu was trying to help her and spoke of their excitement as something common. But when they were allowed inside, the victim's parents did not greet them very warmly, and the mother said that she would never accept money from dirty businessmen for the sake of her son's health. The policeman asked them to calm down and remain quiet, because after all, they were in a hospital, not at a market, and no one offered them money. The father was furious and exclaimed that the girl almost killed his son, which means they had every right to show emotions and discontent. He pointed to those two and added that they would not only demand money from them, but would also sue them so that they would think about their behavior in prison. The main character noticed Yu Ruan's anxiety and put his hand on Yu Ruan's head to calm her down slightly. Zhu explained that at first he thought of giving them some money for treatment, but now they had the opportunity to save money and at the same time restore justice. The father protested to the police officer, saying that his son now had a broken leg, which meant that the culprits were obliged to pay them for treatment, while the mother lay on the floor and sobbed. The policeman sternly lowered his eyebrows and said that they should have paid him, especially since they were the ones responsible for their son. The father had to sit down, listening to the words of law enforcement agencies that the guy was driving a vehicle and did not follow the rules, which in itself was a crime. But the man turned a deaf ear to the policeman's words and argued that whoever hit his son should be held responsible. The situation seemed rather sad to Yu Ruan and Shu Zhengyang, because the father had only one argument, which he repeated with foam at the mouth. The man had to restrain the mother who joined in, who was screaming that her son almost died. But no one even wanted to listen to them. The woman's scream could be heard on the street, and the policeman began to lose patience and said that the woman's son jumped out on his own and could easily have damaged 10 more cars in this way. The law enforcement official raised his voice, angrily asking if the parents knew how many people were now in the hospital because of people like their son. The rowdy parents fell silent when the officer pointed out that if they needed compensation, they should first pay for other victims of inappropriate behavior on the road. The policeman turned his head towards Zhenyang and Yu Ruan, telling them that they were already finished and could go. They left the hospital. The indignation of the policeman was heard on the street, who began to blame the victim's parents for all the sins of humanity. Yu Ren was suspiciously silent. Her face showed that something was still bothering her and she was unsure. The guy hugged the girl and asked her not to worry again, because everything was resolved and she had nothing to worry about. He added that it was normal to be upset if something like this happened, but they had a lot of time to think about it. The main character suggested that she eat and then stop somewhere to rest a little, and the girl sadly lowered her gaze. But when they arrived at the hotel, they were greeted almost at the very entrance by a table with 2 glasses of wine and several modest dishes. Yu Rong and Shu Zhenyang looked dumbfounded at the number offered to them, like he was something from another world. The guy expected to see an ordinary, extraordinary room to spend one night and forget. But instead, a spacious room with several rooms awaited them. Yes, it was not for nothing that the hotelier had such a sly and smug expression on her face when she revealed that all the rooms for one person were occupied. As it turned out, the hotelier allocated them a similar room primarily because she perceived their relationship somewhat differently. Yuran bowed her head and mumbled that she could sleep on the sofa, but the guy should go to the bed. The guy fell on the sofa, indifferently answering that it would be comfortable for him, because the girl should get a good night's sleep before the next day. Nodding slightly, the secretary looked away and said that in that case she was going to take a shower. The young man's face turned pink, and for a second he had the desire to ask why she was telling him such things. Shu indifferently turned over to the other side and mumbled that she could go wherever she wanted. To the sound of loud hot water from the shower, the girl began to rinse off, creating small traces of steam around her. But the guy himself wasn't feeling very well, because after drinking alcohol he was pounding all over his body and couldn't even focus. At one time, he had already gotten sick from Viola when he drank quite a bit. So since then he tried to behave as collected as possible. He couldn't sleep either, so he could only torment himself, remembering the instructions of his best friend. Soon the girl came out of the shower and looked at Zhenyang, who looked too unhappy. She wanted to say something to him, but the guy interrupted her and immediately replied that he already needed to sleep and asked to turn off the light. The night passed very slowly, as if there was no end to it. And Yu Ruan could not even force herself to fall asleep. She turned from side to side and caught herself thinking that, after so much trouble caused to the guy, she should somehow thank him. The girl stood up slightly and asked if the young man was sleeping. And as it turned out, he could not enter the world of dreams in the same way. Yu Ruan smiled contentedly and began to creep up to the main character, asking in a whisper if he was cold. She took a nervous sip, as she only wanted to express her gratitude to her colleague in a similar way. The guy noticed Yu Ruan's strange behavior and looked at her with great confusion in his eyes. Uncomfortably curled up in bed, the woman swayed in different directions, as if doubting her decision for a few more seconds. Then Yu Ruan stopped playing foreplay in front of the guy and simply jumped on him, taking him under the bed with her. The next morning, they left the hotel and Yu Ruan couldn't help but wonder what the young man was going to do after his return. They preferred to pretend as if nothing had happened last night. In many ways, it was embarrassing to even think about it. The main character made a comment about the fact that the girl was actually very flexible in all forms of the word. The woman did not appreciate the guy's joke and with noticeable disgust said that she had a better opinion about it. But he pretended that he did not understand what she was talking about. He exhaled and replied that he would no longer tease the secretary, and then suggested that he check out Baola's restaurant. In a few days, Chung had already managed to decorate her new establishment and was just standing at its entrance when a familiar car drove up to her. The girl sarcastically ran up to the car, rejoicing at the return of the scoundrel, whom she had already become bored with. Baola's eye sockets widened in surprise as both car doors opened in front of her. Not only Shu Zhenyang, but also Yu Ruan got out of the car, causing the girl to freeze and stare at them in puzzlement. The main character tensed up when he saw the gloomy aura around his girlfriend, usually appearing in the form of a bad omen for her to be in a bad mood. Baola became furious and reminded the young man that he was going to his home, and not for his new bride, which is why he panicked and said that he could explain everything. Nevertheless, Chung soon calmed down and silence bloomed over the park again, even though for her sake, the girl needed to stir up the flame 3 times. The guy reassured Baolu and said that Chen Haohai personally assigned him a secretary, Yu Ruan. But the relationship between them was purely business. The girl pouted and said that she still didn't care about his personal relationships, but lowered her gaze. For some reason, looking at the proud secretary, a strange feeling began to overcome her, which she was not able to explain. Yuran also felt similar worries, and couldn't help but wonder if she and Shu really had much in common. The dark-haired girl looked to the side, telling herself that she certainly liked being the guy's assistant, but she didn't want to expect more. When Zhenyang and Baola walked inside, the former noted that over the past few days the restaurant had changed greatly under the influence of the girl. The guy described his admiration by saying that the girl had to choose to become not a designer, but a chef, even though Chung really had similar thoughts at university. He smiled at the girl and asked when she planned to make the grand opening of her business. The girl thoughtfully lowered her eyes and began to count the days on her fingers, saying that it was still too early to open. First, they needed to find workers and come up with a name. Then the young man pinched the girl on the cheek, allegedly hinting that such problems should not arise while he was in the case. He leaned over and asked what the problem was. to think a little and come up with a name. But the girl screamed that he wasn't helping her at all. At the same moment, the glass doors of the restaurant slowly opened and a serious male voice was heard at the entrance. The tall, muscular man said that they had come from the inspectorate to check the establishment for possible violations. The girl put on a generous smile and cheerfully greeted the caretakers, introducing herself as the local owner and Shu. The man looked at them with suspicion, as he thought it was strange that two people owned the same restaurant, but then he decided to ask what their name was. The guy stepped forward and dodged the last question by saying that the law did not prohibit dual ownership of establishments. The main character was involuntarily afraid that the man actually came to them, not only for the sake of ordinary checks. The inspector put his belly forward and said with his breath that the young man was causing too many problems, but then added that he would not punish him for this because of the rules. He walked around the tense boy on the other side and said with a grin that they would deal with him a little later. But for now, they would just clean everything thoroughly. Chung noted that the inspectors did not seem like good people to her, and the young man began to take out his phone, saying that her intuition had not deceived her. Since the guy had previously insulted the Zhao family, he suspected that those few men might be the work of those. In fact, the owner of the hotel had been fighting with various influential families in the province for a very long time, so the young man decided to rely on him. Unfortunately, Chen Chusheng was just a businessman, not some kind of special agent, so it turned out that he was powerless in such a situation and could not help. The inspector grinned, looking arrogantly at the kitchen and solemnly calling it a real kingdom of unsanitary conditions, which means there will be no opening. He leaned towards the girl gloatingly and said smugly that he saw dead rats and flies everywhere, as if in some kind of zoo. The girl looked at her snow-white room and said indignantly that the kitchen was not even ready yet for insects to start appearing there. A jubilant smile continued to grace his face and he began to fill out his countdown, shamelessly adding that he had seen corpses in any case, even if there were none. He began to write down the verdict and finally said that everything he said was doomed to become true. And Baola looked in horror as he cut off her dreams. Suddenly, Xu Zhenyang intervened and loudly asked them not to rush to such conclusions. The guy smiled self-confidently, adding that they couldn't be fooled that easily, and the big guy probably had something uneasy with the Zhao family. The inspector angrily thought that he was threatening him, but the young man replied that he was simply reminding him that after death they would not forgive him. The man smiled sarcastically and leaned towards the boy, asking if he spoke about death solely out of courage because he could cross out this courage with his conclusion. He wrote the last letter in the negative verdict and loudly declared that he was a senior auditor, so anyone would listen to his opinion. The man showed Shu and Chung a whole series of shortcomings and exaggerated, or even non-existent remarks, saying that they would never have passed with so many mistakes. Then someone else entered the room and the man suddenly fell silent, and his pupil in horror shrank by several centimeters. Mr. Li suddenly intervened in their conversation and said that he did not expect such low behavior from Inspector Zhang. Mr. Li snatched the nervous auditor from his hands, saying that he had come to admire the work of his senior rank. The gray-haired man apologized to the main character, but Shu smiled at him and thanked him for his visit. Mr. Li began to carefully examine the clean kitchen from all sides, every now and then glancing in bewilderment at the document with the indicated shortcomings. The dishes had clearly been thoroughly washed several times a day, and there was no hint of mold growing between the tiles. Despite the fact that the kitchen was not even finished yet, it already had all the necessary equipment, sparkling with cleanliness. Mr. Li looked at the inspector and said in a polite voice that the inspector definitely knew how to put a spoke in the wheel, so he clarified where he saw the indicated shortcomings. The inspector began to stutter and tried to justify himself, but the gray-haired man did not listen to him and said with sympathy that it must have been hard for him, seeing what others did not see. Then, Mr. Li directed a more ferocious look at the man and added that they don't need schizophrenics in the States. From such news, the auditor could not even say anything and simply fell to the floor in frustration, nervously beginning to sweat. Shu looked at the gray-haired man and said that he had treated the unclean inspector very gently. The guy clearly considered himself not so soft-hearted, so he thought that the auditor should have been punished more harshly. Shu grinned and told a fable that in fact the inspector threatened him with a certain family and tried to give a bribe, so he asked to check it. Taking this opportunity, the young man decided to check the involvement of the Zhao family in all this, at least try to collect evidence. As soon as the auditor heard the guy's accusation, he began to deny it and say that he had never said anything like that. Shaking Shu's hand, Mr. Li thanked him and added that they would certainly begin checking the inspector, and they could open the restaurant at any time. Soon, the guy received a message from Chen Chusheng, who confirmed the connection between Inspector Zhang and the Zhao family, but indicated that he only met with Xiaoman's bodyguards. The guy offered to meet in person and properly discuss the situation with the strange family in all its details. When they arrived at Chen Chusheng's mansion and the young man got out of the car, his gaze warily fell on the entrance, which his secretary immediately noticed. There was a dark-skinned bodyguard standing at the entrance, and his posture seemed quite professional to Shu Yu, so he assumed that he served in some special troops. 3 more casually dressed guys approached the entrance to the mansion, loudly exchanging vulgar words among themselves and smoking thick cigars with a pungent smell. The bodyguard blocked the way for one of them, saying that smoking inside the premises was prohibited. One of them was infuriated by the sight of the servant, and with all his might he rushed his palm across the other's face. But the bodyguard did not even stagger. The guy with the red mark on his cheek said that if they came in with cigars under their lips, they would cause a lot of problems with their disgusting smell. The bald rebel laughed fiercely at the guard's statement and shouted in a high-spirited voice that, since these were the rules, they were forced to abide by them. But instead of throwing away his cigar, he began to get rid of the fire in it by pressing the hot tip to the bodyguard's forehead. But he still ignored him. The rebel continued to mock the servant in front of the doors until someone nearby grabbed his hand tightly. Zhenyang squeezed the bald man's hand harder, sending him into hellish pain, and then asked if he was born in the forest, since he did not understand such obvious rules. The bald rebel saw him and, out of nerves, ordered him to let go of his hand if he did not want to be nailed on the spot. The blonde man from their gang was indignant, loudly telling Shu to remove the pincers from their brother when he took his cigar from the bald man. The guy responded by pressing a hot cigarette to the rebel's face, saying with a smile that smoking was prohibited in public places. The bald man jumped back from the burning pain, emotionally saying that he would not leave the incident between them just like that and would definitely return. The guard looked at the main character and said in a calm voice that he could now leave and he himself would deal with the violators. But the bald man was not going to let him go so easily and shouted loudly that he would now break all the guy's bones. Shu's words began to irrationally anger Shu, so he immediately extended his strong hand forward right in front of him. The rebel didn't even have time to react when the boy's hand was around his neck, squeezing it and not allowing him to escape calmly. Grabbing the bald man, Zhenyang said in an indifferent voice that they live in a civilized society, and he treated the bodyguard like the last animal. As if on his last breath, the offender mumbled listlessly that he was wrong and would not do it again. In fact, the rebel did not even hope that he would let him go just like that. So he simply played for time until their boss arrived. Then, another elite car parked in front of the mansion, and a blonde man from their company loudly shouted that their boss had arrived. Chen Chusheng and Qi Yunfei got out of the car at the same time. The appearance of both in the same place seemed strange to the young man. Continuing to squeeze the neck of his prey, the protagonist couldn't help but think that Chen Chusheng could very well have called in the intruders. The gang was very happy about the arrival of Uncle Qi and Chen Chusheng, so they happily ran to meet them both. But as soon as they told them that their brother was being beaten, the hotel owner simply waved his hand, thereby ordering them to hurry up. The guy decided to have mercy on the rebel, whom he was mercilessly strangling, and let go of his neck, at least for a while. The bald man fell to his knees and began to actively try to take his breath back. His body was shaking and did not obey him. The intruder grabbed his vulnerable neck and gave hope that Mr. Qi had come to deal with Shu personally, since their families were friends. An oppressive silence reigned between them as Qi Yunfei and Chen Chusheng began to inspect the scene at the entrance. In order to break the awkward silence between them, Chen Chusheng looked at Zhenyang and bowed before him in greeting. The bandits' eyes sunk into their sockets, looking at how friendly the relationship was between their boss and the offender. Bowing was considered one of the most important gestures of respect, so they could only watch in despair as the boss did it in front of some boy. The main character only asked Chen Chusheng to go inside with him and ordered Mr. Qi to deal with the rebels. Chen Chusheng wanted to object to the guy's decision, but he replied that he didn't care about their status, since one of them threatened to break all his bones. The hotel owner immediately became enraged and asked which of the gang dared to say such a thing to Shu, ordering Qi Yunfei to break those arms and legs and then cut out their tongues. The three began to shake in fear and beg in unison as they were surrounded by a crowd of Lord Qi's bloodthirsty servants. At the same moment, a small minibus casually drove up to the mansion, the noise inside of which could be heard even outside. A guy with red voices jumped out of there, angrily declaring that they would now see who was so brave who dared to offend his Mr. Lin. But instead of the desired brat, The reinforcements were met by Chi Yunfei, looking at them with piercing eyes. Chi Yunfei turned to them and slowly began to approach, saying with an insincere smile what a coincidence they all had. An insidious and bloodthirsty smile spread across his face, saying that they had just come to the party on time, because they were really looking forward to them. The red-haired guy and his bald henchman stepped back, nervously noting that the coincidence was indeed very surprising. The main character asked about the nickname that the red-haired rebel gave to one of the gang members, to which Chen Chusheng noted that the pharmaceutical company had two heirs at once. The hotel owner noted that first Mr. Lin also exhibited provocative behavior, and although they had no evidence, they could put both of them on trial. He added that this would be an effective way to get rid of the violators, since if the truth comes out, all the employees of the pharmaceutical company will perish. The main character lowered his eyes thoughtfully, saying that they should collect evidence until they are confident in their abilities. The young man approached the stoic guard and patted him on the shoulder, saying that he had done an excellent job. The silent bodyguard looked for a second at the leaving young man, as if he himself wanted to say something. And meanwhile, the screams of the rebels were heard from the other side. Chen Chusheng led the guy into his personal office, which was designed in a rather professional but calm gray style. The man said that Mr. Shu should not have worried about the Zhao family, and they had already essentially dealt with the gang. The young man tried to look into the man's eyes and not at the colorful food on the table, saying that the Zhao family had done some good business. Picking up a piece of meat, the guy looked at the silent hotel owner and said that he hoped for effective work to eliminate those. When Shu noted the suspicious expression on Cheng Chushen's face, he smiled confidently at him and tried to dispel doubts about the family. The guy also asked them to look into the information given by the security guard. But the hotel owner asked the guy not to worry and promised to give him information about the bodyguard. The young man recalled how indifferently he stood and continued to guard the doors, even when there was a hot tip of a cigar on his forehead. Such a person was definitely not ordinary, and the guy wanted to find out as much personal information about him as possible and where he could serve. The main character was just thinking about assembling a team of influential people, but in front of him was already the first candidate for the role. As soon as he received important information about the guard, the young man waited until nightfall and watched where he would go. The guy and Yu Ruan hid unnoticed, and the girl said in a whisper that most likely the guard was an ordinary person who just really loved his job. The main character did not believe that everything could be so prosaic, and it seemed to him that in front of them there was clearly someone cooler than an ordinary person. Sometimes the girl couldn't keep up with the guy, who was either very impatient or was simply afraid to sit in one place. But as soon as they went to the place where the guard had stood a second before, it turned out to be empty, as if he had never passed by. The guy grinned, saying that it was not they who missed him, but the guard was a master of his craft and was able to notice them. On the other side, two tall men stood unnoticed, to whom the main character addressed, allegedly saying that he was able to notice them. Men in suits began to surround the couple and ask who they were, and why they were pursuing Mu Shuman. The young man liked this turn of events, since now he even knew the real name of the bodyguard they were pursuing. Then, the dark-skinned guard came out to them. His gait was confident, but rather leisurely and slightly sluggish in pace. He stared with his steely gaze at the guy and the girl and asked why they began to pursue him. The main character absurdly spread his arms and said as he exhaled that he would not have thought that he would soon be surrounded and so shamefully exposed. The bodyguard locked eyes with one of his guards and said that everything was under control, and he knew the guy because of the incident at the entrance to the mansion. Zhu closed his eyes awkwardly, saying that since they were so lucky to meet, he really wanted to ask for something to drink. The guards were quite wary of the guy, so he grabbed any chance to get closer to them and soften the situation. Light ringing sounds were heard from the other side, and a female voice began to call Mu Shuman, asking how many there were. A middle-aged woman ran up to them and asked what they were doing at such a time, because it was soon dinner. She added that since Mu Shumeng had found two more friends, it was worth inviting them to eat with them too. The guard exhaled heavily when the woman began to read morals to him, and tell him to warn him if he brought someone new. Inside, she smiled at the couple and asked if they were Mu's kind of comrades, to which Shu noted that they met a few hours ago. The bodyguard was clearly quite wealthy, as he could afford personal servants who protected him and even cooked for him. And they were not limited to just cooking, because they also did cleaning and laundry. The woman constantly stood over the body of the little girl, lying peacefully in bed, only occasionally interrupting herself slightly with slight convulsions. Mu Shuman once again introduced himself to the guy, saying that he had helped him a lot today, so he would like to thank him somehow. The main character was quite shocked by the simultaneous straightforwardness and politeness of him. He felt like Mu was just trying to get rid of them quickly, so he suggested they chat for a while first. The guy looked at the busy girl and asked her if all the guards in the house were her sons. She laughed and jokingly confirmed the boy's words, stroking Mu's head and saying that her sons saved everyone on the battlefield. The aunt added that they were so grateful for their salvation that they began to help her as their gratitude. Looking sadly out the window, the mother added that after some time she and her daughter still had to move to the landfill. Yuran worriedly approached the sad woman and asked what her daughter was sick with, to which she replied that at the age of 16 her daughter was diagnosed with acquired muscular atrophy. Then the main character decided to intervene himself, saying with sympathy that he could take care of purchasing the necessary medications. He recalled that he had once helped a man who sold him a building with a similar problem. His daughter suffered from exactly the same disease, but at least Brother Joe's daughter lived in a big city, and this little girl found herself in terrible conditions. He would really like to help her, so he offered his help since he and Mu Shuman had become friends. The aunt nervously stood up from her seat, anger visible on her face, pressing her lips together and looking uncertainly at the young man. She said in anger that the young man's money was, of course, a good thing, but she did not want her son to be friends with someone just because of it. The woman pointed to the exit and seemed to be overcome when she ordered them to leave her house, saying that they could handle everything themselves. Mu Shuman tried to object and calm his mother, but she insisted on her own and asked to take the guests outside. The main character intervened again and said in a sympathetic voice that he perfectly understood her excitement. The guy looked at the woman and noted that all children need comfortable conditions, and the fact that she lived with the military did not mean that her daughter was safe. He shouted in anger that a few hours ago Mu Shuman was forced to endure humiliation from the scoundrel and his gang. Mu Shuman clenched his teeth tightly, listening to the young man's words that he would be able to deal with the gang of those without the help of Mu Shuman and his minions. The main character began to leave with the words that he could help not only cure her daughter, but also direct her son's strength in the right direction. Shu added that he had nothing more to say and would simply wait for their response, hoping that they would think it over carefully. Mu Shuman shouted and asked him to wait, because if he could help save his sister's life, then they were ready to trust him with theirs. The mother covered her mouth, looking in horror at her son, who so confidently stated such things. The bodyguard looked at his mother with a pleading, serious look, saying that they must definitely cure his younger sister. He looked at his guards and said that they were ready to do anything to cure her. Mu Shuman began to ask his minions for help, saying that they should agree if they did not want to get stuck in the landfill. The woman burst into tears loudly at her son's statement, loudly expressing that because of her, they only suffered. Mu Shuman walked up to his mother and began to calm her down, gently saying that they themselves chose whether to suffer or not. The main character involuntarily looked back at their dilemma, but did not add anything else because he simply did not know what to do, and Yu Ruan took out her phone, calling an ambulance. Soon the young man was informed that Xiao Meng had been taken to the hospital, so he asked the secretary to arrange his aunt's house for now, since he would return later. The girl was a little surprised that there was no need to meet him, but he simply asked her to mind her own business and wait for him. He added that Bola had invited him to dinner, so he wanted to spend some time with her himself. The guy involuntarily rolled his eyes and an idea came to him, which for some reason seemed very funny to him. He leaned closer to the phone and whispered if she wanted to join their table as a third lover. But Yu Ruan didn't like the joke. Of course, the main character did not expect that several retired special forces soldiers would be subordinate to him. But he was not against it. Even though he had no idea how things really worked for them, he was still pleased that he had such enormous control over someone so powerful. The guy had already hidden the phone and breathed a sigh of relief, imagining how soon he would even have personal intelligence and be able to find out more about the Zhao family. As always happens, the price devaluation system suddenly appeared in front of the young man, indicating that the market function was now open to him. The young man read that he could now interact with businesses in real time, so he could buy medicine on the spot. The guy already had a lot of plans in his head, but so far he could only buy. And since he had been saving up points for quite a long time, one bottle for 100 points seemed like a small thing. This way, he would have been able to buy 100 bottles at once, but the system constantly suspected him of violating the rules and reduced the number of points, which irritated him very much. One evening, Su met with Mu Shunmeng, who informed him that his sister had begun undergoing treatment, for which he was incredibly grateful. And yet, the bodyguard did not understand why the guy was trying so hard to gain their attention and take them under his wing. The young man smiled at him and asked if it was not Mu Shumen himself who volunteered to help him out. But the bodyguard replied that he was responsible for his soldiers. The main character approached him and put a calming hand on his shoulder, saying that for now he should just take care of his sister and quit his job. And then he would reveal the whole truth. Without adding anything else, the guy said goodbye, saying that he was not going to ask the guard for anything supernatural and that he would soon be able to earn good money. The bodyguard's mother watched this whole picture with a little disbelief, anxiously peering at her son in confusion. The woman did not know what to say to her son, who already doubted whether it was worth helping Shu. The next day, Zhenyang went to his house, which he rented with Baola. From the outside, it was a date, but the abundance of casual and relaxed atmosphere created a kind of cozy atmosphere between them. The girl was very happy when Zhenyang finally arrived, although she was already accustomed to the fact that he was usually late. The young man tried to pretend to be indifferent, so he was in no hurry at all and quietly walked inside, asking if she had been waiting for him for dinner. She began to turn her head in different directions, saying that no one was waiting for him and she had just returned, and then asking with offense whether he had had lunch with his secretary. Zhenyang was jokingly indignant, saying that that secretary had a name and Baoli should stop being jealous. But she loudly objected, answering to his face that she was not jealous. Baola's hand accidentally slipped and the girl rolled across the table, falling straight into the guy's hands. Chung visibly blushed when he stopped her from falling to the floor, and her eyes began to nervously jump around. The embarrassed girl stared at the young man, looking him in the eyes with slight confusion on her face. Then she decided to take advantage of the moment and, despite remorse, began to approach him with her face. Baola gently crept up to him and embraced the guy's lips with hers, giving him her first kiss and holding him for several seconds. Soon the girl let go of his face, but the guy could swear that the feeling of her kiss still remained on his lips like a slight aftertaste. Yu stared in confusion at Baola, who suddenly stood up and stared at him in silence with a ridiculous expression on her face. When she finally came out of her trance, Chung turned away and ran in the other direction, saying it was time for her to sleep. Zhenyang slowly felt his lips, which Baola had clasped a few seconds ago. The young man smiled slyly, and in a calm voice asked if her kiss meant that they cemented their relationship and the girl could be legitimately jealous. His attempt to make fun of Baola did not work, and he fell to the floor, hearing her loud squeals that no one needed his kind and she did not even think about such a thing. The next morning, they went to a huge scout base called Oriole. Inside, Zuya was greeted by his secretary, as well as the armed Mu Shumen and his henchmen, saying that they had listened carefully to the master's instructions. The guy smiled at them and said that from today, they could officially consider themselves intelligence officers, and their first mission was to monitor the affairs of the Zhao and Lin families. He added that the scouts could make a list of all the things they needed and then give it to Yu Ruin. Finally, the young man noted that the scouts should always have the best equipment for their work. The main character concluded with a salary that amounted to as much as 5 fen with bonuses and 4 days off per month. This arrangement seemed very generous to them, and they were very happy. And the young man asked Mu Shumen to come to him. The guy took out 1 yuan note and offered the bodyguard to buy himself and his mother comfortable housing. Mu Shumen thanked the young man in a cold voice, but there was still a clear sincerity in his voice. The secretary hesitantly approached the young man, saying that Qi Yunfei himself had come to them, which made him slightly tense. Having walked inside, they saw not the majestic and authoritative Mr. Qi, but a miserably beaten soul, barely standing on his feet. The two fell silent abruptly and sat in complete silence for several seconds, as if analyzing the squeezed lemon in front of them. For such a long time they could not contain the silence, and soon laughter itself began to escape from them, and they began to shake from it. The main character asked what happened that caused Mr. Qi to lose his pathetic aura, and he replied that he was just talking with martial arts masters. Mr. Qi's words interested the young man somewhat, and he decided to ask him to tell him more about his so-called conversation. Qi Yunfei casually adjusted his suit and mumbled that the Sante martial arts circle covered a lot of martial arts. There were several types of combat in the world, but each had certain thresholds, upon crossing which you became unusually strong. Mr. Qi lowered his eyes and said with shame that the strength of such masters was still a mystery to them, and they were not ready for such a battle. Shu approached Qi Yunfei, asking if he had ever heard of a girl named Liu Huilin, to which he replied that someone in his circle might know such a name. Liu Huilin was the old name of the young man's mother, but he had no doubt that she could have changed it long ago. After pondering for some time, Shu came to the conclusion that his mother could be associated with some kind of martial arts circle, because her techniques clearly went beyond the human. The guy invited Mr. Chi to greet his new comrades, and also promised to deal with those who had offended him. But the man replied that they were too dangerous. Then, the main character once again reassured Yunfei with the words that he did not intend to create problems for himself, and simply wanted to teach the scoundrels a lesson. They went to the martial arts hall, and Chi said that martial arts meetings were often held in such places, and he was beaten by a member of the Sun family. Yunfei still tried to convince the young man to go in person, but the guy replied that he had only come for news, and not to wave his hands. Mr. Chi nodded and finally gave in, although there was still noticeable worry on his face about Shu's presence in such a place. Yunfei's grip on the phone tightened, and he said to himself that he would not stand aside, even if the guy wanted to declare war on the Sun family. Anger lit a fire inside Mr. Chi at the mere thought that someone could touch his master and harm him. He soon realized how ridiculous he could look, so he simply decided to report the situation to his people and ask them to be prepared. The young man entered the hall where the local masters were already training at full speed and exchanging blows and techniques. This was a rather unique spectacle of its kind, as they truly amazed with their skill and unusual fighting styles. Martial artists were noticeably resilient and could withstand blows that would have knocked a normal person to the ground long ago. The main character looked around and noted to himself that the masters were quite capable. But because of this, he did not understand why people continued to play along with Niu Chongsheng. Mr. Chi explained that, in fact, a close alliance was sealed between ordinary masters and celebrities like Niu Chongsheng. The guy looked away and suggested that large families simply did not want to show their power and hid behind such pawns. The young man grinned confidently, noting that covering the topics really wouldn't hurt. But Yunfei pointed at some of the young people in front of them. There were several people sitting on the floor, looking at each other arrogantly, and Mr. Qi noted that they were representatives of the Sun family. When the man mentioned a certain potential realm, Zhu decided to clarify whether it was something like family rank. Shi Yunfei confirmed the words and noted that the potential realm was the lowest rank. But even there were branches. For example, the first level of the realm of potential was the beginner. Often these were just big guys who mindlessly waved their fists. The second level was experienced. Such people found a connection with nature and used their abilities more skillfully. Next, the kingdom of potential had a small kingdom, when a person had excellent control of his abilities, even in a relaxed position. And the peak of rank was considered to be the state of the highest realm, symbolizing a person who was able to take his skills to a whole new level. Mr. Qi exhaled heavily, saying that although he was not a martial artist, he was roughly at the bottom of his potential, and then admitted that he himself was to blame for his beating. The main character asked him not to worry about such trifles, since he had already spotted his next prey. A dark-haired man from the Sun family company recognized their previous victim and sarcastically asked if Yunfei had brought his friend to be beaten again. The blonde laughed, asking if Mr. Qi had had enough of yesterday and if he wanted a generous extra. His face took on a more determined look, and he exclaimed that his fist was already in anticipation, and he couldn't wait to smear that person's face. They continued to make fun and verbally mock Yunfei, and behind them sat a girl, peering at the book and completely ignoring them. Then she raised her gaze and stared at the scene in front of her. Looking with interest at the verbal altercation, Sue decided to come forward and ask who among those present actually represented the Sun family. The muscular blonde stood up, leaning his hand on his large body and saying that he was glad to meet him. Mr. Sun looked at the young man with an arrogant look, asking whether he was Qi Yunfei's boss, and adding that he had heard about the incidents with Qi Yunfei's pharmaceutical company. The blonde grinned madly, saying that he personally trained the family that owned that company twice. The young man smiled confidently in response when he asked if he was planning to try to do something against him. But a girl from behind intervened in their conversation, indignantly addressing the blonde by his full name, Sun Chengyi. She loudly asked him to shut up and let her calmly read the book in silence. The blonde turned to Jui and emotionally stated that he was just protecting her, and the guests were asking for trouble. In just a few seconds, Chenyi spewed so many strange theories and false accusations towards Zhu that he simply wanted to go deaf. Jui Zui loudly closed her book and said that she was tired of listening to fairy tales from a blonde man who wouldn't even let her read. The girl stood up and in an indignant voice ordered Mr. Sun to behave in a similar way, and asked if she really wanted Shu to hate him. Ruizhui looked at Zhenyang and ordered him to get lost together with the blonde, who had already started screaming, Soon the girl exhaled indignantly, telling Mr. Sun to sort it out himself, because she had nothing to do with those showdowns. Sun Chenyi grimaced in anger because the Ruizhui family was much lower in status than him and had no right to speak to him so lowly. The blonde ordered her to stop and return. He had long wanted to put her in her place, but his father ordered him to endure her. The blonde's hand began to twitch randomly. Now he was going to put everything in order and teach the girl a useful lesson. The other guys approached Ruizhui with concern and asked her to apologize, because it was better not to joke with Mr. Sun and not to make him angry. But Ruizhui did the exact opposite and turned her head in anger towards the blonde, saying through her teeth that it was he who angered her. For Sun Chenyi, this was the last straw, and he hung menacingly over the girl, addressing her as Zhang Ruyi, saying that he could not behave like that with him. Xu intervened in their heated conversation, saying that the blonde had completely misunderstood him and was not interested in Ruizhui at all. He just wanted to talk to his father. The young man's words only strained the girl more, because not only was he interrupting Mr. Sun himself, he was also adding fuel to the fire by trying to mention his family. The blonde clenched his teeth tightly, glaring brutally at the guy and mentally accusing him of being the reason he lost his temper with Zhang Rui. The representative of the distinguished family lowered his head and asked in a cold voice whether the guy was sure that it was him he was looking for. When Xu confirmed his words, the blonde could not stand it and opened his fierce blue eyes, staring angrily at him. The blonde unceremoniously swung his fist with a loud cry that next time Zhen Yang would look for a way out of the hospital. Seeing the sharp blow from him, Ruizhui screamed loudly in horror and asked Mr. Sun to stop. Exhausted, Qi Yunfei ran towards the young man, angrily repeating his master's name. Sun Chengyi was at the peak of his rage, blaming the boy for making Zhang Rui angry, for which he was obliged to pay what he deserved. Thanks to his heightened senses, Zhen Yang easily dodged Sun's blow, instantly moving to the other side. Chenyi did not give up and crushed the guy with a flurry of consecutive fists, each of which was imbued with his anger and malice. However, despite the number of blows sent, the guy dodged each one and shifted from side to side, literally dancing in front of his enemy. At the same moment, the young man decided to strike, so he kicked off the floor and made a slight acceleration towards the blonde. With one deft movement of his foot, the main character rolled along the ground and rushed his foot under the blonde, knocking him down. The thug from a prominent family fell face first onto the floor and grimaced exhaustedly in an uncomfortable position. Jun's head began to shake, and his eyes blurred, as he did not even have time to understand what had happened in that short moment. The guy approached him and raised his leg, saying that he was just politely addressing him, and he tried to beat him. The young man suddenly let go of his leg and pressed down on the blonde's body with all his might, trying to teach him a lesson on how not to greet guests. He continued to trample Jun with his foot, asking how many more times he needed to ask him the same question. The girl looked in horror at the beating of Chenyi, the blows on which were interrupted from time to time by the guy's words that he was looking for his father. Mr. Qi froze in surprise. Now it was very clear to him how the guy managed to deal with the Lin family earlier. Not hearing an answer to his question once again, the guy decided to change strategy and grabbed Mr. Sun by his t-shirt. The guy fixed his gaze on the blonde and ordered him to speak, and he began to stutter and mumbled that he understood everything. The main character was not satisfied with this answer, and he asked him why he still behaved so disgustingly, since he understood everything. A bloody tooth flew out of Sun's mouth, and Xu, in false anger, asked how he was now supposed to talk to his father. And one tooth wasn't enough, because soon the entire floor was covered in bloody stains, and drops of the red substance were flying through the air. So several hours passed. Zhen Yang had already spent half a day beating Sun, who never mentioned his father to him. The main character asked to give him a rag, and he began to wipe his hands with the thought that all this was a useless humiliation, and he should calm down. Letting go of the bloody fabric, he noted that there was no point in talking to the blonde, but he wanted to tell him one thing. He looked at his victim with a rag on his face and said that he should not even think about returning to take revenge on him later. After leaving him, the guy added that if he did not listen to him, then in the future the entire Sun family would rot. But as soon as Xu Zhenyang and Qi Yunfei left the martial arts hall, Ruizhui ran up to them, exclaiming. The girl said with her breath that the guy had beaten one of the members of the Sun family, and they would not just leave it like that, especially since they recently had a very serious security guard of potential rank. The young man inadvertently recalled the words of Mr. Qi, who had recently said that people with the potential rank were very dangerous. Then the main character only indifferently asked what else he could do, hinting that he didn't care at all. Ruizhui noted that in the future they were supposed to have a conference, and if he agreed to represent the Jiang family, they would protect him until the end of his days. The young man turned away and refused, calling the girl's words empty, since he himself could cope with the Sun family alone. He added that he was not going to side with the Jiang family, and didn't want anything to do with their enemies because of some blonde idiot. Xu looked at the girl, asking if she had acted against the Sun family just because they did not want to accept her. Ruizhui sadly lowered her eyes, thinking that her proposal was rejected and she had lost her only hope. She raised her eyes with a little hope when the guy spoke again, making a remark to himself. The main character looked at her and asked how many families had gathered to take part in the mentioned conference. The girl vehemently confirmed his question and again admired the fact that he was able to oppose the Sun family. Ruizhui noted that she did not expect that he would be able to come out unscathed and win, but asked him not to act like a hero again. The young man exhaled heavily and agreed to represent that family at a conference in a few days. He thought that since many people took part in the meeting, he would not lose anything if he came to it, and maybe they would find someone who would help him find his mother. Mr. Qi handed the girl a business card, and the guy asked her to contact him when he needed to speak on behalf of her family. Taking the piece of paper with the number, the girl looked resolutely at Zhenyang and asked him not to forget that he had given his word. Mr. Qi was driving today, very amazed at how mysterious Zhenyang was and how many hidden talents he had. Laughing lightly, the guy replied that Yunfei overestimated him, and in the meantime he received a message. It was Zhang Yu. He wrote that his mother came to visit him, so he invited Zhenyang to visit them. Looking out the window, the young man noticed that they were just passing in a suitable place, so he asked them to stop him. Mr. Qi opened the door to the guy, saying that he would wait next to the car until he returned, and if the guy needed anything, then notify him. The guy entered a restaurant nearby, at one of the tables of which his best friend and his mother sat. Zhang Yu's mother always looked very tired and sad. She said that she wanted to treat the young man. The guy immediately asked how Zhang Yu got off work so early, because he had recently worked in a large company. Zhu's best friend was confused, but the main character winked at him and asked him to play along for his mother. Zhang Yu quickly caught Zhenyang's hint and began to talk about how he had indeed landed a very prestigious job. The guy looked sadly at the glass, thinking that Zhang Yu really had good abilities and should have gotten a job somewhere. His friend's mother still looked quite sad, so he tried in every possible way to encourage her and somehow cheer her up with delicious food. Something seemed suspicious to the guy, and he looked with disbelief at the table behind them. There sat a little boy with a shaved head and shamelessly drank whole glasses of juice in one gulp. The boy grinned slyly and began to drink the next glass of juice, taking several deep sips. Right after his little ritual, he deliberately leaned over and vomited his drink onto Zhang Yu's mother sitting in front of him. Zhang Yu angrily turned to the boy's parents and ordered them to calm down their son, who allowed himself such insolence. The cunning boy's father loudly slammed the table, saying that he shouldn't care, and then brazenly asked if he wanted to say anything. Xu approached the man and said that his son had deliberately thrown his drink on an ordinary woman, so they needed an excuse. The father tensed and said through clenched teeth with contempt that he had no intention of teaching his son any manners. The man swung his hand unceremoniously, ordering the guy to stop commanding and trying to point his son out to him. The young man immediately grabbed his hand, and with eyes full of tested patience, stared at his father. Since he didn't understand any other way, the main character had to painfully twist his arm, causing the man's skin to contort more intensely. The guy pulled the man towards him and turned his body over, slamming his father's head into the table and not allowing him to twitch. Zhu grinned to himself, saying that in words he pretended to be God knows what, but in reality he was weak as a rooster. Zhengyang stared with contempt at the exhausted man, thinking that if his friend's mother had not been nearby, he would have broken all his bones long ago. With their little incident, they created quite a lot of noise in the crowded restaurant, so one guy in a suit ran up to them in confusion. The young man emotionally explained that the man's child deliberately spat in their dishes and threw his drink on his aunt, so they were raising a geek. The mother of the sobbing boy was loudly indignant, asking how her beloved child could even do this in such a decent establishment. Taking out his phone, the young man turned to Zhang Yu and asked him to take his offended mother away while he sorted it out. The boy's indignant mother began to accuse the guy of the fact that because of the boy, her child was now crying, and the guy was obliged to compensate for the damage. The guy grinned, remembering the rule that you can't hit girls, so he turned to his phone. Calling Qi Yunfei for help, Xu noted to himself that he usually did not beat women, but he had other ways of dealing with inappropriate behavior of those. Zhang Yu's dirty mother said with a sad voice that she had ruined their whole dinner, but her son began to calm her down and say that Xu would soon restore order. They didn't even have time to blink twice when a huge crowd of respectably dressed men formed in front of the restaurant's entrance. Zhang Yu opened his eyes in surprise and looked towards the center of the crowd, where one of the most influential people in their city began to emerge. Mr. Qi got out of his car with a business-like expression on his face, and there was no trace of his former scars and bruises on his face. Meanwhile, inside the establishment, the boy's mother continued to be indignant and asked how Zhang Yu and his mother allowed themselves to leave. Both cheeky parents loudly asked what was wrong with someone spitting in their food once. The guy involuntarily began to think and look away, impatiently waiting for the arrival of Mr. Qi and his minions. While they continued to shout and be indignant, Yunfei quietly came into the restaurant and picked up one of the hot dishes with the tip of his fingers. Mr. Qi did not play any foreplay and simply let his son's mother feel the plate directly in her face. His father stepped back hesitantly, staring in horror at the humiliating picture. The girl fell exhausted to the floor with hot soup on her face, and the man let go of the still warm plate. Mr. Qi turned his indifferent eyes to the side, but there was noticeable confusion mixed with irritation on his face. Yunfei walked up to the guy and simply tilted his head in the direction, as if his words would be unnecessary in such a situation. The boy's father fell to his knees in despair, and with a despairing face stared at Mr. Qi, who took the boy's side. The man stared at the guy, assuming that in front of him was the son of some big shot or a significant person from the city. The man in the suit came closer to the young man, and in a trembling voice apologized to him for their negligence. But Zhu replied that he was just trying to teach them a lesson. The young man looked at the spoiled hot soup and added that he would like his parents to drink the broth that their son spat in. Mr. Qi's servant agreed with the boy's proposal, and the boy's parents, in horror, wanted to fall underground. Even the main character would not want to watch the disgusting picture, so he simply went out to the dumbfounded Zhang Yu and his mother. The young man reassured Aunt Lin and said that very kind uncles came to his aid and dealt with the offenders. Of course, he expressed himself quite loudly, calling some of the most terrifying and cruel people in Santaya kind. But through his smile, even this could be believed. His friend's mother calmed down and lowered her eyes. But Zhang Yu himself still had something he wanted to share. But as soon as the main character saw what his friend wanted to show him, his eyebrows lowered warily, and he asked how this could be possible. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Chejihao's company, Tianyu Cars, also began to become tense. Chen Chusheng asked the owner if he was going to tell Xu that the South China automobile factory wanted to move to Santai and buy his entire business. The situation was very unpleasant, since the company had already managed to lure the workers of Chejihao and, with its influence, blocked access to fuel, suppressing the man by any means. Chejihao already understood the situation he was in, and was afraid that even Zhenyang would not need him with his lack of professionalism. At the same moment, the doors to the car expert's office swung open and Xu solemnly walked inside, asking why he had underestimated himself so much. The guy smiled, saying that it was not Chejihao's fault, that his company was still very young and was just beginning to develop. Chen Chusheng stood up and told the young man that the owner of the automobile business was very worried, although he said that Xu would not blame him. The main character waved his hand indifferently and plopped down on the sofa in front of them, asking if they needed his help. Xu Zhenyang decided to put on a more professional and business-like expression, asking him to explain their problem in detail. Jihao explained that the representative of the South China plant was already planning to negotiate with them about buying his business very soon. The guy began to take turns analyzing the problems of the Tianyu company, which did not have enough engines, and the warring plant was taking away its workers. Jihao bowed his head and said with annoyance that he originally planned to rely on the plant, but they grabbed his throat and decided to eat him. Then the young man could only ask what they were going to do next, and in his head he himself began to draw up a plan for further actions. Tanyu clearly intended to promote her policy in Santai, but this was contrary to the wishes of the South China plant. So the young man decided not to give in to those either. Chen Chusheng mentioned that Xu had previously invested his money into developing their business, so they planned to take some from there and find a new engine manufacturer. The guy understood what the owner of the law was talking about, but he was not sure that they would have enough time for such a thing, when in front of them was a hungry beast like a factory. Zhihao began to shake nervously as he reported that he had been notified that a representative from the South China factory had already arrived. The young man only coldly asked to let them in, since he himself wanted to conduct a dialogue with them. After a few minutes of waiting, the doors to the office opened and a dark-skinned businessman and a girl with blonde hair walked into the room, greeting him in English. The South China plant was a joint Sino-foreign venture, so key positions were occupied by foreigners. Che Zhihao and Chen Chusheng tensed, slightly wary of the fact that a foreigner could be sent to negotiate with them. The guests sat down comfortably on one of the chairs and confidently asked if they were ready to start their debate about the company. The girl decided to start by introducing the dark-skinned man as Mr. Jack Leary, head of the Yunhai region of their South China automobile plant. The blonde extended her hand forward and smiled haughtily, proudly adding that Jack Leary had decided to take pity on them and give them the chance they asked to take. Her words irritated Zhenyang, and he asked what chance there could be in such a situation. In all honesty, the girl noted that all he had to do was agree to their convincing conditions. Jack Leary sat quite confidently, so the guy suspected that he was probably one of the main representatives of the company. The young man decided to ask her a counter question about what benefits they would receive from the so-called conditions. The blonde lowered her eyebrows and said in a serious voice why they were trying to grab the last chance to benefit from their poor situation. The girl slightly lost her composure and loudly declared that the only benefit for them was that they would not go broke. Of course, there was no talk of any benefit. Those two came to them for negotiations only in order to dictate their own rules. A trembling silence rushed through the entire office again. No one was going to accept the conditions of the Southern Chinese company just like that. Breaking the deathly silence in the room, Zhenyang said with a grin that they shouldn't expect to deceive them so easily, because contrary to their hopes, they had not yet been driven into a corner. The blonde wanted to be indignant, but Jack stopped her with the words that he did not understand what the rich people from Santaya were planning. The guy decided to stand up in front of the guest, saying that it was not his right to be interested in their affairs. But he had his own questions. Jack frowned angrily when the young man suspected the South China Car Company of being up to no good. The guy stood up and confidently stated that one way or another, they were not going to succumb to their provocations and accept their conditions. Then, the girl became furious, angrily responding to the insolence of the fact that he did not dare to tell them, because Jack Leary was a rich foreign head of their business. The girl screamed at the top of her voice, asking where such a smart boy came from who dared to contradict the man under whom everyone bowed their heads. But the blonde stopped abruptly when she saw a terrifying aura in front of her, followed by another oppressive silence. Chen Chusheng stared at her with a stern expression and then in a cold, gloomy tone, ordered her to repeat her words about Shu. The hotel owner stared intimidatingly and once again asked her to repeat her last words. From one terrifying sight of the businessman, the girl took several hesitant steps back and then fell to the floor with a frightened face. Jack Leary stood up from his seat and, laughing pathetically under his breath, noted that they would rather die than agree to their conditions. Tuck assumed that they would not be able to come to an agreement in this way, so they would soon regret their choice. The representative of the huge company chuckled once again, saying that he couldn't wait to trample those people. The man said goodbye indifferently and loudly slammed the door behind him, shrouding the room in another silence. The situation was even worse than they could have imagined, so the young man asked how many engines were left in the warehouse. The answer was obvious. Zhe Jihao explained that they had almost no engines left, and they had an order on their hands that they could not even fulfill due to the tight deadline. Zhu judiciously suggested that they would have to make the engines themselves, and then asked where they had bought them before. Zhenyang explained that he needed all this information in order to meet with suppliers and discuss everything with them. Che Jihao objected, since they used to have a reliable partner, but now he has come under the influence of the South Chinese plant. Falling onto the back of the sofa, the young man exhaled heavily and concluded that the company surrounded them on all sides and took into account all the little things. The guy stared exhaustedly at the ceiling, saying that everything would go for the better when they developed the technology for creating engines, and he was going to buy out the technology of the warring company. When Shu left the office, Zhe Jihao called the young man's forecast rather unconvincing, although he felt that he could solve all their problems. The owner of the car company scratched his head and awkwardly suggested that the company be transferred to Zhenyang's name. But Chen Chusheng did not find the idea tempting. Zhe Jihao agreed with his colleague. But in fact, he just wanted to somehow thank the young man because he only had cars in the form of gifts. But before fulfilling his mission to save his friend's automobile business, the young man decided to check how things were in the scout zone. Last time, it was still a very ordinary training ground, but seeing the changes, the guy involuntarily asked what happened during his absence. Yuren proudly demonstrated the improved premises, saying that the scouts decided to make purchases to create comfortable conditions. Zhu talked to them about buying the necessary things in the morning, and they had already prepared all the necessary things. The necessary equipment was placed everywhere. as if the base were not ordinary scouts, but soldiers who were actively preparing for war. The guy proudly walked through his corridors, commenting that his elite squad acted extremely quickly. Mu Shuman ran up to the young man, reporting to his boss that it was he who bought all the necessary equipment, although he spent a lot of money on them. The main character nodded approvingly. He liked the efficiency and speed with which the bodyguard worked. Shu laughed and replied that money was not a problem for him, so it was not worth it for him to buy already used equipment. Mu Shuman understood the young man very well, but still noted that the reconnaissance device was still very expensive. Without warning Zhenyang and Yu Ruang, he began to explain in detail all the details and features of each item they needed. The guy ignored the stream of information in an unknown language and said that the most important thing was the functionality of the equipment. Yu Ran pointed to one of the sets and noted that there were only 3 or 4 of these in all of Santai, so they had to buy it on the black market. She added that they had to bargain and ended up spending Wang Wen and 3 Mao for the entire trip. But that kind of money was insignificant for the guy. The main character was very upset by such savings, and even the price devaluation system noted that in this way, it would not award him even 1 point. The secretary smiled at the guy and handed him the total amount of 21 yuan, 3 Mao, 8 fen. But the system and Shu were still not impressed. In this case, the young man had almost nothing left, and he opened a bank to transfer the amount spent to the girl. Sue noted that he transferred 21 wen to that account, and the secretary thanked him and nodded, saying that she would pass it on to others. The price devaluation system literally mocked Zhenyang, and this time the only message was congratulations from her on the money spent. Then, the panel itself decided to invite the young man to spend the 2,000 points he had already accumulated. So the guy grinned and agreed that it was time to buy something interesting. As usual, the secretary conveyed the young man's words to the scouts, saying that their squad was very important to Shu, and they did not need to worry about money. The girl explained that the money they spent was a trifle for Mr. Zhu, so saving would be stupid. Yuran raised her hand in support, solemnly declaring that they need to spend as much money as possible and try their best. The squad of scouts listened carefully to her words about the fact that they should always think before going on a difficult task. She solemnly declared that they should all accumulate their strength and then show every bit of it when they need it. Of Yu Ruang's many different talents, the last thing he expected to see on the list was the desire to be a cheerleading leader. The guy felt a little awkward about the painting, so he cleared his throat and intervened in the secretary's motivational speech. The young man approached the girl and stroked her head, saying that she had good abilities, and she replied that it was thanks to him. Shu glanced at one of the men, addressing him as Han Yan, asking him to come to him for a few seconds. As soon as the man opened his mouth, words rushed out of him in a rough bass voice that their reconnaissance group had already begun to act. The guy nodded to him and looked around, saying that he had actually prepared something else for his group. The girl asked what kind of bottle he pulled out of his jacket, and the guy with a feigned smile explained that it was just the result of his friend's research. You spent as much as 300 points to buy this bottle, and he added that, according to his friend's story, the medicine was able to improve a person's ability to steal things. The young man was already excited, saying that if the results of the potion met his expectations, he would order a few more bottles. In fact, one of the soldiers doubted that 1 potion would be enough for them. Improving their ability to steal seemed something absurd. The man wasn't sure of Shu's words but decided to try it anyway, taking a few sips of the medicinal drink. The effects came very quickly. The man's eyes involuntarily widened, and he felt a surge of strength throughout his body. The soldier looked dumbfounded at his body, which now seemed to him much faster and more agile by many times. Then he opened his hands, feeling them like flexible pincers, capable of grabbing anything in a matter of seconds. In just a few seconds, he rushed through the room, and the wallets of everyone present were in his hands. The guy asked if he felt any strong changes from the effect of the potion, and the scout added that it seemed like a lot more knowledge had appeared in his head. The other soldiers could not remain for long without an explanation of what had suddenly happened a second ago, so they intervened in the conversation between the scout and the guy. After all, their wallet had been shamelessly stolen a second ago, so they were noticeably angry and slightly perplexed at what had come over their colleague. The man, of course, began to shake and could not even utter a word in his defense since it would still sound ridiculous. The next day, the main character decided to go to the Haicheng Hotel to meet with an important person. Inside, the young man was met by a certain Mr. Chen, who immediately shook his hand, smilingly chuckling to himself. The guy smiled, asking why they stood still when they could have sat down at the table and discussed everything at dinner. Che Zhihao and Chen Chusheng, having also come to the meeting, froze and wondered whether this was the same young man who, during the first meeting with them, even refused to eat. The main character did not hold back the intrigue and revealed that he came to Mr. Chen to buy their engine production technology, so he would like to know the price. Mr. Chen sat down and began by saying that he also wanted Tianyu Automobile Company to continue operating, so his answer was simple. The young man began to pour himself some tea, listening to the man's words that they just needed the right to take over Tianyu for their South China automobile plant. Then he had not yet had time to finish, but the guy had already put forward his bet of 3,000, which quite surprised the representative of the rival company. Yu smiled, saying in a relaxed manner that it was only a matter of time before they could find a new engine manufacturer, and he had plenty of money on his hands. The young man added that they had been very troubled in their search and would soon be able to get back on their feet. But Mr. Chen stood his ground, saying that such words could not buy them. At the same moment, the man choked on his hot tea as the young man raised the price again, now to 4,000. Mr. Chen loudly slammed his mug with spilling tea and shouted that there was no point in their debate, and he had already seen enough of money in his life. A representative of a car company angrily ordered the guy to accept the offer from their factory, despite the fact that the amount offered was 2 times more than what the company gave him. The man had not even had time to recover from the previous price when an offer to give 6,000 came to his face from the young man. The guy confidently stated that the price of Mr. Chen's company's engine technology was only 2,500 yuan, so he gave him very generous options. Nervous bullets of sweat began to run down Mr. Chen's face, and he tried to argue that the automobile plant was their partner. Then the young man stood up with dramatic annoyance in his voice, saying that for 6,000 yuan the man could have gotten a fortune, but he was surprised that the guy did not increase the price again. The man desperately extended his hand to those, because he was going to agree with them if they added another 2,000 generous yuan to their amount. Su took Che Zhihao and Chen Chusheng with him, defiantly leaving, allegedly saying that they were very disappointed. On the way out, Zhenyang noted that he was not surprised by their refusal, and Chen Chusheng added that it would still not be easy to cooperate with them. The guy indifferently reached out to the Morning Sun, saying that since they had saved so much today, they might as well go spend their money on something. The main character turned his head to them, smilingly saying that in a few days, those two had been making inquiries about the leaders of other engines, so they could contact them. Zhu walked up to the car and finally added that, if possible, they should immediately begin work in the engine production workshop and start the conveyor. The guy sat down in the car with a thoughtful face, which made Yu Ruan ask what they should do next. The young man smiled smugly, and then confidently stated that he would like to visit his friend's restaurant. They soon arrived at Baola's colorful establishment, and Zhenyang wanted to see if he could help her with anything today. Upon entering, Yu Ruan was quite impressed by the appearance of the protagonist's friend's restaurant. The guy asked what the secretary would like to order, but she awkwardly looked to the side and said that she had only recently eaten a salad. An amusing smile spread across the young man's face when he noted that, despite their name, such restaurants served not only dietary dishes. Baola's menu combined various dishes of Eastern and Western type. The young man knew this from her constant lessons and indignation when she did not see such restaurants in the city. He noted that in fact he himself did not know all the details, and in the meantime another pink car drove up to the restaurant. The doors slowly opened and 2 rather loud girls slowly began to emerge. Behind them, a small white dog jumped out of the car, the aggression of which could not be compared with a person on Sundays living next to the church. The yellow-eyed girl took out her phone and selfie stick, starting to broadcast with her blue-eyed friend Yo-Yo. The young man had not seen those 2 weirdos in the city before, and Yu Ruan noted that those 2 were very influential culinary internet celebrities. The girl in the red dress drew the camera's attention to Baola's healthy food restaurant, which they were asked to evaluate since it was opening in 2 days. Yu Ruan added that a couple of girls were broadcasting about local restaurants, so their opinion was very valued by restaurateurs, because it was much more significant than newspapers and leaflets. Walking next to the internet celebrities was a pregnant woman with her daughter, who was clearly no more than 4 years old. The white dog of one of the girls behind the selfie stick looked angrily at those 2 with its fierce, bestial eyes. She began to bark and bark loudly at the frightened 4-year-old girl, who was afraid that she might attack her. The mother tried to take her daughter away, but the dog began to run around them and continue to growl, not allowing them to go anywhere. A pregnant woman screamed at her pet and ordered it to leave, asking who let their dog go without a leash. After the next circle, the dog opened its hungry mouth in rage and grabbed the girl's leg with its fangs. At the same moment, the girl jumped up and screamed in pain, and bitter, uncontrollable tears flowed from her eyes. The celebrity girls looked back as their daughter screamed that she was in pain and could barely stand on her feet. Xu Zhenyang and Yu Rong looked back at the tragedy that unfolded before their eyes with puzzled expressions on their faces. The woman began to beat the dog, which did not let go of her daughter and continued to bite her leg several more times. The dog didn't even think about stopping, digging its sharp teeth even deeper into the helpless girl's leg. Then, one of the celebrity girls approached them in anger, hitting the pregnant woman on the back of the head with a painful blow and ordering her to let go of her dog. The white dog immediately stopped and, accompanied by the little girl's cries, walked back to her owner. The girl lifted her crazy dog and began to calm it down. But in the eyes of her pet, there was still hunger and a desire to torment. A pregnant woman was loudly indignant, asking why she kept her dog off a leash, which is why it bit her daughter. The celebrity became even more furious, answering that the woman's daughter probably started it first. She swung her foot towards the pregnant woman's belly, saying that her dog couldn't have bitten that first daughter. She did not have time to make her ill-fated blow, because a second later, Xu blocked it, sending the girl and her dog in the other direction with his fist. Together with her pet, she publicly flew off in the other direction and rolled to the ground straight towards her car. The celebrity in red insultingly asked why the young man was interfering with them. Internet stars? The guy grinned, answering that he was just minding his own business, and then asked what was wrong with that. He ironically added that an attack by an internet celebrity on a pregnant woman could be a great sensation. Having not yet had time to recover sufficiently, the dog growled loudly and began to bark in the direction of the guy. The girl ordered her dog to stop, but it mindlessly opened its mouth and tried to jump on Xu. But Zhenyang was also not so simple. In flight, he grabbed the pet by the neck and forced it to casually stick out its tongue. The young man squeezed her neck and said that he did not like to offend dogs, but this one bit a man, so he had every right to do so. The main character looked at the dog with his glass-piercing blue eyes, peering more closely at the pet. There wasn't even an ounce of sympathy on the dog's face. She just tried to bite again. So the guy said that dogs that bite should be put to sleep. There was an oppressive silence all around. Yu Ruan was distracted from trying to help her mother with her injured daughter. The pregnant woman looked worriedly at her frightened daughter, examining every corner of her body for wounds. Internet celebrities fell to the ground exhausted, looking in annoyance as the guy himself put forward his own verdict on what should be done to the dog. The guy casually released the exhausted dog from his hands and invited the girls to apologize, giving the woman 2 fen. He loomed over the internet celebrities and added that otherwise they would regret their choice. The girl in red stood up absurdly, mumbled that she had money, but she would not apologize. She approached the young man, giving him her 2 fen coin, which he snatched and twirled between his fingers. The guy stared at her accusingly, saying that she most likely realized the weight of her actions and consequences. After tossing a bronze coin, Zhenyang said that the dog was actually very sick, so the bite would leave a mark if left untreated. The coin itself jumped into Yu Ruan's hands, and the young man asked her to take the mother and daughter to be vaccinated against the developing infection. When the mother and daughter were taken to safety, Xu looked at the 2 celebrities and invited them to continue. The girl in red immediately became indignant, asking what the guy needed and didn't they solve everything? The screams were so loud that they were heard by Biola, who decided to run up and find out what was happening between them. The girl in red displeasedly asked if Chung knew the guy, and she awkwardly replied that he was the second owner of the restaurant. Internet celebrities immediately began to insult the guy and accuse him of all the sins of humanity before Bala. The stars did not even listen to the excuses of those, jumping into their car with the words that they would not even leave their review. The girl in red grabbed the steering wheel and shouted through the window that she would not just leave the guy for his action. Realizing that she was in trouble as always, Baola exhaled heavily, involuntarily wondering what Xu could have done this time. The girl decided to give him a chance, so she looked at the young man and asked him to tell her in detail about what happened. As soon as she heard about what happened, she began to curse everything around her, because the girls were famous locally and she specially invited them. Baola began throwing bottles and cans, saying that if she knew the whole truth about those, she would not even think of collaborating with them. Chung looked at the guy indignantly and asked why he didn't call the police right away and let them run away unpunished. The main character shrugged his shoulders and said that their popularity would still be shaken, but he himself did not want to make a fuss out of the blue. The girl was not satisfied with this answer, and she angrily stated that the young man was only thinking about playing cat and mouse with someone. Paola lowered her head and asked with a heavy voice what she could do now that she had lost such clients. She slumped on her chair with displeasure, saying that she would no longer be able to find such internet celebrities in their city and was thinking about making flyers. The young man began to tease her and ask why she should humiliate herself so much when she still had several reliable acquaintances. In response to her embarrassment, Shu noted that they were personally acquainted with Tang Ying herself, who was also a kind of Santai celebrity due to the fashion industry. On the other hand, Paola could go to her former boss from the fitness room because the face of the sports club would be ideal for her healthy food establishment. The girl's thoughts were confused when Zhen Yang mentioned that internet celebrities were directly working for Chen Chusheng's competitors. Dogwa's company was owned by Chen Chusheng, so he could help send a few guests from his platform to the restaurant. There was quite a lot of information, so Paola awkwardly grabbed her head and asked him to let her think for a while. Siwa noted that Chung had quite a bit of experience, especially since this was the first time she ran a personal business. But overall, she had a good chance of breaking out. The girl leaned against the glass of the table and mumbled that she was completely stupid and couldn't even think of anything. Zhen Yang tried to tease her a little more, but the girl didn't like the boy's impudence, so his face met her fist. A few days after the opening, the first customers began to appear in the restaurant, among whom were regular ones. Basically, all the customers were delighted and commented on how delicious the food was that the restaurant prepared. People noted that the dishes were low-fat and had almost no calories, so they could eat them and not worry about anything. Today was the first day of the official opening of Paola's restaurant, so she was afraid that those two might come. She looked down warily, telling herself that it was too early to worry until Shu came to her aid. Soon, this actually happened, and two internet celebrities jumped into the room smilingly, greeting their fans with loud cheers. The girls complimented the ambiance inside the restaurant and then ordered a whole table full of different types of food, from Eastern to Western. Blue Eyes picked up one of the deep plates, noting that the smell was pleasant, which means the taste must have been impressive. Her eyes suddenly opened as soon as she tasted one of the restaurant's healthy soups. The girl wiped her mouth disgustingly and said through a drooping voice that the taste seemed familiar to her, and the appearance was the only advantage of the dish. Seeing that others were recording her reaction on video, she pointedly called the chicken in her soup fatty, looking at Paola sarcastically. The girl in red took her chopsticks and said that she also wanted to try one of the salads. She began to hurriedly chew, saying that the salad made from ordinary peppercorns contained a lot of food additives. Other visitors looked at the internet celebrities in slight confusion, although many of them actually took the words of those two to heart. Thus, in a matter of seconds, the view of Paola's kitchen turned into a huge pool of judgment and dissatisfaction from those two. Chung, of course, knew that they deliberately not only put her dishes in a bad light, but also came up with shortcomings on their own. All the ingredients in her kitchen were fresh, so she just wanted to hit someone for carelessly spreading such slander. Then the blue-eyed girl exclaimed dramatically and raised her chopsticks in disgust, saying that she had found a hair. One of the internet stars was indignant, saying that she no longer wants to pretend and is going to return the fee that she was given for advertising the establishment. The girl in red dramatically grabbed her stomach and began to shake with disgust on her face, looking down nervously. Then she closed her eyes and unceremoniously fell to the floor with feigned moans of pain. The blue-eyed girl screamed in horror the name of her friend, who even bothered to throw away her phone for the sake of her magnificent acting. The visitors stared in shock at the girl, who began to whine and complain that her stomach hurt. Paola didn't know how much longer she could listen to the accusations of those that there was something in her food and that she was deliberately poisoning it. The next day, the ill-fated video spread throughout the internet and even made it onto the local news. At the main office, Kuhaido, the boss of the two girls, was himself amazed that they even bothered to find the actor doctor who gave them a certificate of food poisoning. The man in the suit put his feet up on the table, proudly losing how they had completely blown up the news in just a few days. He crossed his arms and added with a smug grin that their popularity on the platform was growing significantly, and he was going to contact a lawyer for the girls. The man's name was Ma Ji. He was the director of short videos of Kuhaido, and he offered the girls to win the case in court in order to gain millions of fans. The girls heartily thanked their director and said that they would never let you down and would try their best. Initially, those two were only going to disgrace the restaurant, but now they had the opportunity to become twice as rich. The director nervously lit his cigarette. In fact, he didn't care about the popularity of the girls. He just needed popularity for his platform. The man stared at the ceiling, already imagining how the audience would be delighted with their actions and the measures they were ready to take. He was only afraid of running into trouble, but the news did not stop even for a day, and the city had been noisy for several days in a row because of an incident that happened in a healthy food restaurant. Xu Zhenyang was surrounded by reporters, asking if he had any comments about the incident. Many of them reported that the girls were going to sue them, so they were interested to know what they would do in response. The young man was not prepared, so amid the noise he began to hesitantly answer one of the questions. But he was interrupted by exclamations that the girls were already there. Yan Yan and Yo-Yo walked through the thick crowd, and the former asked if Mr. Xu wanted to tell her something or apologize to her. The girl's lawyer put an official statement with a red stamp in front of the young man, saying that his client had filed a lawsuit against him. The guy picked up the document from the man and said that there was nothing to worry about, and he would definitely discuss the situation with his lawyer. Yan Yan grinned, self-confidently squeezing out that he shouldn't even tumble, because he had no chance of winning and could only wait for the collapse of his reputation. The young man smiled proudly and said that they had been preparing for too long for him to just miss his chance to have fun. Yo-Yo tensed because the guy behaved too calmly, and also said that he would find the best lawyer. Yan Yan lowered her eyes warily, suspecting that he might have some evidence against them. Then, under the restaurant, exclamations from the girls were heard that the guy would not be able to sue them so easily. Blue-Eyed looked at him in disgust, saying that they would sue the boy and he had fought in vain. They hesitantly moved away from that and began to defend themselves with phrases that he didn't even need to look for a lawyer, because he had lost a long time ago. To the comment of those that such a poor man would not even have enough for a coffin, the young man could only grin smugly. Soon, the self-confident young man's plan came into action, and the invitation to court was followed by comments in support of the girls. However, this was the case until an anonymous user who had a different point of view left his comment. Anonymous pointed to a video that, in his opinion, could change the attitude of the girls' fans because of the girls' behavior in it. It was a recording of that same ill-fated day when one of the girls' dog bit a little girl on the leg. The video clearly showed how Yo-Yo grabbed her dog and, in a fit of emotion, tried to kick the pregnant woman in the stomach. There was no sound on the recording, but it ended with Xu throwing the girl to the other side and preventing her from hitting the girl's mother. The comments immediately changed their tone towards the girls, but the anonymous author was not finished yet and posted a second entry. The video showed that at the time of her so-called poisoning, Yan Yan was in fact completely healthy and calmly communicated with her friend. Moreover, she mentioned out loud how well she played the poor victim and rejoiced at the imminent closure of the restaurant. Yo-Yo sarcastically noted that her uncle was the head of the gastroenterology department of the hospital, so they would be given a fake certificate in poisoning. At this point, the video began to break down, but the girls' solemn exclamations about the idiots who would see their video and begin to give the restaurant bad reviews could still be heard. Still, not everyone believed in the verisimilitude of a similar video and doubted that they had fake recordings of actors in front of them. But the anonymous author did not even think about finishing, noting that their game would be quite long and a lot still needed to be clarified. The next recording showed footage from the main office of the Kuhaido company, when Ma Ji was talking about assigning a lawyer to the girls. In the video, the director sat with his arms crossed smugly and said that a real war would soon begin, and those two would be able to get away with it. Then, the opinion about celebrities changed dramatically, and the internet began to side with Zhenyang in an instant. The young man looked contentedly at his phone, and Chen Chusheng noted that his videos had caused a huge stir, and he could post the remaining evidence. The guy hid the phone and asked the hotel owner to continue, but remember that each video should be posted only on his platform and prohibited it from being broadcast. The young man noted that his goal was not only to increase downloads of the Doga platform application, but also to increase its schedule on an ongoing basis. Chen Chusheng lowered his eyebrows sternly, noting that thanks to the video, the number of downloads of their applications increased 17 times overnight. When the hotel owner asked what they would do if they tried to sue them for cheating the app, Xu noted that they would simply pay back with money. The guy noted that he would like to publish everything they had, even if it would cost him dozens of yuan. Meanwhile, Kuhaido's office headquarters was very noisy. The director was furious that they had lost 10 million users in one day. Maji angrily added that their shares were still falling and angrily asked what the public relations department was doing while they were literally dying. He pressed the phone with all his might with his fingers when the board of directors called him asking to talk. A minute later, there was a violent knock on the door of his office, and he, with a cry, allowed his guest to go inside. A lawyer came inside to present the director with an invitation to appear in court in the case of her client, Chung Baola. His jaw almost fell to the floor when she menacingly approached him with her business-like gait and said that Kuhaido's company was suspected of spreading lies. Cold drops of sweat began to roll down Maji's face after mentioning that a lawsuit had already been filed against their company and the man was required to appear in court. The director screamed and loudly tried to shift the responsibility to a couple of celebrities, but the lawyer did not want to listen to him. The girl ignored his words and said that she would like to meet with his client and agree on a private settlement. He began to shake and wanted to add something, but the lawyer noted that she would not agree to a peaceful resolution of the conflict. The woman slammed the doors behind her and said through several layers of wood that the matter concerned everyone who took part in the crime. The lawyer's bright exclamation echoed throughout the building that each of them would be responsible for their intervention. Very soon, information about the video reached two internet celebrities, who were outraged that they had been exposed and now had to respond. Yanyan blamed her friend for everything, throwing her phone at her and saying that it was her fault for not noticing the camera. Yo-Yo's accusation angered her even more, and she shouted back that it was all the fault of her dead dog, which she had not learned to keep on a leash. The girl in red wanted to be indignant, but the blue-eyed one jumped on her, as if she was going to tear her apart out of the blue. They knocked each other down and started fighting, grabbing each other where it hurt the most, and meanwhile continued to verbally insult each other. Yanyan and Yo-Yo grabbed each other by the hair and, due to their screams, did not even hear when there was a knock on their room. A man with glasses came into the room and introduced himself as Chung Baola's lawyer and said that the girls had damaged his client's reputation. The lawyer released a piece of paper from his hands, on which it was reported that a couple of celebrities were suspected of tampering with evidence, so they were summoned to court. Soon, the healthy food restaurant began to regain its former reputation, and people confidently visited it again. There was quite a lot of space inside, but sometimes there were so many customers that some even had to wait. Chung went outside and contentedly stretched out her hands to the sun. She finally felt peace within herself. Yu-Ren stood next to her, so the girl asked, puzzled, about the food and where their waiter had gone. The secretary awkwardly looked away, asking if Baola was talking about Mr. Shu, who suddenly decided to take time off from work. At the time when Zhenyang was supposed to serve food to the tables, he was at the intelligence base, so Yu Ruang justified him by saying that he was watching a certain show. The guy was in the Eagle observation room, where Mu Shuman informed him that Chao Yang was now carrying out his first task. The bodyguard commented with slight excitement that his task might take a little longer than the young man thought. Zhu tilted his head back indifferently, saying that the most important thing for him was that Chao Yang not be noticed by anyone, because he promised not to put any of them in danger. In his head, Zhenyang analyzed the situation, believing that the scout should not be noticed while he was using the medicine to improve his theft skills. The young man was indignant with himself because the system lowered his points, but he had the conscience to tell him not to worry about running out of potions. However, they could not worry for long. As soon one of the scouts reported that Chao Yang had returned safe and sound, they waited a few seconds on the base tower since the observation room was at its highest point. Entering the observation room, Chao Yang bowed to Shu and handed him a small object that looked like a thin laptop. The guy took the gadget from the man's hands and praised him with a smile. Since now he had everything he needed to work. Chao Yang's guarantees paid off and the guy slowly opened a silver laptop in front of him, carefully looking inside. This small and extraordinary gadget was actually the key to solving Zhe Jihao's problem. The young man went to the office of the Tianyu Automobile Company and explained to Che Jihao that inside the laptop there was technical information from engine manufacturers. However, everything was not so simple, and the guy noted that they should agree to develop a new engine as soon as possible. Then the guy decided to change the topic and clarify whether they had already found the specialist they needed to work on the mechanism. Chihao smiled awkwardly and closed his eyes. The expression on his face slightly embarrassed the young man, and he asked if they had failed again. The car company owner tapped his chest, proudly declaring that he was not to be underestimated, and when it came to technology, he always trained everyone first. The guy reassured him by saying that he did not underestimate the man, and then put a small bottle with a green liquid inside on the table. Yu changed the subject and asked Che Jihao to drink his medicine, but the man clarified what kind of bottle he placed in front of him. The young man said that this was his friend's special drug, which helped the brain improve skills in the field of electronic technology and mechanics. Che Jihao opened the bottle with a little suspicion, although he was going to listen to Zhenyang because he had already learned to trust him, telling himself that now was not the time to hesitate. The man picked up a small vial and began to gush green liquid from it. As if in 1 second, hundreds of jumping shockwaves passed through his entire body, and he became numb. The bottle fell from the man's hands and with a barely audible sound smashed on the floor, scattering into dozens of small fragments. The man grabbed his head, in which every second new ideas and knowledge about electronic technologies appeared that he had not even suspected before. The guy asked Che Zhihao to combine the advantages of all the provided propulsion technologies to create a production line within 7 days. The owner of the car company looked at the guy dumbfounded when he put his hand on his shoulder and asked if he understood his task. Che Zhihao stood up excitedly and said loudly that he would not let Shu down and would do everything right. The guy waved at him indifferently as he continued to promise that he would complete his colleague's task and make him proud. While Zhenyang was dealing with the company's affairs and checking the situation at the intelligence base, night had already fallen and he decided to return home. The young man opened the doors of the darkened house and looked around, surprised to realize that Baola still had not arrived. At least that's what it seemed to him, because something underneath him had been whispering his name threateningly for several seconds. Baola was lying on the floor. There was nothing human in her eyes, and in her hoarse voice he could feel traces of oppressive anger. From the mere sight of his girlfriend in such a state, the guy screamed and wanted to run out of the house just not to see her terrible eyes. Baola was exhausted. Her voice took on a drooping note, and she muttered exhaustedly that she was hungry and would die if the guy didn't feed her. They quickly calmed down and Chung quickly cleared several plates of food that the young man had prepared for her. The girl smiled contentedly, saying that now she felt alive again. And Shu asked how things were going in the restaurant. She said that their restaurant became very popular after the situation with those celebrities, which was slightly ironic. Paola also noted that other internet celebrities like Tang Ying and Chen Chuxing had begun to gain momentum, so the restaurant was now bustling with guests. Chung, intrigued, suggested opening a new branch or something similar to attract even more guests to their modest establishment. The guy smiled at her and replied that he only had finances on his shoulders, and the girl could come up with all the ideas herself. She was not satisfied with this answer, and almost knocked down Zhenyang with the plates in his hands with her fists, shouting that he should learn responsibility. As he began to put away the dishes, the young man noted in an almost sad tone that although he had a lot to do, he was ready to help Baola at any time, so he asked if she wanted to open a branch. Chung explained that the restaurant already had a certain reputation, so they could look for a chef, which Shu completely agreed with. A few days later, the guy decided to visit the Tianyu Automobile Company to look at the development of engines. As it turned out, Che Zhihao was in seventh heaven, saying that thanks to the new engine they were able to get on their feet and many companies wanted to cooperate with them. Zhenyang had never seen him so happy that the man literally had streams of tears flowing from his eyes while he spoke in delight about his achievements. The young man nodded approvingly, noting that there was no point in relaxing because they still had a lot to do, even after defeating the South China plant. Their conversation was interrupted when a girl entered the office with the message that representatives of the Mingyang engine manufacturing companies wanted to meet with them. The main character lowered his eyebrows warily after mentioning the company's name, and Zhihao added that one of the company representatives was one of the richest people in their region. In recent days, they have bypassed several manufacturers at once, and from Mingyang, there was just the man to whom they offered 6,000 yuan for cooperation. They decided to let them in and see what they could offer or put forward on their part. The main character shifted tensely in his chair, watching as the doors to their office began to slowly open. At the entrance stood a dark-haired elderly man who introduced himself as the owner of the Mingyang Machinery Factory, Chen Ziyang. A business-style man fell onto one of the chairs, proudly saying that some time ago, they offered 6,000 yuan to his father. But he refused. Hot tea began to be poured for them. So even the conversation became more heated in nature, and Chen Ziyang revealed that his father's words meant nothing. The man said that he had just returned from his business trip and heard about the unfortunate incident, so now he agreed to the conditions at the proposed price. The main character raised the cup to his lips and looked away, pretending that he did not understand what conditions he was talking about. The young man suspected that Mr. Chen had specifically sent his son to them so that he could begin to restore order after the mess he had caused. Flattery flowed from Sen Zayan's lips, so he noted that 6,000 was a reasonable price for their great technology, and they would like to establish their cooperation. The young man yawned and leaned back in his chair, listening to the words that while they were producing pickup trucks and SUVs, the technology of those could suit them. Chen Zayan did not stop for a second. continuing that they were the same victim of the South Chinese company, so they provided a favor to Tianyu. The main character's eye twitched, and he said that the representative of Mengyang behaved too arrogantly. It was like a punch in the gut for the man, especially when the young man mentioned that they didn't need their engines. Chen Ziyang slammed his hands on the table and said indignantly that they had previously agreed to give them 6,000 yuan, and then ordered them not to play games with him. The guy relaxedly crossed his arms, mumbled indifferently that at the right moment Mengyang refused them, and now they blamed him. The young man's words infuriated the businessman even more, and he exclaimed that the technology of those was worse, and now he would not sell his own even for 6,000. Chen Ziyang tensed his facial muscles, gloating in his head with the words that they would soon be crushed into dust due to the failure in the engine market. The main character exhaled heavily, indifferently admitting that he was right and saying that they would force them to be punished. The owner of Mengyang smiled sarcastically, because everything was going according to his plan, and now the boy could not encroach on his technology. The guy spoke hesitantly, starting to explain that they had something that they could give to the Mengyang company in return. Chen Ziyang grinned angrily, because from moment to moment he could get the answer he needed and sweet money, but the main character grinned, adding that they did not need the help of those with such an attitude towards them. The man clenched his teeth tightly, and his eyes tensed when he heard the young man's impudent and arrogant answer. The owner of Mengyang no longer even wanted to listen to the guy's words that they were initially offered a huge amount, but they shamelessly refused. Turning loudly to Zhenyang, Senzayan asked how the boy allowed himself to be treated like this. With a loud crash at the door, Mengyang's representatives disappeared without a trace, although the walls shook from his blow. Zhejihao looked at the young man with disappointment, saying that now they only had 2 engine production lines, and they were supposed to produce 3,000 per week. The guy fell exhausted onto a chair, listening to Zhejihao's rebuke that the South China company was still putting pressure on them. In response to his concern, Shu asked the man to contact all branches in Santai and tell them that their company could offer free replacement of cars with new ones. Zhenyang looked at the other side of the room. He had an idea to give a 40% discount on cars in the future. The guy approached one of the banners, saying that thanks to the discounts, they would be able to make sure that in the future, everyone buys cars only from them. The main character added that thanks to their officiality, they will not have problems with advertising, so they need to act now. Zhejihao's scream could be heard outside as he said that he would contact the companies immediately, and then praised Shu for his foresight and foresight. Yu Ran was already waiting for the young man inside the car, so he told her that he had already sorted everything out and wanted to eat somewhere. The secretary replied that she didn't know what she wanted to snack on, because she hadn't been eating well lately and had lost too much weight. She asked if the guy had any proposals, and he awkwardly looked away and suggested going to Baola's restaurant. In fact, his friend's business was going too well, and there was a huge line in front of her establishment today. The secretary suggested that they first find a parking space so that they could enter from a convenient side. They had to go down to the very bottom, since even in the parking lot above all the spaces were unfavorably occupied. The woman was slightly indignant, saying that she could not even imagine how difficult everything would be. The main character noted that there were a lot of people because there was a park nearby, and then began to urge her on, because he was very hungry. Then Xu Zhenyang and Yu Ruang heard strange sounds in the backseat of the car, as if someone was tumbling there. A girl with black hair and a red sweater was sitting there, persistently ordering the two to drive forward and not stop. Yu Ruan and Xu stared warily at the girl, involuntarily thinking that they had taken a crazy person with them. The young man looked in surprise through the car window, where he saw a strange silhouette, loudly knocking on the glass and sometimes interrupted by obscene language. A guy with short dark hair tried to break into the car, ordering the girl to get out. He ordered her to get out several more times, but she shouted at him to get out and added that she didn't want to see him anymore. And 2 more strangers approached them. The main character looked irritably at the girl in the back seat, muttering that their car was not a place for quarrels. He invited them to sort it out from the outside, but inside him the flame gradually flared up because he wanted to eat and not deal with someone. The dark-haired girl angrily repeated to press on the gas and drive away, calling Yu Ruan deaf. The secretary ambiguously crossed her questioning gaze with Shu, who responded with an approving nod. Yuran turned the car key, causing the car to stall and stop shaking slightly in an instant. The guy extended his hand to the door handle and slowly pressed on it, and a small crack was created between the door and the world outside. The main character came out in front of the dark-haired guy and decisively analyzed him with his eyes. Opening the back doors of his car, the guy mumbled and once again asked the girl to get out. She started screaming again, saying that she was not going to go anywhere and would only go further with them. The girl giggled under her breath, thinking that the boy's methods of kicking her out were quite ridiculous, and he wouldn't do anything to her anyway. But as soon as she thought about her untouchability, Zhenyang immediately grabbed her by the hair and dragged her out of the car. Her paralyzed body hung over the entrance to the car when the main character asked if she had gone deaf, because he asked her to get out for the third time. The girl unceremoniously fell face down on the ground, amazed at the audacity of the boy who ignored her. The young man quickly switched to Yu Ruan and asked her to quickly leave with him before they started pestering him again. The dark-haired girl raised her green eyes and stared at the guy in surprise, because she thought that he would help such a beauty. The girl looked at the driver of the car, which is why her green eyes suddenly opened wide and she froze dreamily. In a few seconds, she changed her religion twice, seeing Yu Ruan in front of her, who reminded her of some kind of goddess. The dark-haired guy grinned smugly, hugging his friend with a vulgar laugh under his breath. The action of that on the couple with complete disregard on the part of Shu irrationally angered the girl, and she simply began to scream without any words. She pushed the dark-haired man away from her with a careless movement of her hand, and then immediately attacked the others. The girl attacked Zhenyang with her fists, starting to curse him out loud, while simultaneously shouting vulgar expressions towards him. A picture of Zhao Xiaoman popped up in her head, and she realized that she couldn't just let the young man leave. Otherwise, all her plans would be ruined. The green-eyed girl clenched her teeth tightly, clutching Zhenyang's clothes with her hands. She was not going to leave him so easily. She shouted loudly that just yesterday the main character was so affectionate, but today he behaved like the last bag of garbage. The girl's dark-haired acquaintance stared furiously at her, not understanding what she was even talking about. The girl ignored him and continued her performance, saying that Shu hit her, and now she was going to give him back. Zhenyang slapped her in the face with a nervous expression, asking what other evening she was talking about. Yuran froze in horror, looking at the behavior of her boss who allowed himself too much. The girl's dark-haired acquaintance stared to the side in confusion, as if he had just seen something paranormal. The other two people looked at the situation with more curious faces. They essentially played the role of intrigued spectators. The young man was angry. He couldn't believe that the girl was trying to drag him into their conflict and also blame him for something. Zhu grabbed her by her sweater, asking if she wanted to show her what exactly happened between them the day before. The guy began to play along angrily with a smug grin and questions whether she had not had enough of the touches of Mr. Chen and Brother Wang since she climbed towards him. One blow was followed by two more, and then several more. But it all got to the point where Shu himself had to convince himself to stop, so as not to shake all the brains out of that one. The girl didn't understand how she ended up with some crazy person who started talking some kind of heresy and beating her. The main character asked how she was going to apologize after insulting a certain Mr. Chen. The girl with wavy purple hair laughed dramatically and told Sun Xiaoxiao to calm down, because it was wrong to get into someone else's car. The lethargic dark-haired guy noticeably calmed down and approached the young man with a request to stop beating the girl. Shu looked at him with an irritated look and asked why it mattered to him whether he beat Xiaoxiao. The main character was gripped by unreasonable anger from within, so he didn't even want to make concessions to anyone just like that. The dark-haired man's face contorted, and he stared angrily at the young man, loudly ordering him to let the girl go. Two people from the audience began to cheer, jokingly telling the boy to go to the end and not give up. Attack until exhaustion. Zhenyang hit the girl even harder, asking what he was going to do if he didn't let her go. The boy was indignant, foaming at the mouth and asking how he dared to contradict someone like him. But Shu saw him for the first time. The dark-haired man's eye began to twitch nervously, and distinct veins appeared all over his face. The two people in the audience tensed up, as acting like this towards someone like Wu Xiaofan was truly suicidal. They inadvertently assumed that Shu had great support behind him. But Shu's car did not inspire much of an impression. The dark-haired man ran out of the parking lot in a hurry, exclaiming that they would see how strong the guy was. Zhenyang was tired of beating the girl, so he released her body from his hands. Yu Ruang wanted to say something worriedly, but the young man replied that everything was fine. The secretary objected, saying that in front of them was a rich man of the second generation. But Zhu even wondered who he was going to call on the phone. The guy heard his ringtone from inside his jacket, so he reached out to check who was trying to call him. The name of Mu Shuman was displayed on the phone, who usually did not call the guy without any urgent news. Picking up the phone, the bodyguard unceremoniously asked the main character if he had accidentally gotten into trouble. His insight surprised the young man, So Mu Shumeng explained that they were constantly monitoring information about the Zhao family. So they discovered that Zhao Xiaoman was planning something. Mu Shumen briefly explained that the powerful woman's plan was to drag the young man into conflict with the son of a rich man from another family. As it turned out, this strategy was not to eliminate him with the wrong hands, but also to see if someone he knew would come to resemble him. The bodyguard added that they were trying to find out whether the guy belonged to a mysterious organization, but asked to meet with him for detailed details. The guy disconnected from the call. His first thought was that Zhao Xiaoman was not so simple and he would have been caught if the scouts had not warned him. Now the young man realized that it was better not to joke with an influential woman because she even managed to find out where he was. He glanced at the nervous Wu Xiaofan, noting to himself that at least he had already made several enemies in a fairly short period of time. Zhao Xiaoman turned out to be quite insidious, as she also sent two supposedly innocent people as spectators. A man dressed as a bartender sarcastically noted that Mr. Wu had already called his people, so he had better get away as quickly as possible. Such words did not intimidate the main character. On the contrary, his face blurred in anticipation. Then the young man looked at the dark-haired boy, addressing him as the second son of the owner of the Yu group of companies. The bartender's face froze in surprise when he was also able to figure out that he was from the Beiqing family. Zhu confidently stated that they had lousy families and he was waiting for their servants just to quickly see how they could swing their fists. Mr. Wu lowered his eyes and nervously glanced around the room, thinking that the guy was able to find out quite a lot in just one call. The bartender crossed his arms. He was beginning to suspect that they shouldn't have thrown around words in front of a guy who was clearly a bigger deal than they thought. Wu Xiaofan clenched his teeth madly, and the instinct of self-preservation kicked in on its own in his head, forcing him to take a step back. The dark-haired man hurriedly began to leave, saying that he would take pity on the guy today and would not kill him. The bartender did the same. Sun Xiaoxiao began to regain consciousness, although she could barely move her head after being beaten persistently by the guy. Now she did not have the strength to be indignant in response. She only shook when she saw him in front of her, and he ordered her to get lost. The girl painfully grabbed her dizzy head, because Zhao Xiaoman told her that the guy was just a poor man. And he was also able to humiliate Mr. Wu. After a short, awkward silence, the secretary looked at the suspiciously serious Shu and asked if they were going to go eat. However, the young man had other urgent plans for today, so he was obliged to postpone his lunch. The main character decided to go back to the Eagle Group Intelligence Headquarters to find out in detail what information Mu Shuman had calculated. The young man moved at a normal pace, but his movements were abrupt. Too abrupt and hasty when he entered the observation room. Mu Shuman showed the guy the headphones, saying that he should listen to one recording first. After listening to the strange recording, Shu came to the conclusion that for some reason the Zhao family decided to crossbreed him with the defenders. He wondered if the bodyguard had any information about the organization, and he handed the young man a flash drive. Mu Shuman said that they even searched for information about the group on the darknet, but even there they met with resounding failure. The bodyguard added that Protective Blade was a martial arts organization that was founded back in the Moon Dynasty. The Protective Blade has been a large sect since ancient times, and many of its members could fly and jump high. The description fit perfectly with what the guy saw that day when he tried to catch up with his mother. The main character sadly lowered his eyes, telling how a few weeks ago he was chasing a strange man not far from Street XX. He added that after the incident, he bought a surveillance video from one of the hotels, and Mu Shuman concluded that the hotel belonged to the Zhao family. Inserting the flash drive into the laptop, the guy caught himself thinking that it was because of those recordings that Zhao Xiaoman thought that he was from that organization. The young man put forward a theory that an influential woman was trying to understand the system of the Protective Blade and use it for this. The flash drive contained information that the Protective Blade used to be called the State Protecting Blade due to its composition of cultivators from all over the country. He decided to click on one of the folders, which was called the Record of Military Actions, and he read that the true strength of the organization manifested itself when all the members gathered together. The main driving force of the organization was their fighting power. But in recent years, the group has tarnished its reputation due to frequent incursions into the country. Even if they tried to pretend to be noble, the guy was going to stop them and find out his mother's secret. Of course, he understood that he himself would not be able to conquer them. But for this, he had faithful assistants like scouts. The young man reached into the inside pocket of his jacket, noting in his head that there were some things he needed to clear up as soon as possible. Yu showed Mu Shumeng his mother's ring, saying that it was found in documents that contained information about the Blade Defenders. Then the guy revealed that the owner of the mysterious ring was his mother named Chiu Yulin. The bodyguard's eyes opened wide, and he opened his mouth slightly, examining the golden circlet with the image of a dagger. Mu Shimen looked resolutely at the guy and proudly said that he would do everything in his power to get to the bottom of the truth. A secretary approached the guy's desk, saying that the Zhao family was most likely trying to get rid of the organization, and it could become a problem for them if the information was sold to another company. The young man confidently noted that he was safe as long as they did not have evidence. But as soon as information about their affairs surfaced, the Zhao family would come to an end. He had some kind of insidious plan when he admitted that Zhao Xiaoman could very well sell the organization's data. So he was interested in watching the development. He would have continued to ominously tell his idea if Yu Ruan had not suddenly received a phone call. It was a rather inappropriate time to call, but as soon as she picked up the phone, a boy screamed at the top of his voice from the phone, saying that he had been deceived. Xu Zhengyang and Mu Shuming stared at the girl who shamelessly started talking to the boy, talking about how he was about to be taken away by 3 Li. However, as soon as he mentioned those same ill-fated 3 Li, the secretary began to scream at the top of her voice and ask where he got that kind of money. And Xu and Mu almost lost their hearts from her reaction. The boy shouted through the phone that he had been given money for his birthday, and then asked him to stop talking and save him. Yuran was furious. The guy had never seen her like this before, and he would never have thought that she could be so angry. Zhenyang hesitantly extended his hand to her and could swear that he felt a hot flame on his palm. The girl put a gentle smile on her face and, in an unnaturally sweet voice, asked if she could take a day off due to family circumstances. Xu smiled, noting that he just wanted to go out for a walk and would not mind if she took him with her. Yuran did not refuse him, and after a few minutes they drove through the city again until they arrived at their destination. Getting out of the car, the secretary at the same moment saw a little boy running towards her at full speed in tears. He called the girl auntie, but the boy's sweet words did not inspire Yu Ruan, who grabbed him by the scruff of the neck with displeasure. The girl casually threw her face on the seat, ordering him to tell him what had happened so that they could figure it out before his parents found out about his escape and would kick him in one place. The boy was too innocent that he didn't even understand which one place his aunt was talking about, so he just continued to sob. The young man turned his head to the boy, saying in a relaxed manner that there was no need for her to be so angry with an ordinary child. The secretary was indignant, saying that such a dissent should not be given, otherwise they would destroy the house, and the boy, seeing the kind uncle, jumped up in his own seat. The secretary's face began to flare with anger again, and she told him not to rejoice ahead of time, but to tell him what happened to him. The boy began to shake, admitting that he spent a lot of money to buy an account in the King of Medicine, a game with many skins and characters. The child again screamed in tears that he could not even imagine that the owner would decide to return the account and take his money, and the policeman would ask to bring his parents for a statement. Tears began to flow from his eyes like a fountain, because the owner of the account said that he would not return anything to himself, but he deceived him. The secretary pinched her nephew on the cheek, calling him a brat, and asking why he even started playing that game. And the boy replied that she herself gave him permission after the exams. The girl turned pale when the child noted that she was simply jealous of his skill, since she only had a gold rank. Yuran could not stand such an insult, so she began to beat her nephew because he allowed himself to offend others for getting good grades. The machine literally shook when she noted that she was proud of her gold rank and did not have time to play games, unlike a child gambling addict. The young man turned his head to the secretary and with a smile asked her to stop being so strict with her nephew. The main character looked at the city through the window and asked to give him records of money transfers in order to find out about the identity of the thief. When he received the necessary data, the guy made a call to an unknown number. The person behind the phone was clearly not happy. Yu responded to the stranger, asking if the guy behind the phone was Zhou Ming, who sold the account, and then asked him to return it if he didn't want to get into trouble. The guy behind the phone laughed loudly and suggested that Zhenyang take up education, so he would become smarter and understand that he paid for his studies. The main character hadn't even had time to add anything in response when he hung up, and long beeps were heard from his phone. Xu Zhenyang smiled triumphantly, saying that they could just pay for his studies, along with a preventive conversation.